Hello and welcome, everybody. My name is Kismet. What happened to my lighting? It's always something, everybody. It's always something. There I am, nice and bright and beautiful. Look at that. It takes about 10 years off, I tell you, when you got proper lighting. There we go, everybody. Thanks for coming in. I don't know, I must have bumped my lighting. Thanks for coming in. I got the awesome key lights, by the way, Elgato. I can actually adjust the lighting just by little slide bars. It actually turns it up and down. I'm only using, by the way, about a 1/4 or even less than 1/4 of the actual power of the lighting that these can do. I mean, these can get really, really bright. You want to see? Hold on. I'll just crank one all the way up. Ready? Bam! Ah, gosh, it's like the sun. Let's crank that down. Crank that down. So I have a little control center, and I can just slide the little thing and adjust the color temperature and everything. It's awesome, man. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing stuff. And then you can press a button and turn it on and off. Maybe a little too much there. A little too much. But yeah, we were having some fun today. I am super hyped. Now, did you see how many units that we had yesterday? Holy mackerel. I kept going, wow, wow. First there was like 345, then it was 350, then it was 360 plus units placed in Stream Raiders. It was like the most incredible day of Stream Raiders of all time. So I just kept going, man. I was going to stop early on, but there were just so many units. But so many people placing units that I'm like, I'll just go one more. Just go one more. And then I'm like, I got to get to the boss now. So then, a couple hours later, then I'm sitting here working on stuff. And I'm like, all right, keep going. So I ran you guys all the way to the boss so that you guys could get the max amount of loot. Now, guess what we're going to do today? We're going to do it all over again. That's right. We're going to run those battles all day long because we're running out of time on this event right now. How much time we got left? We got 2 days left, so we're going to rock it for the next couple days. We're going to blow it up. But let's first say hello to all of these awesome people right over here in the chat. Let's see who we got coming in, showing the love. We got Scooby Bin, #1 in the chat. Hey, Scooby, good to see ya. We got Dovey coming in, backing me up this morning, by the way, my awesome mod. Make sure to follow those chat rules. Show them some love in the chat. My mods are amazing. They're the best on Twitch. Always got my back. I greatly appreciate them. We got Rigor Mortis coming in saying hello. Hello to you. Good morning. Good morning. I was actually talking in the chat this morning. I was saying hi and making sure everybody was doing well. Why? Because I had everything ready, except for apparently my lighting decided it wanted to change on me. There we go. It's always something. Always some sort of technical something I have to readjust. Let's see. Dovey says, that's awesome. Yeah, 360 plus units. Could not believe it. Good morning, JC Hunter. Says, hope you're doing well today. I'm ready to go, bro. Today, we're going to play some Satisfactory. We're going to play tons of Stream Raiders. And we're going to first take a tour of my current kind of mega factory that it's not really finished, but we'll take a tour of what we did in the previous one. And then we're going to do a new start today, a new game. And we're going to try that second selection, which I haven't done yet, which is what we call the old desert, right? You got the new desert, you got the old desert. And we're going to run around. We're going to look for some nodes. We're going to show you my techniques on how to get started in Satisfactory. So if you are interested in the game, or maybe you've been playing it and you get a little confused, and a way to optimize and make it very, very efficient. So you're not wasting all this time, because your time is your most valuable thing. So if you're out there spending all this time, making power, doing all that stuff, because your base is very inefficient or your factory is very inefficient, I'm going to show you some great tips today, some great Kismet tips on how to go in and make it awesome. All right, we're going to do that today. Let's get into it. Anybody else in chat? That's Mr. Non-You coming in with that cookie and lurker love. I love Mr. Non-You. He's always coming in. He's always looking out for the stream, whether he's working on real life stuff or hanging out or just listening in on the stream. We show him some love in the chat as well, everybody. Show him some love. Hey, Nightshade, what's up? With a thumbs up. Yeah, we're ready to go, bro. You know what I feel like doing? I feel like playing some games. What do you guys think? Let's go to it. Play some games. All right, we're going to get into some Satisfactory. We're going to load our previous playthrough right over here. Now, while that's loading, we're going to get in some Stream Raiders here. Again, we're going to start right up. We're going to start right up into it. We're into our next map. We're about to loop this map again. We've already done it once. We're about to do it twice. Let's see where we at right now. Holy mackerel. Tier 42 again. Man, we've gotten up to tier 45 before, but we've never quite finished 45. 45 is really, really hard to finish because I let it go for a full 30 minutes so you guys get the max amount of loot and the maximum amount of chance of getting those 6 units down so you can go ahead and get tons and tons of stuff, right? So you can get tons of kills and tons of assists and tons of extra loot. And we try to shoot for the blue ones so you guys are getting extra skins, or the green ones, we're getting loyalty rewards. And I see a green one right here. I think that is our mission today, but we got to go through a mystery one, and we'll just do what we got to do. Let's see. Oh my gosh, we got a 4 skull there. Is there any way to dip from the top? No, there's no way to dip down from the top because you can't go backwards. You can only go forward. So we have to end up on this one here. So we got to go through a 4, and we got a 2 and a 3. I think we go 1, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, mystery. This one here, and then mystery boss. What the heck? Let's just go mystery boss because that's fun. All right, let's do it, everybody. Boom. Let's get right into it. We're almost to the next tier right now. We're almost done with 42. I'm going to pull my buddy, my pal, Norbert, who always loves to lend a hand. That's my little baby dragon. Look at him. He's cute. Oh, man, these guys are so good. I love the peeps over at Stream Raiders. They have done a phenomenal job of taking Norbert and putting him in there. They also put me in there, too. You'll find the Wasteland Tycoon in there as well. Go ahead and join me, everybody. Follow that link in the chat. You can find me, your Captain Kismet. Put your units down around Norbert here. Oh, look out. We already got JC Hunter, Kellen Mall already putting down some peeps. Get around Norbert here, and we're going to fight our way through all of these bad guys. Don't worry. He's an epic healer, almost max level. I forget how many scrolls he has left to go. Let's see. What is he at? Oh, I can't see it in here. Hold on. Let's go back to my army and see where is he at. He's at 47 of 150. So about another 103 battles. Now, 103 battles of him placing. I can place him every other battle. So that'd really be more like 200 and something battles. 209 battles. If I place him every other battle to get him to max level. Holy mackerel, max level healer. We're going to get that going. Also, Paladin very close. Look at that. Paladin almost max level as well. Now, look at this. I got 2 max level tanks. We got this one, the original Wasteland Tycoon right here. Going to take 40% more, with 40% more defense and 20 less damage. So he can really take a beating there. And then over here, max level as well. Specialized armor unit that deals extra 50% damage. So this is my tanky tank, super heavy tank, and then this guy is my more DPS tank if we should need a DPS tank. But what we need really is a whole lot of healing action, right? That's... Oh, I hear my train. I hear my train. And that's what we need. So let's go ahead and upgrade some of our units, though. While we're waiting, let's go ahead and hit upgrade over here. There we go. We got that upgrade. Now, if you do appreciate all the hard work of me running battles for 10, 11, 12 hours in a day, make sure to consider showing the stream some love by hitting that follow button, hit that subscribe button, or going in and purchasing some skins or gifting some skins. Did somebody help you out yesterday? Did you see somebody in there who was being MVP all day, was backing you guys up, helping us bring in the wins? Well, you can gift them skins as well. But let's go ahead and buy a bunch of these for all my other units because I got lots of cash I need to burn up. I got 11,000 up there. I need to start burning some up. Oh, we got another one that says this update. Ready for an update? Who? Who we got? Who we got? Oh, look at that. Flag bearer is 27. Oh, a rogue right there. All right, let's upgrade our rogue. Oh, I want one of each. I want 3 of each type, everybody. I want to get 3. I think I can actually unlock another tank right now, too. Get that going. Now, if you go into the store here, just like I did, and you're in here upgrading and buying your scrolls, you can also go to skins right here. Type in Kismet. Kismet. Bam, like that. And then you go ahead and purchase these different skins. You can find the yellow fedora in there. You're going to find Norbert as a Kismet. I think he's the best, bro. He's so good. Now, of course, you also got me right here, all dressed up in my yellow fedora and wearing my Vault suit with my Vault 45 shield right there, ready to rock it. Now, the reason why I call it Vault 45, that's actually my stream, is because when I was 45 years old, I had to step down from my epic job at Apple, and then I had to choose something else I love to do, and so here I am doing it with you, hanging out, talking to you. That's what I love to do. So here I am, ready to rock. Let's get into it. Let's get back into the thing here, like this. Zoom in on Norbert over here. Look at all you guys. Look at all you guys. Who else we got? Best in. We got Kana. We got Rotisserie G. Alex coming in. Gnome. We got Churchy coming in. And Bob Sack already placing some units. They're like, I'm ready, bro. I'm ready to get that loot today. Let's get into it. I don't know. I'm super hyped today. I'm super hyped because we're going to play some Satisfactory. We're going to restart. But first, we're going to take a full base tour. Oh, there's my train. Look at it go. Look at it go. Loading all that stuff. We're using our nuclear power right now. Now, let's start at the beginning. Way down over here. Look at this nuclear power. Look at it go. All right, we'll come back to that. We're getting radiated. Run away. Run away from the radiation. I feel like we'll get on the train. Let's take the train. Yeah, let's take the train back. I love the trains in this game. They are really, really fun. Now I'm doing a push-pull train. Super simple. I've got one station over here and another station down there. And I got two locomotives on each end. The stations are faced in opposite directions. And so you can set it up so it'll push-pull the train, meaning it'll go this way, drop off the stuff, and then start up and go that way. Right, now you can have it go in a loop, but that causes more resources and more time and really unnecessary if you can set up a push-pull train, right? If you got the resources to do that, this is the most efficient way to run a train, is to go there and back again and there and back again. Now I could make it where it goes and does a whole bunch of stops if I want, but I just create another train for that like I did with my other stuff that we're doing over there, my uranium, which I'm using for my nuclear power. Now we're going to start all over again. You're going to see how I created all this complexity. That is my epic base here. We're going to start with roads. We're going to start with foundations. We're going to start with concrete. We're going to start how you get started in the game. So settle in, everybody. It's going to be an epic day today. We're going to have a brand new playthrough. Now, I've never played that second one, so I don't know what's there. I don't know what nodes are around. I love not knowing to start from complete and utter scratch. So we came down from up there, and then we're going to go down a little bit more. Oh, wait, hold on. We got to put a little thingy thing. It's my new favorite thing, by the way, everybody. My new favorite thing is putting a ramp in there, and you ramp up to the other level so it doesn't accidentally suck you in there when you don't want to be. Right? Same thing over here. Let's just go ahead and finish this off, too. Oh. Oh. All right. All right. Now you're like, well, Kismet, let's go all the way to the bottom. Now, if we look off to the side here, we can see it goes down further. But this is actually the start of my base. Now, underneath here, if we go and look underneath these foundations right here, we're going to go ahead and pull this one up. Right there, we can actually see there's a node down now. Now, that is an iron pure node. Now, those are the things you're looking for. Why? Because from the very beginning, you're extracting more resources, meaning that you can go ahead and create more items, right? Very easily, right at the very beginning. Now, this is supposedly the advanced start, right? Well, that's because you got to build more vertically. But I think it's actually the easiest start. It's the third selection over because they actually start you with pure nodes right at the very beginning. They led me to this exact spot where I found that. And then, of course, we started extracting some iron. Now, wouldn't you know what's better than a pure node? More pure nodes. That's a pure node. We've also got another pure node over there, and we've got a pure node over there. So that's 4 iron pure nodes at the very beginning of the game. Let's get in our vehicle, go for a little ride. Right up here. Now, hiding right over here, another node, but this is a limestone node and another pure node. Now, this is only a Mark II. I could create the Mark IIIs, but we're going to go ahead and start again here in just a bit. But this is how it all gets started. You want to start with your limestone right away because you're going to need lots and lots of concrete. So this should be your number one thing that you start with is your limestone, right? So you can get your base started. And get this kind of mega base built up like this. Now, normally I do not build out the walls and all of that stuff, but I thought we'd go a little bit above and beyond today, go a little extra, go crazy, or in this playthrough. So we definitely went in and built in all the walls and all the foundations and stuff like that. This game is still a work in progress. It still is early access. Oh, hey, look out. I love this dune buggy, by the way. It is really awesome. And then way back over here in the corner, as you can guess it, so we have 4 pure iron nodes, 1 pure limestone node, and then over here, you guessed it, that's right, a pure copper node. And that's how we started this playthrough. We started it with pure nodes. And thus why it was so easy and so quick to get this going, right? So that's level number 1. Now what's going on over here, obviously, is extracting some copper ore. That copper ore then running into our smelters. Now our smelters over here are what's known as inline smelters. Oh, I got to put my skates on so I can jump up. There we go. They're inline smelters. So they come out and they run along here. And as you can see, they just split it as it goes down the line. And then it goes into here and it creates the ignits to start with. Now, some of those ignits now are being diverted for other use right over here that's being used for my aluminum. But basically, we have them all in line. In line means that all the things are in line like this. They don't come out and then merge into one, and then that one merges into another one, or they're split into all sorts of stuff. This is among the most efficient way to actually run your base. It just costs a little bit more resources up front, but space-wise and efficiency-wise, this is a fantastic way of doing that. Now, you can also feed these from underneath, which is really great because you have a super clean-looking base. So you have an under area where you're running all of your resources up and down and all over the place, and then you have your factory floor, which is super clean, and we're going to do that a bit more in the next one, a bit more extreme, hopefully, in the next one, where you don't even see these on the top level. There'll be lifters going up and down and running underneath, kind of like the old computers where they had the raised floors, where they have all the cabling underneath, which you can do that with all your conveyors. You can do all your conveyoring underneath, right? And we'll work on that in a bit. But for right now, that's what that's doing. And then the same thing over there, that's converting concrete, running that up. And this is the most massive iron conversion ever over here. All of these are converting into iron. And right now, since I have the ability to go to the tier 3 version of these extractors, I could build a whole nother set of these on top and actually be doing double this entire production right now at this level of the game, the highest level of the game. So that is where we started. And then we started to build up, and we started building up our upper level. I just chose a foundation and then used that in the entire rest of my base. No matter how far away it is from my base, that very first foundation is the one that set the precedent for every single thing else, right? Now, we went ahead and we're running that iron up to here. We're going to start with our basics, right? We're running it up from behind, and I'll go ahead and just remove the back area here. Oh, actually, I've already got it back there. Now you can see we're bringing it up from down there. So we're running it all into the corner, and 3 rows of iron ignits being run right up into here. And then we're running those iron ignits, as you can see, through the walls here and running them into different areas around the thing. Now we'll start with, of course, the most basic thing that you make in the game other than concrete. Right over here, and you can see they're all in line and they're all feeding into your constructors. And then they're going to go ahead and then re-merge back this way. So they're running this way. Those are running that way. The things are running down behind, and then these are running back this way. So I can run them back into my factory. And that's, of course, our plates. That's our starter item. And then, of course, our other starter item are rods. Same thing over here, right? We're running our ignits from down below up into here. These are all producing those rods. Those rods are then being fed back that way, right? And they're being fed. The final product is coming out, going up, going across, and then being fed along here. Now, those 2 basic items, just like every other item, are being fed into a central area. And as you see, they'll come through over here. They're going to turn along this edge, and then they're going to be stacked differently based on our stackers here to run into this over here. Now, what is this over here? Well, this is our stacker of backlog of resources. You can see I've got 3 down here, and I actually have another one up on top. And they are running into there, and they're running upwards. So they run into this first box, up to the next box, into that box, up to the next box, and so on, and then up to the top box. Now, why do I have that top box up there? Well, the top box up on the next level is kind of my working level. That's where I have my space elevator, my hub, and I bring all of the resources to me. So I don't have to go chase them down. So I bring them all to a central area where my hub is. Now, later on, after I've finished with the space elevator and the hub, I will then convert that area into an actual train station, Why do I do that? Because that's where all the resources are being run to, so I can run it in the train and I can send it off to do other things like nuclear power, which I'll show you that we did in just a bit. So as you can see in the back of here, these are all connected in a way where they're all running into these various different boxes. And those various different boxes have different resources like our steel production. You can see here, we're running a bunch of stuff in here, which is being used up. We can see that's being used up. See, the great thing is you can go to this and see if there's a backlog. If there's a backlog, it's going to fill the top box first, work its way down, and then all the way down to here. Now, when it does create a backlog and it has made as much wires or cable as it possibly can, it will then turn that entire production off, saving me power until I need more of those later on. Right? So there's no reason to keep running that machinery all the time, unless you want to make lots of tickets. You can do it that way. But there's no reason to run that machinery all the time because it takes you more time to produce power, right? For you to go and collect power and set up power and do all of that, there's no reason to do that. You want to keep it very efficient. Now, I'm going to show you how to do it from the very beginning of the game, so stick around. Stick around for sure. And then over here, we can see, look, wire, same thing. We've got our screws, which are just absolutely cranking, about 900 per right now that are going into all the things. You need lots and lots of screws, so make sure to have a very heavy screw production at some point. And then concrete, you need a lot of that. So that is that. And then, of course, all those resources are being run in here. Now, some of those resources on the other side here are actually being drained out of the bottom of the box for any excess. And that excess is then being run across into our other items over here, our more advanced items. So we're making reinforced iron plates. Those reinforced iron plates are then being fed over here to be making into modular frames, or we're diverting some just so we'll have the plates and the frames. So we divert kind of a portion of it, and we have both of those things at the same time. We're running some screws over here. You can see some plates over here, some wire, all of this stuff over here, so that we can also make some stators on this side, and then over here, I can get into that. We're also making rotors, and then those stators and rotors will run over here if I need them over here and become motors, right? So you start with your basics, your wire, your poles, and all that stuff, and then you run into the more advanced thing and the more advanced thing. That's the whole purpose of the game, is to progress through that technology level. And as you do that, you'll unlock stuff through your hub, and you'll get more and more expansion. And that's what's going on over here. Now, over here, we've got the awesome sink, where if I want to just throw something away, what do I got I can just throw away? Let's see. How about this extra hazmat suit? Can I just throw that away? Oh, it's already gone. Phew, that was it. 2 seconds. I didn't even see it. It was gone. Let's put something more in there. How about rods? We'll put those in there. There we go. There we go. They'll run in there. Now, the awesome sink over here actually gets you coupons. Those coupons, you can go into the awesome shop and unlock a ton of stuff. Now, also, what's going on down here is we got a bunch of extraction going on down here. We have our quick wire being made. Over here, we have our sulfur being extracted. That sulfur's being run up here and then trained back and forth up there. And we'll get into that more advanced stuff in a bit. So that's what's going on down here onto this level. Now, we also have a bit more advanced manufacturing down here where we're manufacturing stuff on the other side. And, of course, we're also storing a bunch of stuff on this side. But we're also manufacturing stuff over here. This is all the copper manufacturing, right? So it's coming up from down below, which you saw. It's running through all of this, and it's, of course, producing all those basic items like wire. You can see it up on the wall there. We're using our wall conveyors and, organizing it. Now, we can make it even better now, but we'll go with that for now. We're also making our copper plates and all of that stuff. And copper wire right over here, and running that wherever we go. And of course, when it does fill up and has a backlog, it will stop, bringing the power consumption down, so it's not burning all of our power constantly, because it does take a lot of stuff. Hey, Nikki, what's up? My day's going great, bro. My day's going great. I'm super excited to play, especially some Stream Raiders. We hit 360 plus units yesterday. I was watching it while I was working on stuff, and I was dealing with my IRL stuff and fixing stuff. I was fixing my dryer again today. I got a new out thing that goes out of the dryer, the exhaust, and a new connector for that. And all that. I should really show all of these improvements. I should make like a little IRL video of all these things that I'm fixing all the time. I'm sure it would actually help you guys, little product referrals for you guys to go find and whatnot. I don't know. I might get around to it. I have so many things going. I have to focus. I have to focus on the stuff I can do. So when are you restarting? Right after this tour. That's when we're restarting. Yeah. Finally got mod view to work. There you go, Dovey. I know sometimes it's a little tricky to get it going. Because I'm in school right now, but on a break, half a day, so I was wondering if you would start before I get on. I'm going to start in just a few minutes. I'm going to do this tour first. It's really nice to see the after and then later the before. This is where you know what you're working towards. Exactly. See, that's the thing. If you have a vision, both in life and in game, it's really, really powerful. If you know what you want to be, like I knew I wanted to be a graphic designer, and that was really powerful. And I didn't know it as a kid. I didn't know that that was going to be such a powerful force in my life that I knew what I wanted to do. Right? That once I knew what I wanted to do, forget about it. What are all the steps from here to there? How do I get from where I'm at right now to where I want to be? Right? That's really powerful. And the same thing in Satisfactory. How do I get from when I'm first extracting the game to this point and then beyond? Right? How do I do that? Well, first you got to be able to visualize what you want in the end. And so seeing this factory kind of helps a bit with that kind of visualization. So there we go. So that is all my copper production over there. This over here is producing some encased industrial beams, which we're actually using for our nuclear power right now, but we use them for conveyors earlier on. Now, we've also got our giant manufacturers over here. These manufacturers are producing one of the toughest things to produce early on, which is modular frames, heavy modular frames. And then over here, computers, because it requires so much power. There's a real scaling up of power right here that you really got to go into. And you've got to make a bunch of those so that you can scale up your power so you can make a bunch of those, if you know what I mean. And then over here, we're making circuit boards, which actually works with our computers. So you got to make the circuit boards first, run them into the computers, and use plastic and all that stuff, and oil and all of that. And I'll go show you where we used to have our oil. I'll show you all of that. Now, back here is our steel production. Now, what do we need for steel production? Well, you know that other node? Remember how we had 3 over there, but we had 4 pure iron nodes? Well, that 4th pure iron node is being brought up right here from down below. You can see it's actually raw, though. It's not converted into ignis. We need the raw ore. So the raw ore is coming up, and that's being fed into 2 sides, that side and this side, which are the steel production. Now, you're also going to need some coal. Now, way off in the distance, over this way, is the actual coal. So let's go check it out. Let's go check it out. Way over here. Now, I was using half of this coal for my coal power early on. And then I was doing steel and coal simultaneously. But I have removed the coal power for right now. I got to remember which one's up and which one's down. I think this one's down. There we go. And I've removed the coal power for now, but at least we can go back and see where we're extracting that coal. And look, I mean, I went really all out in this one, man. I was building giant foundations and all sorts of stuff just to go all out a bit. Normally, I don't build it out at this level with all these walls and all that stuff. But let's go ahead and run down into the lower level. There it is. Now, this over here is just a node, a coal node. Now, if we take this out, we can see that this is the ground. And this is an actual pure coal node. How about, man, we are lucky on the pure nodes on this. I feel like I'm not going to get so lucky in the new playthrough for sure. But there we go. Pure coal node. That's all I need. One pure coal node and bam, I got steel going and coal power. I'm GG, right? I'm GG just from one pure node. Sometimes you have to grab a whole bunch of different nodes and combine them together to have enough resources to make stuff happen. And you can see this running into here, and any backlog will end up in here, so I can use that coal power for elsewhere. Now, this new playthrough, we're going to try to pull our basic resources and pull them into our central base again, though that does require a lot more time and effort. Now, over here, we've also got quartz production. We're going to get into that in just a second. But right down there, we'll look at it from an aerial view. You can see we've got a bunch of water extracting. I used to have 12 coal plants down there, which was basically powering the rest of my base. I always put it at the water. Why do I do that? So I don't need all of these pumps. You can see I've got a lot of pumps going. Why am I using so many pumps, and why am I pumping it up so high? Normally, I would not. Normally, I would keep it at the actual water level or a little below the water level, so you're not wasting all of that power. But I have so much power, and you're going to see in a second how I'm generating my power that I don't have to worry about it anymore. I can pump the water wherever I feel like pumping it. All right, let's go down there and take a look though of what's going on at the bottom. So let's go into this one. And here's our water production. So we've got 3, and I always pair them put them in sets of 3. And then I'll do what's known as underclocking them. These are actually not underclocked. I forgot to come back and underclock them. I'll underclock them to 84%. The reason why is it uses less power. And all 3 of these together is more than 300. 300 is more than you can run through the pipe. So you got to make sure that you have it's set so you're not, using extra power for the same thing. So I just go ahead and underclock it to 84%, and then we're good. I could overclock it and just have one of these going more, but it costs more power to overclock stuff than it just does to make more of that thing, right? So I always find very rarely do I overclock stuff. The only time I overclock stuff is when I'm in a hurry. When I'm in a hurry for that particular item, or I don't want to make that item. I want it to make it as fast as it possibly can, like reinforced iron plates, which you'll see me do. You'll see me do that today as well. All right, so that is our water, where all our water's coming from. Now, currently it's been retooled and reused as our water for our aluminum. And that's a bit more advanced. We'll get into that in a second. But what we need to see is we need to get all the way back up here to the top. And again, our quartz production down there is producing quartz so that we can also work on our aluminum and other items as well. And those are other pure nodes down there as well. So I tapped into those and I ran those up into my factory. Now, as you can see over here, we're gathering up, and those are all the basics over there. We're going to run into our steel production right over here. And again, that's all our manufacturers for our larger stuff, for our computers and whatnot. Now, all of this stuff here is, again, being fed all the way over here to our central hub of resources. All of these ones stacked over here. And they're going to go up to the upper level. And that upper level is where I normally have my space elevator and my hub. And let's go take a peek on what's going on up here. Now, we're going to come back to all of this right here in just a second. But let's look at over here. We got a bunch of boxes over here. We got a bunch of stuff running all over. But this is my main area. And that main area actually has all of the resources all lined up, ready to go. So if I need a little bit of concrete, I can grab it right there. Now, the way I do this is I just make a little belt like this out in the front. And then it shows me what's in that particular item, right, or in there. I'd love it to just say it up at the top. It'd be better. But I can just visually go along and say, okay, I need some screws. Okay, hold on. Grab some screws. And notice that's filling that right back up again, right? It's feeding it from underneath so that I'll have it at my disposal, right? So you want to have a box that's just for you, and then you want to have any excess resources go to production of whatever resources you need. And that's what we're doing right here. Now, notice this one right here comes out of here. Oh, there it goes. That's reinforced. It's going into the train station, and the train is grabbing it and running it over there. Now, normally, and what I had here was my hub. My hub is your central area that you start with, and you'll see me start with a hub. You'll see me start with biofuel and how to get started with biofuel and all of that. And I started also with ramps more than hypertubes, right? I had a bunch of ramps that I had set up so I could run up and down the different levels until I had hypertubes, and then I use hypertubes like elevators, and it works really, really well. And you can see I've got all sorts of stuff running all over up there, including other awesome sinks, and I've put my hub way back here in the corner. If you're wondering what the hub looks like, it looks like this. This is your thing you put down at the very beginning. It gives you your upgrades over here, which is part of your space elevator that you're feeding into your space elevator, sending it to the parent company, Fixit, because you're an employee of Fixit, and your job is to collect these resources and send them up into space. And then you keep getting upgrades. And of course, the more upgrades you get, the more cooler and cooler stuff you can do in the game, and more power you can create. And then, of course, you also have a crafting bench where you can craft all this kind of cool stuff, which we'll get into again as well. And I always like to have extra boxes for all this kind of random stuff that you're going to run into, alien items. You've got SAM ore here. We've got a little bit of quartz, a little bit of everything kind of mixed in there. I just kind of keep a little bit of everything in there in case I need a little bit of this or a little bit of that nice and handy over there. Now, same thing over here. We've got a whole bunch of other stuff over here, and I'm really going to organize that big time in the next playthrough as well. Over here, we got tons of aluminum and other items that we're using on day-to-day. And I have a tendency just to throw stuff in there. So I can grab this and throw that in there and grab this and put that in there and grab this excess stuff and throw it in the awesome sink so we can grind all that stuff up or do whatever we need to do. Now, speaking of the awesome sink, let's go ahead and bring our awesome shop up. And we can go in here and look at all the things we can do. We can unlock walls, which I've done, all the attachments, foundations. Make sure you scroll down because there's usually more stuff. Vehicle, I love this vehicle. It's one of the first things that I do. Stairs, completely useless. Walkways, fun. We actually use walkways this time. I haven't used the railings this time, but maybe in our next playthrough, different equipment. We got to get the coffee cup. You know, we got to have it, right? A little slurp, slurp. Got to have the coffee cup. As well as you can also get so many tickets that you can just buy the parts that you need for the thing that you need to make. Now, I never do that. I like to actually make all the parts myself. I'm just old school that way. But that's the cool thing about the Awesome Sync. So even junk in the game, even stuff that you don't want and you don't need, you can run it into the Awesome Sync, get tickets for it, and then turn it in for actual stuff. Now, this is not, monetized. This is not pay to win or nothing like that. This is just part of the game. This is part of the game mechanic. It utilizes all your excess stuff because you end up with a lot of excess. As you can see, I got 4 boxes of some stuff over there, right? You can take all that excess, run it into the Awesome Sync, and then buy stuff in the Awesome Shop if you want. It's a great game mechanic. I absolutely love it. A fantastic idea for using all that excess stuff that you're going to end up with throughout the game. It also reduces your overhead of you having to manage all of that stuff. That is a very important thing to think about, you managing all of that loot. All right, so this is my upper area. We'll come back to the train. We'll ride the train back in the other direction, but we need to see how the factory is powered. Now, I told you a bit about how my other thing was powered over there with the coal first, and then we switched from coal to oil. And now we're going to run along my conveyor here. Now, up here, plastic and rubber is being run along here, as well as something called petroleum coke, which is basically like coal that's being used as well in the factory. So we're going to run over here to my oil production, and we're going to run down to our kind of closest oil production, which is actually producing our resources. And then we're going to go to our power area and check that out. So, whoa, wee, bam, took one to the helmet. So over here, what we've got is we've got our plastic production. Now, this seems very complex, but remember, I built everything one item at a time. And you're going to see me do it one item at a time as we go through the game. We're going to find our nodes and run our nodes and micromanage all of that stuff and have a good time doing that. Now, over here, we've got that. Now, we've whenever you're doing, notice that's purple, by the way. Whenever you're doing something like plastic, there's going to be basically waste material like oil residue. And that oil residue right here is being run out and turned into something else right over here. And that is petroleum coke. And that petroleum coke I'm using for other things. Now, they've really thought this game way out, bro. They thought it way out, that this goes into that, and this you can use for that, and so on and so forth. And if I have any excess, the excess goes into my Awesome Sync. Now, why do I run it into my Awesome Sync? Well, that's so this does not stop. If my plastic production stops because I have too much excess residue or too much excess petroleum coke, then I have no plastic. Then the things that I'm making from that plastic do not continue to make. So you always want to make sure that you're doing something with your excess, either feeding it back into the system or running it into the Awesome Sync or running it into other manufacturing over there. Now, again, underneath here, we've got our oil extraction going. You can see I got our oil here at the bottom. We got an impure node there. No luck on pure nodes over here. But we're running that in, and this is also producing rubber over here, right? Oh, well, actually, that's producing plastic. There's one of these producing rubber. That's petroleum coke. Where'd my rubber one go? I don't know. What are we doing over here? That's all plastic. I think I converted all the plastic. Yeah, I did. I converted all the plastic because we were running low on plastic because I was plenty of rubber. Rubber you're going to end up with a lot of. So there's 3 oil nodes here being extracted, converting into plastic, rubber, or petroleum coke, and then being run back to our base to be used into those central boxes that you saw earlier. Now, Heims, thank you for coming in, dropping that dragon hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. Now, we're going to do a battle now. I did hear that battle call. We're going to go to battle. Let's go. Let's see, 96 to 35. I think we might have this. Let's go. Yesterday, we had the most units ever, 360 plus units placed. Because you guys are on the ball. You got to place 1 unit every 5 minutes to get 6 units down. The more units you place, the more loot you're going to get right over here. Let's do it. Open the captain's chest because you're going to get more kills and more assists, potentially by placing more units. All right, grant some rewards. Let's see. Big P Daddy. We got Rotisserie G and JC Hunter all getting the extra love. We're going to get your units leveled up. We're going to get you guys some gold today. I always keep it always max viewer gold. I want you guys to get it. I got plenty of gold. I got 11,000. In fact, I had it up to 26,000. I have to start using it up because it's just sitting there. Let's use it for some upgrades for our units. And then, okay, so JC Hunter actually coming in MVP of that round. Congrats to JC Hunter. And we're going to push for this loyalty chest right here. So we're going to go 3 right here. I think you guys can take it on. Come on, we got this. Let's do a little bit tougher one. We're going to call out the Pally. Let's see. Kind of feel like the left side is going to be where the action's at. So we're going to go ahead, throw the Pally right there, and he's going to push his way through and try to wipe out that boss. Come and join me, everybody. You can find that link in the chat. And come and join us. A little side game we play called Stream Raiders. Very, very fun. Highly recommend it. And guess what? It's free. That's right. It's free to play. So you can go in there. You can go ahead and get it on mobile or on desktop now, which is awesome. And you go ahead and play along with us here in the stream. You're very welcome to play, whether you've never played before or whether you're an old pro. Come and join us. Now, up here, you can see I've got a bunch of transport, and I've got a transport over here. Now, I'm about to dazzle you, everybody. Let's go be dazzled by the massive amount of power that I've set up out here. Now, at my game stage I was at when I set this power up, this is a tremendous amount of power. This is 5,000 power being produced by oil. And that is like nuclear power level. Nuclear power is 2,500 per nuclear power. But if you can get enough oil together into one place, you can do stuff like this. You ready? We're going to go ahead and run over here. This is one of my favorite things in this particular playthrough is just to run around this corner and come along this, everybody. Look at this beast of a oil refinery over here. Look at what it's doing. It just keeps going on and on and on. Look at this power being produced, and we're running it all inline down the line here. We have a couple pure oil nodes out here that we're utilizing. Remember, this is 5,000 power. This is a lot of factory. In fact, the most power I've even used, and I can make anything in the game right now, is about 3,000 power. So I wasn't even close to maximum after putting this power in. Now, this is perpetual power. Now, here's the cool thing that it does. When you start this up using your coal plants, it actually starts your oil up. It basically extracts the oil, so it gets your oil extractor running. It runs it over here. It refines it into fuel, so it's also got your refineries running. And then it runs it into your actual oil power, which then fuels the extractor and the refiner. So now it becomes perpetual power, and you no longer need the coal power, and you can go ahead and do this. Now, this is just these 2 rows. If we just go ahead and peek around the corner here, guess what? We got a whole other row over there. A whole nother row running over here, producing crazy tons of oil power. That is a lot of oil power, everybody. Now, we can also go right over here to our hypertubes and just go look and see. Now, we got a huge area. Now, there's more oil over here, by the way. There's tons more that I can go and get. Again, remember, this is the 3rd start over. So if you want to have just pure nodes out, left, right, and down, you can go ahead and give this one a playthrough. It's very, very fun. Now, this one actually doesn't go too much further. It just goes down here. So there's one oil node there. And I'm just going to get close. I'm not going to run all the way over there, but you're going to see it from way over here. Way off there in the distance, those are 2 pure oil nodes that I'm running all the way from over there. Now, if you notice, no pumps. 0 pumps being run. And why is that? That's because I have my foundation just slightly below the water level. And so when you put your extractors, it actually extracts it, brings it above the water level, and I can run it along here with absolutely no pumps whatsoever. That's right. Less power being used, less work for you. And you can go ahead and run that all the way down the line. Look at this. This is just too awesome. And then, of course, we've also got this one running, and we've got another one running from back there. We're running all that oil power. Now, this one's being put into this one, and these are pure nodes, so these need their own lines all together over there. Let's run back over this way. I love how this one goes around the outside corner. I made this one where it kind of loops around. Very fun. These are hyper tubes. These are great for getting around. And I can make this even bigger if I wanted to. But oil power is really great because if you have enough oil laying around, you could really boost the size of your base and boost what you're building. Big time. And I work very efficiently. These are all the refineries over here. These refineries are taking the oil and converting it into fuel. And then you can see that we're creating some resin, which is our trash material. But we can convert it into something else if we want to. But I just take it. You can see it's all running out up here. And it's running it into that awesome sink over there, which is constantly getting me tickets, by the way. It's just running it into here. And it's nonstop earning me tickets all day, every day. Right? Just running all that excess. The reason why I run the excess is so that my refineries don't stop. If my refineries stop, then it stops making fuel, which then stops my power, which then stops my oil extraction, which then stops my refineries, right? So everything is interconnected. You can see I've got it all in line, running a real long pipe right down there. Pretty great. Pretty great. So that's 5,000 power being produced right there. And let's just take a power check. Right over here, we got a power pole to do a power check. Right now, I'm only using very, very efficiently. Remember, I can make anything in the game right now. It's making tons and tons of resources right at this moment, and I'm only using about 2,000 power. Big G Man coming in with a 14 months of sub love. Thank you so much for that love. Boy, whoa, hold on. Get it. Get it. Thank you so much. Let's show him some love in the chat, everybody. Big G Man, longtime supporter of the stream. Show him some love. In the chat. Come on, participate in the chat, everybody. Let's see some hearts in there. You can use your Twitch hearts. You can use your Kismet hearts. You can use whatever heart you want. Throw it in the chat there for Big G Man. How you been, Big G Man? Thanks for coming in the stream. Always great to see you. Right here, we got, let's see, 2,000 power being used. Now, you might notice I've got 9,000, almost 10,000 power. I'm going to go show you how I got that going as well. We're going to do a couple more stops here. We're going to do aluminum, and then we're going to show you my nuclear power. And then we're going to start all over again. I'm going to show you how to do this from complete scratch. But we won't know where the nodes are because I've never played this this particular area. So we're going to have to search out for the nodes. I'm going to show you great ways of finding nodes and tapping into nodes and starting from the very beginning, getting your biofuel and all that kind of stuff. And we're going to leave our biofuel as part of our base in the long run because our biofuel actually comes into play later when we're making items like fabric and things like that. So we're going to leave it as part instead of taking it out like I did it in this one. We're going to try to leave all of our stuff in our next playthrough. And as you can see, I like to build up. Look, everybody, I still didn't take that out. I did that at the very beginning of my playthrough, and I thought, well, I'm going to go take that out, and I've never got around to it. Oh, well. Oh, well, that's okay. We'll just leave it. All right, let's run all the way back to our base. Now, up here, you can see this also, the scanner. The scanner actually allows me to scan the area for items like animals and things like that. It actually boosts the ability to scan. I rarely ever use the scanner. I should probably get in the habit of using it a bit more. But as you can see, also back behind here, we can see that we have our plastic running in there. And then up above there, we've got our rubber. Get a little closer here. Whoa, get knocked off. There it is, right there. Our rubber up there. And that's being run into the factory and, of course, into all of these storage boxes over here. So let's go ahead and run over this way. Now, again, in the beginning, if you're working very vertically, you're going to be using ramps. Now, this is how I typically build my ramps. Now, underneath here actually was our foundations, was one of these. Right? But I removed it so I could run back and forth. But actually, there's a more efficient way of doing this. You actually want to unlock using your tickets. This one right here called the double ramp. The double ramp is the greatest thing in here. Well, the greatest thing in here for making ramps. You want to unlock that as quick as possible. There we go. The double ramp, see, it has double-sided, right? So it's like two of these ramps in one, right? It's like two of those turned in opposite directions. The double ramp is the best for making ramps. But you got to unlock it as quick as possible from the Awesome Shop, and that'll help you out. Now, there's a bunch of stuff that way. Again, we already kind of looked at that. We're going to go up here. We're going to look at our nuclear power, and we need to get started on our new playthrough. Now, we got a train running right here. Now, this train is actually picking up a bunch of resources. It's actually picking up our stators and running that into one train car. It's also grabbing, what else is it grabbing out of here? Our concrete from this side while we're waiting for our train to come back. It's grabbing our concrete from this side. There we go. Concrete running into there. We also have something coming out called bauxite. Bauxite is for our aluminum. That's running over this way. And we're running water and aluminum and water, bauxite, all that stuff over here to our aluminum production. Look at those. We're running it along the wall, all nice and neat. And of course, look at our beautiful 90-degree turns there as well. We'll get into that. We're running our bauxite into and water into there. And then that creates our alumina solution, as well as we're going to run a little extra silica. But that silica we just run in the awesome sink, which you can see it actually running up here. It'll run out of there and run into the awesome sink over there. And then that goes onto this right here, which is our aluminum scrap. Our aluminum scrap also has excess water. That excess water is being packaged right over here, and that excess water then being run out into the awesome sink as well to get rid of it, because we don't want it to backlog. We don't want it to stop. We want it to keep going until it's completely full. Now over here, we've also got a foundry. We're bringing our aluminum scrap and our silica over here. Now it's actually our aluminum scrap has stopped, and there's probably a reason for that, and I could go figure it out, but I don't really need to, because after that it goes over here, makes our sheets, and those sheets then get run out into our boxes over here. Now the reason why I don't need to run anymore is because I got a box full of it right there. I got another box and another box and another box almost full of that, or filling up of that aluminum, right? So we got plenty of aluminum to go around. Now what's aluminum good for? Well, aluminum's great for the highest in conveyor belt, right over here, conveyor belt level 5, which is 780 resources per minute. You might notice that I have them everywhere now, right? As you get to this part of the game, you can run those really high-speed conveyors everywhere. Now again, this is unmodded. No mods in this. This is the base game. How we doing on our trade? Did we miss it? I think we might have missed it. So we're going to wait for our train to come in and ride our train up, and then look at our nuclear power. Now the train is actually the fastest thing. If you're going up an incline, it's actually going to go up the incline faster than your hypertube by default, because I have a ramp that's the minimum ramp, right? You do not want to put your trains on really heavy inclines, because they will go really, really slow and really not be very effective. So as you can see, I built a ramp as far out as I possibly could before it got to the level at which I needed to build stuff on the other side, right? So I kind of built up and over all that stuff by starting it way back here, which is perfect because it was right here where my hub was, and that allowed me to put the train station in, and then of course feed all the resources that I need for that nuclear power, which you can see right here. You see we have 2 nuclear power running right there. Now we're waiting for our train, which will show up here in a second. It's going to be coming down the line here. I love watching the train. I can sit here and watch trains all day long. In fact, let's play chicken with the train. You ready? We're going to play chicken with the train. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Look out! Whoa! That was close. It can't actually kill you yet, but look out in the future, because it might be able to kill you later on. Now, what we're going to do is go ahead and climb up here. We're going to get on the train. Up here. Now, we can also get in the train, too, but I like to get on the train. We can watch it actually loading and unloading items. Up here, see it's unloading that one, which is our box right for our aluminum. Just so freaking cool every single time, everybody. Every single time. Now, when I first started playing this game, it was before they added the trains. When it first came out in early access on the Epic Game Store. And then they added trains, and it was already an 8 out of 10. It was a 10 out of 10 with trains. And then they added fluids and hypertubes and a whole bunch of other stuff, which easily makes it a 10 out of 10. This is an instant buy. Whether you buy it on Steam or buy it on the Epic Game Store, hey, you go buy it, what do I get? I get nothing. I'm not officially affiliated with them or sponsored by them. So I just tell it to you straight, right? I tell it to you straight anyway. That's just the way I am. There we go. Thanks, man. I'm not doing too bad. Thanks. Oh, well, I'm glad you're doing good, man. Let's see. So what's the difference between pure oil and normal oil? I vaguely recall you mentioning pure as output more per minute. Exactly, Pocket Taco. A pure node outputs more per minute, right? So if you have a coarse node, you're going to get 60. If you have a normal node, you're going to get 120. And if you have a pure, or you're going to get 60, 120. Right, no, 30. 30 is a coarse node, 60 is a normal node, and pure is a 120 at the very beginning. But then you get a Mark II, and then you get 240. So here we are at a train station. Let's watch it unload all of these resources now. And so as quick as it possibly can, grabbing the resources down there and bringing it over here. So what's the benefit of this? Well, the benefit of this is I did not have to run 5 different lines over here, or run one super fast line and then have it sort over here. The train can go over, grab it, grab all the different resources, and sort it in the appropriate ones that it wants to go. right? That's what's so great about the trains. And they go really, really fast, and they're really, really fun to ride on. Right, I'm going to walk backwards so the train goes bye-bye. Bye-bye, train. And that's bringing all those resources in. Now, over here on the side, it's actually running these resources out of here and running it into our manufacturing over here. Now, we got to make sure that we put on a radiation suit because we're going to get radiated. Make sure that you do have some of these ionized filters right here for your thing. And we'll get into all that when we play through again. But you got to have that to resist the radiation that I'm about to get radiated by. Now, over here, we also got a bunch of water running. You can tell because it's blue there. And that water and the bauxite that we were talking about earlier is being run up to here. And you can see I've got a nice big storage tank for my water there. But if we just kind of peek over the side here, we can see we're extracting some water there. And that is actually for my nuclear power, that water there. But it's also extracting bauxite, that bauxite coming up, going across, and then being run over into some boxes so it can backlog a bit and then end up in the train. Look at that. That means I have all of those. All 4 boxes are full of that extra bauxite. Very nice. Now, way over on the other side, you might notice that we got a train running over here. Wait a minute. What's this train all about? What's this going on over here? Now, this is where we're going to get radiated, everybody. Because that train, let's see if it comes, where is it at? I think it's coming up right here. You can actually see it on your radar up there at the top, by the way. Now, we'll get close to it so you can see what happens when it goes by. Here it comes. See my radiation levels at the top there going up? That's right. It's bringing raw uranium ore over there. It's actually one of my best uranium nodes I've ever found. It's actually on the surface level. Most of the time, they're hidden underneath there where you have to really fuddle with them. But as you can see, it's bringing it over there. Now, you don't want to spend too much time in the radiation zones. You're going to get radiated. But we're going to go ahead and take the train back. I wonder if it's less radiated on the way back without the radiation in there. I would think so. I would think it'd have less radiation, right? Let's go over here and see if we can catch it on the way back. Unless that thing is full and it still has some in the back, and it does look like it is. It looks like that's full. That means we're going to get radiated all the way there. Now, here's what you can do. You can just jump on the train as it's coming by. Ah, I missed it. I pressed it too many times. Now, what do you do when you miss your train? You go ahead and use your little mini vehicle. That was my bad. My bad. Almost had it. I pressed it too many times. That's my bad. All right, where's my vehicle? There we go. The ultimate epic vehicle right here. Look at that. Awesome. Awesome. Let's go. So I love this vehicle. It's my favorite actual vehicle in the game, even more than trains. I think this is exactly the vehicle that they would give you if you were working for some big nameless corporation that's a space corporation that's going from planet to planet and grabbing all the resources from it. I think this is exactly what they would give you. Very corporation appropriate. All right, we'll ride the train on the way back. We'll just go ahead and drive this way. Now, I can see way down there, there's a bunch of stuff. This is a pretty dense forest and a very dangerous forest. There might be a big old spider over here that's going to try to eat our face. Actually, just in case there is, hold on. Let's go ahead and pick this up. And let's get on the other side of the tracks like this. And then we'll go ahead and just put that back down again. All right, here we go. And when our train goes by, we're going to get a little radiated. There it goes. Now, see where these walls are? Where these walls are, that tells me beyond that area, I'm going to get radiated. Ready? Bam. I always set that so I know when I'm going to get radiated. Then right over here, we've got a ramp. Now, this ramp goes way down into this very, very dangerous area. There's a lot of big mobs over here. Wherever you have radiation... Oh, speaking of, big spider. Wherever you have a lot of this kind of stuff, you're going to have a lot of mobs that are going to try to eat your face. So make sure to come here with weapons so you're properly ready. And then, of course, you can also block them. Like you can see, I've got a spider. You might have seen him. There he is out there trying to get to me. This is our actual uranium node that we're extracting at 120, which means that it's actually a coarse node right there. Because that's a Mark II. So that's being extracted from there and then being run up, way up into the top, as you can see there. So let's go ahead and run our way back up again. And of course, I built this all out so I could run all this stuff up here. I really need to take that out so that spider stops coming up here. Look out, spider. Let's block him. Let's block him out. All right. Now, the spider can climb up the side, so the spider can actually climb up that and get up here to the top where I'm at. Oh, there's the train. Quick. Come on, ride it. Ride the train. All right, we're going to try that whole grab the train thing again. We're going to get out of the radiation zone because we're going to get radiated by all of that resources. And we're going to try to grab it as it goes by. This way it can load and all of that so we're not burning up all of our stuff while we're waiting. So, basically, we go in and we grab the uranium, and then it runs toward my primary factory, which you guys saw in the giant tour I just did of how I got started and all that stuff. Now, we're going to start again. We're going to start a brand new one. After this, we're going to take this back. We're going to look at my nuclear power, and then we're going to start a brand new playthrough through the game. So here we go. Come on, baby. I'm going to catch this train this time. I'm going to catch it. Aha! I got it that time. Now, I'm going to get radiated like crazy on the way over there because in here, in this storage right here, is my raw uranium ore. And as you can see, the trains go really fast, about 120 kilometers per hour, or miles per hour, kilometers per hour, or whatever. You know, the other system that the U.S. doesn't use, the metric system. And we're going to go ahead and run it in here. Now, you want to stay away from this. You want to build all of this before you start this running. Because you're going to get just absolutely radiated over here. It's going to burn up all your... Look how fast it burns up my filter over here. Big time. So that's running into this, and then this goes ahead and runs over here. Now, I'm also producing, using sulfur. I'm producing some sulfuric acid. That sulfuric acid is then being run with the uranium. That uranium then being converted into uranium pellets with some extra sulfuric acid. Now, we've run our extra sulfuric acid out the end here, and I've done a little RP with it. Very, very fun as well. Hi, Mr. Streamer Man. Can you help me build a factory? In a second, Durbin, I certainly can. We're going to start all over again from scratch. Where's your factory? It's down the hill. I'll show it to you here in just a second. We just went on a big tour of it as well. Now, over here, we've run all of this extra over this way. So, oh, wow, it's actually filling up pretty good. All the sulfuric acid. And I just said, you know what? I'm just going to dump that. So you can't really do it in game, but my RP is I'm just going to dump it off the side. So I'm going to actually go in here. I'm going to say the full pipe network, and I'm going to flush all that extra sulfuric acid over the side. Now, it would be awesome if it actually did it, by the way, if it actually poured it off the thing. But what it's doing is it's clearing all of this, of that extra sulfuric acid back here. Look, see, it's clearing all of that so that it doesn't stop and backlog and stop making my nuclear stuff. Oh, I can't jump over that. I got to go up and over this way. I can't jump over because I don't have my skates on. All right, then we'll go down this way. Now, again, we're going to get radiated like crazy when we're over here. Down the ladder. There we go. Getting it down the ladder is the hardest thing. Oh, it's okay. Just jump down. Now, once that makes those pellets then run through this box right here, and they run over to this. Now, again, this is the highest stuff in the game right now over here, and then we're making uranium pellets and concrete and combining them into encased uranium cells. Now, again, this is the highest level stuff currently in the game. Now, they haven't done tier 8 yet. They're still adding a whole bunch of stuff to it. This is early access, but I'm showing you some of the highest end stuff now. We run that over here. And then, of course, you can see them running in here, and they're running into our nuclear fuel rods, which are used in case uranium, in case industrial beams, and electromagnetic control rods. Now, for some reason, it doesn't have any control rods in there, so we better go over here and take a look. Oh, it's yellow, but it's missing something. What does it need? AI limiters. So I've run out of AI limiters, and we need to actually set up that production and bring those over and have those run. And we could do all of that, but we ain't doing that. We're going to go over here to our nuclear power. Here we go. Now, here's our final step in the chain over here where it makes those nuclear fuel rods. It runs those nuclear fuel rods into our nuclear power over here along with water. And then if we go up above here, we can go ahead and take a look at the process. That's going on in the nuclear power plant. Isn't that awesome how they built out the whole entire thing in there? There's our rods running in there. It's running in the water itself, and of course producing 2,500 power. That's a lot of power. We got 2 of them, so it's 5,000 power being produced right here. Now you do have waste materials, and I did a little test, and you can't obviously run them into the awesome sink. You cannot do that. But then you've got to have a whole backlog. What you're going to do is end up with a backlog of waste materials. You got to find a place to dump those waste materials. I suggest launching them into the sun. That's what I would do with them, but that's just me and my crazy ideas. Here on this planet, we just dump them in some random spot. Oh, there goes another one there. So again, this one's building up as well. Now, of course, the closer I get to it, the more radiated I get. So that is the highest part of the entire game right there. Now, if we look back in this direction, you can see that it's pulling all of my stuff from my main factory way down there and bringing it up to here. It's making everything that I can make right now, except for turbo motors. We did not make turbo motors in this particular playthrough, but that's okay. Maybe we'll do it in our next one. We run that train up, and the train's feeding all of it up here, and then also grabbing materials here for our aluminum production down there. Look at that down there. Look at that. Just dumping sulfuric acid down there. I hear it doing all the stuff. All right, so that's it for this playthrough, everybody. That's it. Let's just go ahead and save the game. Final run. Let's see. Final run, selection 3. All right, that was the final spot in selection 3. Confirmed. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go back to the main menu like this, and we're going to start a brand new game. Now, how did I do all of that stuff and got it to that level and do all of that stuff? Well, you're about to find out right now. We're going to start a new game right over here. Now, the one we just did was this one right here called the Northern Forest. It's called More Advanced. It's for more advanced pioneers because you're going to have some mobs on you and whatnot in the very beginning as well. But you're going to start with some pure nodes like I did. And whoa, does it make it way easier. I think if you're a bit more advanced at the game, you understand about nodes and all that stuff, the pure nodes are going to be extracting at a higher rate from the very beginning of the game, giving you a huge boost overall the game. Now, we've also played the desert one over here. The Dune Desert, that's the most latest one. That's the new one that they started with. And, of course, we played the Green Fields, or the Forest one, as I like to call it. I've played that one multiple times. Very, very fun. Great one to start if you're just starting the game. You definitely want to start with the Forest. You're going to get started up with some resources, and it's going to teach you a bit on how to play the game. Now, with this one, I have actually never played before, and it's actually a first-time player one as well. Textbook example of fixed approved building location with balanced resources, space, distances. Additionally, it's very close to the sea, making water an easy commodity. Ooh, water is going to be easy. Awesome. Session name needs at least 3 characters. So we need to give it a session name. We're going to call this one Selection 2. How about that? Selection 2, Old Desert. How about that? All right, we're going to call it that. Session name is going to be private. Now, basically, you can also have your friends come in and join you in-game. It is a multiplayer game. When they go to servers, I'm going to get a mega server. You know it. I'm going to hit up my buddies at Nitrato and go over there and get a mega server for this, and we can all play together. That's going to be epic level, epic level. All right, so we're going to say Rocky Desert. That's where we want to go, and we're going to go ahead and start. So I'm just going to play a private game for right now. We're going to play through and have some fun. All right, new playthrough has begun. Let's listen in. I love a new playthrough.
Attention Pioneer. The following instructional video is a summary of your impending duties as an exoplanetary pioneer for Fixit Incorporated. Fixit pioneers have 3 cyclical assigned pillars of work to ultimately accomplish project assembly. Use provided blueprints to build the necessary buildings. Chart the planet and gather resources to provide desired results and improve your infrastructure. Make sure to report any unusual discoveries to R&D for analysis.
Overburden.
Expand your factories, outposts, and pipelines through automation and augmentation. That's it. Get to work and be effective.
All right, here we go. Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
Please remain seated during full.
Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, no. Here we go. We're into the atmosphere. I'm feeling my toes tingle. Oh, my gosh. It's getting hot in here. I don't think we're going to make it. I want my mama. I want my blankie. I don't think we're going to make it. Oh, my God. Oh, God. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot here. Ah! Have a little fun along the way, everybody. It's okay. Be silly in your life. It's okay. It's fine. Forget everybody else. Do what you love to do in your life, as I'm doing right this moment. Playing some games and talking to you. Let's do it. Let's do it. I've never seen the beginning of the game. It looks cool. They did a really good job at the beginning of this game. I love the voiceover. I love how it gets you started. It's really phenomenal. We'll get to that battle in a second.
Planetfall complete. Please ensure the integrity of your multi-purpose exploration suit is at 100%. Remember, efficiency first. Godspeed.
Ah, gives me goosebumps.
Welcome to Planet Massage 2 ABB, your designated sector in the binary star system of Akicha. I am Ada, also known as Artificial Directory and Assistant, tasked to support pioneers, such as you, in their mission. You are the third of your sector to survive planetfall. Congratulations. Note: objective-based introduction initialized. Welcome to onboarding.
We're going to go through this first.
Objective. Please dismantle the drop pod. The resulting materials will be repurposed to construct a habitat and utility base, from now on referred to as the hub. Note: Fixit Incorporated is cost-effective and efficient. We do not waste.
True. All right. We're going to get into that in just a second. Let's go ahead and do our battle real quick here. A little side game we play called Stream Raiders. We're going to battle, and then we're going to get into it, everybody. I've never been at this starter zone, so we're going to see what this starter zone's all about. Oh, look at that bomber going straight in. Nice move. Ah, look at that side attack. Look at that side attack. Good switchback by Termin there. We got a.k.a. Chain Killer in there with his Barbarian helping out. Rotisserie G with the epic heals. Kismet going for the boss right there. We got Drunk Enough up at the top there, rocking the skull arrow. Our skull archer, very nice. Thanks for using those epics. I think that's going to make it an epic win. Now, yesterday, guess what? We had we had 360 units placed, the most ever. We're going to try to get up there. That was 69 left right there. Let's open the captain chest. Give you guys some love. Big Puff D, Genghis Khan, Rotisserie G, Kahan 22. I'm probably butchering your name. And, of course, Genghis coming in with 14 assists as the MVP of that round. Nice job, everybody. Absolutely crushing it. We're going to try to get you this loyalty one today. Now, remember, yesterday I did 13 hours of battles. We're going to try to do it again today, so settle in. Settle in for tons of battles today. If you want to support the stream, please help us get to 100 skins up there so we can get another one, just like my buddy Norbert here, unlocked. I would love to get Sparkle in there, the awesome Sparkle Dog. Let's see those Sparkle emotes in the chat. I'd love to get Sparkle Dog in the game. That would be amazing. Again, remember, you can't gift them or you can't purchase them in the store for Stream Raiders. So if you appreciate all of these... hold on. Hold on. Hold on a second. We got an OBS being in overwhelmed mode. We got to wait for it to stop being overwhelmed. All right, hold on. We got to wait for it to stop being overwhelmed. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me and I'm not in robot mode. If I'm actually moving, put a 1 in the chat. I have a really complex stream. I got tons of stuff going on at the same time. So every now and again, OBS goes, ah! Just like, I can't take it, Kismet. It's too much. It's too much. So there we go. So put a 1 in the chat when you can't see and hear me. I do appreciate it. And Durbin Legacy, thank you so much for that 15, or for that follow 15 minutes ago. Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. All right, now we're going to come back to this in about 30 minutes. We're going to be doing battles all day long. We're going to get back to Satisfactory. We started a brand new playthrough in selection number 2. There's Fred. Hey, we already got Fred. This is already going to be a great playthrough when we see Fred running around. All right, so now it's going to tell us a bit on how to get started in the game. We're going to walk through all the basics of the game, the beginning of it, and walk all the way through again until we get to nuclear power again. All right, let's start over here, dismantling the drop pod. Press F to enter dismantle mode and hold the left mouse button while in dismantle mode. Now, I have played through the game many times before, so just a heads up, everybody. But we're going to still go through the tutorial so everybody can see it. Okay, so I've dismantled that, and now it's going to tell me the next thing.
Fixit data and communication is recorded and stored in the codex, including these steps.
I love that lady. All tutorial messages and emails will be saved in the codex. Press X to check out the codex. Now, I'm on PC, by the way. This game is just on PC for now, but I would imagine eventually it's coming to console because this game's a 10 out of 10. This is a home run, this baby, for sure. So we can go ahead and we can look at our inbox. Nothing in there. We can look at our tutorials. Aha, there we go. We got our tutorial, and we can listen to them again if we want to. But we can go ahead and just check them off, or we can mark them all as red down there and whatnot. And we also have our recipes, so our parts that we're going to be working on, equipment, buildings, and vehicles. We'll get into all of that in just a moment. All right, there we go.
Second objective. Please ensure you have your Fixit Incorporated Xeno Zapper equipped before leaving the drop zone. Note: according to Fixit regulations, every pioneer should have access to a means of defense against extraterrestrial threats.
All right, now, to equip the Xeno Zapper, we're going to press Tab to open the inventory. We're going to drag and drop the equipment into our hand slot to equip it. Further instructions on how to use the inventory are listed below the menu. All right, there we go right there. And then down here is what they're talking about. All these things down here, how to use your equipment. But we're going to go ahead and take this, and we're going to put this in our hands. So we got a little zip, zip, zip. Zappity, zappity, zap, zap.
Third objective. Please familiarize yourself with the resource scanner to find iron. Note: the acquisition of iron is considered essential in preparation for all future objectives.
True. All right, so we got to find and collect iron ore. Press V to scan the iron nodes. The location of the scanning resource nodes will appear on the HUD compass. Hold E to gather resources from resource nodes and deposits. So I'm going to hold V. Now, when you first, this is the trickiest thing about this. When you first go to scan, if you just hit V, it does nothing. V like Victor. But if you hold down V, then it comes up with the thing. Then you can scan for iron ore. And then if you want to scan again, then you just press V, right? Holding down V is the thing that I always forget. Okay, so we got one 300 in that direction. We got an iron node 500, 600 in that direction. So we have 3 iron nodes within our starting point. Now, obviously, you want to go to the one that's closest. And so we're going to go ahead and run up to the closest one. Now, also along the way, we can pick up these things, which are barrel nuts. Now, barrel nuts actually act as healing food, kind of like healing potions. Kind of like that as you run along. Now, watch out for baddies over there. I can see some over there. There's little bees over there. And so we got Fred out here helping us. We got a bunch of barrel nuts. Look at them all over the place. Look at these barrel nuts. We're going to get it going on. Please show factory on stream. Durbin, I already told you 5 times, bro. There is no factory. I just started over the game. There is no factory right now. We just started over. I already showed the factory. I actually did a full tour of it for the last hour. So if you missed it, you can actually go back and watch it on my VOD later if you want. As well as you can watch it on my YouTube channel, how I got started, my entire playthrough and all of that. All that stuff will be running up there over time as well. So, and we're going to be building a factory from scratch right now. So if you want to see my factory, I'm going to build it right now. So it's easy to find it. All right. Then when we lost track of where it's at, now I know where it is. I can see it right over there. But I can go ahead and hit V again to scan it again. And you'll see me do that a lot. And then we run. Now see how it does that little aura? That means there's multiple nodes in the same spot. And so it looks like we've got 3 nodes right here. Now, whenever you're by a node, just assume there's something evil about to attack you and want to eat your face, right? right over here. Now, right here, we've got an iron ore. Now, this is a normal node. See, it says normal next to it. That means it's a medium level node. In there, basically, it is going to give you about 60 extraction. A coarse one's going to give you 30 from the very beginning. And, of course, a pure node is going to be 120. Now, we got a little bit of baddies over here that we're going to need to take care of if we're going to want to get these nodes over here. We also need to look around for any other baddies. I don't see any of those guys who usually run along the ground. So let's go ahead and take them on. They love to get behind you. Got to get them with a double hit. Now that damaged property means that you're getting hit because you are actually the property of the corporation and whatnot. Why am I restarting? Because I already finished that playthrough. I crushed that playthrough. That playthrough is done. And now we want to try a different starter location because we haven't tried the starter location yet. So that's what we're doing. So another normal node here. We're going to get 60 extractions to start there. And then over here, another normal. Now having 3 normals is actually better than one pure node. And that's because we have 60, that's 120. We have 180 to start with, right? So that's 180 versus 120 if we only had a single node. So actually, that's not a bad start. That's a pretty good start. So what we want to do is we want to take off the top part of the node, which is like the crown of the node. And so we're going to hold down E.
4th objective, build the hub. Note: to complete this objective, the resources salvaged from the drop pod will be consumed. Caution: ensure the hub is built on spacious open terrain close to the presence of iron sources. Failure to do so will likely result in non-optimal progress.
We will rock you. That's what that's actually tapping out right there, everybody. It's actually tapping out that sound. All right, so it said build the hub. To improve the efficiency, the hub is the best built near iron nodes. The hub can be found in the build menu by pressing Q. Further instructions on how to use the build menu are listed below the menu. All right, so I'm gonna hit Q like Quentin, I guess. I knew a Quentin when I was young. And we're gonna go ahead and put our hub down. This is the thing that's gonna get it all started. Now, putting your hub down doesn't really matter because you can actually take it up later. You can take up anything later in this game, and that's why I love it the most. Now, as you can see, our hub's not really that built up yet until we progress through the game.
Congratulations. You have unlocked Hub Feature, Manual Craft Bench. Hub Feature, Hub Terminal. 5th objective, complete Hub Upgrade 1. Note: the Craft Bench and Hub Terminal are essential for progression to the next objective.
That is true. All right, so we got a crafting bench, and these are the things we can craft right now. We can craft some iron ingots, some iron plates, and iron rods. Over here, we've got our tier 0, which is basically just our hub upgrade. And then, of course, we're going to unlock all the tiers as we play through the game again and try to get to that nuclear power again, and then maybe even beyond in this playthrough because we've done all the starting modes except for this one. Once we get this one done, we're probably going to build a gigantic mega base because look at all this space. See, I always look at a planet based on its space. How much space do I have to build? Do I have to build vertically? Do I have to build horizontally? How can I build in that particular area and start to tap into all of those resources and bring them to my primary base? In this case, we're literally right next to the iron, right? We got a nice big open space, not too many mobs bothering us. It's not too dangerous. We're a pretty good starter spot right over here. So we got that iron. Now what do we need to do? So for our upgrade over here, we click on this, and it's going to give us an equipment workshop, a portable miner, and some more inventory slots. And what we need is 10 iron rods. So we're going to select that milestone, and it's going to show up here on the right side. I love all the displays and the UI in this game. It's really, really well done. So we need to make 10 of these iron rods. So let's go over here to the crafting bench, and we're going to go ahead and make some iron ingots first from our raw ore that we just collected. And you can see that the numbers are going up. And when we get that to 10... we're going to go ahead and make 10 iron rods. There we go. And that's going to get us our very first upgrade. Upgrade hub. All sorts of new stuff.
Congratulations. You have unlocked Building Workshop. Equipment, portable miner. Inventory, additional slots. Hub feature, personal storage. Sixth objective, complete hub upgrade 2. Note, portable miners require no power and will mine a node until their inventory is full. Note, multiple portable miners can be used on a single node.
That's good to know, all of that stuff. So it said, the equipment workshop is used to craft equipment like the portable miner. The portable miner can be placed on a node by pressing left mouse button. So you basically put it like you're going to put it in your hand. You press the left mouse button and it puts it down. We're going to do that in a minute. Press Q to open the build menu. Open the build menu here, and then we can actually produce equipment workshops and craft benches as well. And then buildings can be dismantled without loss of resources. To enter dismantle mode, you hit F, and you go ahead and take that stuff out if you no longer need it, or you want to move it, or that kind of stuff down the road. Hey, the English Adventure! Welcome, welcome. Thanks for hanging out. We are starting all over again. Yeah, I just started over. Yeah. Well, bye, Durban Legacy. Okay, whatever. I'm sure it's all about you in the chat, apparently. Hey, man, thanks for being here, Adventurer. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. We're starting over again. We have done all of the different start areas, and we're going to go ahead and start with number 2 this time, because that's the one we haven't done yet. I call it the old desert, right? This is the old desert, and they have a new desert version that they've done. I actually like the new desert one, too. That one was a lot of fun. We played through that one. But I call this the equipment workshop right here. Now, anytime I have anything like alien remains or anything like that, I put them in there, barrel nuts, things like that. I put all that in there to start. I don't put my ore in there because I want to use my ore to make stuff, right? Now, you can also keep your barrel nuts on you if you want to heal yourself. I rarely ever do. I'm usually at 3 points most of the time. It triggers everybody in the chat. But because I'm usually in the base, I'm usually not taking on mobs. And when I'm taking on mobs and I'm exploring, then I keep my health high. But if I'm not exploring, there's no real reason to keep it high. Because if you die, you're right there at the base and you can just go and get your stuff. There's no point. All right, so we're going to work on hub upgrade number 2. We're going to go ahead and select that as a milestone. Now, what we need is we need some iron plates and we need some iron rods. Now, to make some items here, we need to go in and we need to get our other item going here, which is our equipment bench. And to make that equipment bench, you need to have some plates and rods. Now, I could just go to the next upgrade of my hub if I want to, but we're going to work on our equipment thing first. Now, here's a great little trick for you, Kismet trick for you. If you go into the builder mode here and press the button, you're going to get your to-do list. Really, really awesome. Probably one of the best things in the game, especially for someone like me who forgets what the heck he was doing just a minute ago. Now we need 6 iron plates and 4 iron rods. So let's go ahead again, make ourselves a bunch of ignits. Now we're going to automate all of this. This is what Satisfactory is all about. You're building factories and you're building up your iron plates and building up all your rods and being super efficient along the way. I'm going to show you how to be super efficient from the very beginning of the game. And so you're not just spending all your time, which is your most valuable resource, more than anything else in the game, making power and then trying to figure out why your factories keep turning on and off and all of that, because that does happen a lot. Now, in the beginning, you're going to do a lot of this, which is manually doing it, right? Manually making plates and manually making rods, but we are going to automate it so it does all of this stuff for us. But right now, we're going to make a bunch of plates, and then we'll make a bunch of rods. And I wasn't really looking at how many I was making. I just made a bunch of them, enough so I can go ahead and put my equipment workshop down right there. Now, what's great about my equipment workshop is I can actually make stuff over here like my portable miner. So I'm going to go ahead and make a portable miner, and I've already got enough resources. So instead of me going over here and holding down the E on this to extract it, it's now going to do that for me. I'm going to put that in my hands like that, and then I'm going to walk over here. It doesn't matter where you put it. You left click, it drops down, turns into a little mining robot. They got really fantastic animations in this game. And there it goes. So now it's going to extract some iron ore. Now, if you want to speed that up, you can go ahead and put multiple of those down. I could put 1 on each node. I could put 4 on that node. I could do whatever I want. In this case, I'm kind of have it up here, and I'm kind of babying this node here. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. Now, one of the first things I do right away, instead of coming back to this craft bench, is I'll actually just make another craft bench down here. But to make that other craft bench, I have to use this craft bench to convert some more of this. Make some more iron rods, convert some more iron ingots, iron rods. And then I can make kind of a mobile craft bench. And I'll take this in and out as I need it in different areas. So I can literally just walk right from the resources right to there. Or if I decide, you know what, I want to put this right up on the resource right here. Now, this is a really good tip, by the way, everybody. Just put it right next to your resource. Why have to walk back to your hub every time? Only time you should walk back to your hub is when you're doing your upgrades. What you want to do is just grab it straight out of here. There's 50 iron ore right there. Grab it out of there and make the stuff you need to make right over here. Now, the more of this stuff that I make, the more momentum that I'm gaining. The more items I can make, which is making, collecting more resources, which allow me to make more stuff, right? So I'm going to make a bunch of iron ingots here. And then I'm going to make a bunch of iron rods, like so. Enough so we can do our upgrade. Up here, we need 10 more, our 10 total iron plates. Oops, misclicking a whole lot of stuff there. Like that. Right here. There we go. And so I've got 21 iron rods. And then I need some more iron plates. Now, what I could do instead of upgrading over there is I could just go over here and say, you know what? I want to extract even more. In fact, let's make 2 more. I mean, we're going all in, baby. We're going all in on this. So put it in your hands. And then put that down to there. And let that run. And now that's going to be extracting some more. And then over here, again, put the other one in our hands. Now, we're going to need all of these later, which is why I'm making 3 of them. I'm already thinking to the next step. But I'll show you why I made 3 of those in the very beginning. We're going to just put them all on the same node. We could put them on each individual node if we want. But each of those will be used for each node later on. Okay, so we got that going. So now we need to look again, see how we're doing. Oh, not quite enough. We gotta go ahead and convert some more over here. Let's go ahead and oh, wrong thing. We gotta go to our thing over here and make some more iron ingots. And we've got to again make 20 rods, and we've got to make 20 or 10 plates. So let's go ahead and make our rods. Rods are among the fastest thing that you make. Make some more plates. So close. A few more. I have a tendency to accidentally close that thing. I'm not doing that on purpose. I just accidentally click it from time to time. All right, more of the plates. All right, there we go. It makes about 2 of those plates each time, by the way. Then over here, we'll go ahead and double click, and then I'll put it in there. Or you can control click if you have a lot more than 1 stack, and then upgrade the hub again.
Congratulations, you have unlocked Hub Feature, Biomass Burner, Scanner Feature, Copper, New Buildings and Recipes, which can be found in the Build menu and Craft bench respectively.
Okay, so now we got...
Complete Hub Upgrade 3. Note: connect buildings to a biomass burner for power. Note: buildings such as the smelter require a recipe to be set. Advice: automate the smelting process and use portable miners for optimal results.
Sounds like an idea. Okay, so complete hub upgrade number 3. Hold V to select which resource to scan for with the resource scanner. Buildings like the smelter require a recipe to be selected and power to function. The biomass burner located in the hub generates power by consuming biomass like wood and leaves. Power generators and most buildings only have a single power line connection. That means like certain items like our bio connector, you can only run 1 line out. But then again, we're going to make some power poles and all that stuff later on. All right, so we've got 3 of those extracting. Now, when they're full, they actually stop. See, it stopped. It's got 100 there, 100 here. Woo, mama, we got a lot running here. Let's just get that. It's at 98. Let those 3 run a bit more. Now, it says hold down V to select which resource. We can do copper or iron. We're just going to do iron for right now. Buildings like the smelter require a recipe to be selected and biomass burner location, so forth. Now, we've unlocked some items in here. If we go in here and we look at the items that we unlocked our equipment workshop, which we did, our portable miners, which we're using, and we also got more inventory slots. Then we went and unlocked the smelter, the power line, the copper ingots, the wire, the cable, and of course our ability to scan for copper. We'll get into copper in just a bit. And now we're on upgrade number 3. And for upgrade number 3, we'll select that as a milestone. We're going to need plates and all of that, and then also copper. Now we're into our actual manufacturing. When we want to use our manufacturing, we're going to need our constructor. So we definitely want to get our copper going after this, right? But we can actually start using our smelter right away because we've unlocked our smelter. And that's the very first thing that you can use for smelting stuff down. So instead of me making the iron ingots, it actually will make it for me. So we can go over here and we can go ahead and unlock our smelter. And we can try to put it down on the ground. But wait a minute, what's the problem with the iron smelter? Hold on, what do we need for an iron smelter? Let's just go ahead and click this over here. And it's going to tell us over here on the right side, hit the plus. It's going to say we're going to need iron rods and we're going to need wire. Where does wire come from? Wire comes from copper. So before we can do that, we have to do our copper extraction. We also get power lines as well. We got to do our copper extraction. So we have to search for copper. So we hold down V like Victor, and then copper. Ah, right over this way. Oh, we see it over the way. Now, always be at the ready whenever you go explore. Have your little zapper ready. All right, we got copper right over the way here. Let's go take a look at it. Oh, look, it's being guarded. It's being guarded by these guys again. Anybody else hiding? Always look around because there's little mobs that run around too. But let's just go to it. Now, I just bravely run at them and try to get them as much as I can. They usually hit me anyway, so I might as well just run at them and try to kill them as quick as possible. And here we are. Here's our copper node. Hold down E. We will rock you. Yes, I did restart Call Me Vid. We did a big tour of my previous base for about an hour earlier this morning. And now we have restarted in the one that we haven't done yet, which is the second selection over, the old desert, as I like to call it. And we are starting from scratch because we can, because we love to start over, and because we're going to try different things in this playthrough. There's a parrot there, and look at this. We got one of these bacons. Now, also, see these leaves? We can also start picking up these leaves. I'm just hitting E like Edward. And you want to run around and just go crazy on picking this stuff up. Now, another thing this does is it moves all of this stuff out of your way. So if there's any mobs that are hiding in the brushes and whatnot, they won't be sneaky on you and sneak up on you, hopefully. Now, they still will anyway. They always seem to end up behind you for some reason. But we're going to go in here and we're going to grab a lot of these little leaves just laying on the ground. Now, I just go around and hit E a whole bunch, because we're going to need these in a minute, and I'm going to show you why. So let's just pick all this up on the way back over here. Very nice. Let's get all of this going. Let's get that going over here. Very nice. Okay, so we got all that going. We got a bunch of leaves on us now. We got our iron ore. We've got a little bit of our aliens remains there. We've got our bacon and whatnot. That's also like healing. And we've got some flower petals. We're going to be using that later. And we also got a little bit of wood along the way. Now, all of that other stuff I don't need right this second. So I'm constantly emptying my inventory because you don't have a lot of inventory in the very beginning. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. Now, if I want to, I can hold down Control, and it'll put all of that same type in there. I think that's the greatest thing ever. That's a great thing. I can also just hit Store All or Take All, and it will put it all, put it in. I'm a big fan of Store All and then just take out what you need. Like that. Right? Just hold down Control, take it out, or just double click it and take it out. And that works pretty good. We also need our copper. Let's get that out of there. And then we're going to go ahead and work on our next stage. Now, there's two things I can do. I can either start with my smelter, or I can go ahead and say, wait a minute, I want to put an extractor over there to be working while I'm doing other things. So I can make another portable miner here. Now, if you notice that portable miner in the Xeno Zapper is inside the equipment workshop, well, I'm going to show you a way of taking your portable miner and putting it over there on the side as well. So first thing we're going to do is clear our list for now. And if you hit X, which is like xylophone, you go ahead and pull this up, and you go into your recipes here, and you can look for the miner, right? So you search for miner, you click on it, and that's going to give you an option to add to the to-do list, so you can see what you need to make right over here. So even items that are not in your build menu, like this, right, in your builder menu, you can still put those in your to-do list, so you know what you need to build. So let's go do that. Let's go build some more plates over here. And again, you do a lot of this manually in the very beginning. I feel like it's really a great progression to do this manually to start, just to get an idea of how it's converting. And then once you understand, you know, the steps in converting it, like first you got to go iron ingots, then you can make iron plates and iron rods and so on. That's going to help you when you're making your factory later on. Okay, so there we go. So we can make a portable miner. And let's go over here, make another portable miner. And then I always keep my weapon in my hand first. I'm going to go ahead and scan again. We already know it's this way, but I'm just going to scan it again. There's another node off in the distance. Now, I didn't look at what type of node this is, and I'm going to label all my nodes this time, hopefully, if I remember. This is also a normal node. Now, pure nodes is the way to start. You got pure nodes, you're off and running. But we're going to go just basically get this normal node going. And so we'll put that in our hands. We'll go ahead. And you can put it on the outskirts, by the way, so it's as close as this as you possibly can. And it doesn't take any power at all. I love watching it. That's genius animation right there. They thought that through, bro. They thought that through. It's so awesome. And again, now it's going to do it autonomously. I don't have to do nothing. I can come back, grab a bunch of copper in a minute. So we've got our iron squared away. We collected a bunch of leaves as we were running around. I keep collecting them every time I run back and forth. If I run through some, I grab them by hitting the E key. We got a bunch of extractors going over there for iron. And now we're ready for our smelter. So again, we're going to go ahead and go to our production here. We're going to go to smelter. By the way, did you notice it pulled it off my to-do list once I made it? It's pretty great that it even knows that you've got that done. So now we're going to go ahead and do our iron rods. And in a minute, oh, wrong thing over here. And in a minute, let's actually move this to the outside now. Let's move this out here. There we go. And by the way, I don't even need this. I can go up there, but I prefer not to get too bogged down by the hub. I like to have my own things where I can just put them wherever I'm building in the moment. It makes it easier so I don't have to run back to the hub every time. You can place those anywhere. Also, they made it where the MAM can be placed anywhere, so you don't have to run back to your primary base all the time. And you'll see me be away from this base a lot. I rarely ever go back to the base only to upgrade it most of the time. Now, you might notice that we don't have any foundations. We don't have anything being built yet. We'll get into all of that in a minute. But first, we need to go ahead and make some more items for over here. We need some more iron ingots. Now, in a minute, we won't have to make these iron ingots anymore because it's going to do it for us. All right, we'll make some iron rods. There we go. Now we're going to make some copper ingots to get us going. And that's going to allow us to build some wire. And if you notice, I built just enough to get into that next stage and next stage and next stage. I don't build a gigantic thing to get it going. All right, so we got our smelter. Now, our smelter can just be thrown on the ground, by the way, everybody. It can be just thrown on the ground like that. Now, normally I like to get the constructor first, but this time we're going to play it through as it lies, right? As it goes. And so we're going to take a power line over here. We're going to take a power line and we're going to run it from here to here. Now, we try to run it. The problem is we don't have any cables. It's going to tell you it's missing down here, that you can't afford to run a line because you haven't made any cables. Let's go back over here. Let's see. We got to make some wire, and then from wire we can actually make cable, and that's actually why I made a bit extra there. And then we can go ahead and run a cable from there to there. Now, the longer you run the cable, the more cable it takes. But we're literally just going to run it from our biofuel to our main thing right over here. Battle time! 2 pure nodes at my start. Over. Yeah, Gnordy. That was my last playthrough. My last playthrough, I did the 3rd one over, and it had 4 iron pure nodes. It had a pure concrete node or limestone node, and a pure copper node, which I did a tour of just a bit ago. Pretty cool. Hey, Stu Scarley, what's up? What's going on? We're doing another restart. We're doing another restart in the very last starting zone that we haven't done yet. And I've played through the game many times before, and we've got all the way to nuclear power and so on. We just did it just earlier today. We're showing off some of that nuclear power. We're going to get into it. I always love a new restart. And the reason why is it gives you a chance to do things good from the very beginning. And that's always a fun thing to do. Now, speaking of fun things to do, a great transition. Battle time! Let's go! How many units? Oh my gosh, already in the second battle, and we're at 128 units. Let's go! Last night, we hit 360 plus units in this side game we call Stream Raiders. A little side thing we do every 30 minutes in the stream. Now, these are all the peeps in the chat. These are everybody in the chat battling together. So everybody earns rewards. I like games where everybody works together to the benefit of everyone, right? Not versus each other. Though you can do that in this game too. You can have PvP and all of that. I much prefer to work together. Look at all these peeps. Look at Norbert up there. Look at him up there. He's so cute. All right, open the captain's chest. Grant some rewards. Let's see. Beardo, Nitrox, and Rotisserie G all getting the love. Beardo coming in MVP with the 4 and 4 kills and assists. Nice job. Working our way over here. Let's go ahead and get another battle going. Now, here's the cool thing about my stream, and that is I do like to go into battle mode during events. I feel like I'm going to put my guy right here. He's about 6 more scrolls away from being maxed out. Very awesome. We'll start working on somebody else. Pretty awesome. So what I like to do is I like to do a whole bunch of different stuff here on stream. So we do Stream Raiders, we do Satisfactory, we do all of that stuff. Now, the reason why I don't switch categories is because that's only like a minute long. And if I had to switch categories all day long, it would take forever. And there's a 10-minute grace period on Twitch, so I can be in multiple things at the same time because I'm a Twitch partner. Did you know that? That's right. I'm a 50-year-old, partially disabled Twitch partner out of millions of people here on Twitch who are going for that partner. I'm only one of 40,000. That's not a lot if you think about it. That's 40,000 worldwide, bro. That's a lot. That's a lot of, or maybe that's only in the U.S. I can't remember. It's one of those two things. But 40,000 out of millions is, I consider myself very lucky in that way, thanks to all of your guys' love here in the stream. Now, not only did it help me with that, but it also has helped me recover from my conditions of sleep apnea and vertigo. Allowed me to lose weight and be inspired every single day to get up out of the bed instead of laying down and dying and giving up like my doctors told me to do. Screw those doctors and screw all those negative people in the world who told me it couldn't be done. Guess what? Living proof it can be done, and you can do it too. You can do whatever you want. You want a little bit of positivity in your day. If you got people around you that are bringing you down, you come in here, I'm going to show you some love. All the peeps in the chat going to show you some love. Say hi in the chat. Watch. People actually will say hi back to you. I know it's crazy, right? Did you go into a chat? You can interact with the streamer. You can say hi in the chat. They actually say hi back to you. It's crazy, right? It's crazy, right, caveman? Right? It's crazy, bro. I'm doing a new restart, Stooge. That's what I'm doing right now. We're in here, or Curly. We're in here starting all over again because we haven't done this particular starting point. And so we're starting all over again so people can see how I built that gigantic factory that I built last time. So feel free to come on in. See, look, people actually say hi. I was trying to click home on Stream Raiders to go back to check my army, and 5 clicks and shouting at it for working. I realized they're watching your stream, right? You're clicking on my stream. That does happen. I've done that so many times, everybody, where I was watching something and I was trying to click on the button and then there's a video I was watching. Yeah, that does happen. It does happen big time. Okay, so we're doing our smelter over here. So we got our smelter run over here. Now, the first thing obviously we want to do is iron. And so I'm going to take this 100 iron, I'm going to put it in there. It's going to go ahead and start making me iron ingots, so I don't have to. Now, all this other stuff that we just collected when we were running around, we've got wood and we've got trees. So we're going to take a little bit of that. Oops, take a little bit of both. Okay, we'll click it again there, mouse. And then we're going to grab this, and we're just going to straight up take these leaves and throw it in there. It's going to actually act as fuel. Now, we've already told it what to do, so it's going to get going. Now, there are some parameters in your machinery that you're going to need to know about. Number one is power, right? How much power is this being consumed? How much is being used by this thing right now? It's 4 megawatts right here at the bottom. How long does it take to produce one? Every 2 seconds. It's going to produce 30 per minute. It's going to fill that up with a bunch of these, so I don't have to convert them anymore. And that's what's cool about the game. At first, you will convert them, and then you get machinery to convert them. And then as you go through, you get into higher levels of the game. So there we go. So we got our iron ingot going. Now, how much is this producing? That's what we want to know. How much megawatts is this running out? Right now, 20 megawatts, and that's taking 4. So we can do some basic math, right? 4 plus 4 is 8. That's 2. And then we take 8 times 2 would be 16. That would be 4. So we could basically put 4 of these down from one of these biofuels, right? And then still have a couple extra megawatts left over, right? So we can actually put quite a few of these down. So let's go ahead and make another one right over here. We're just going to throw it down on the ground. Oh, wait a minute. We can't make one. We need some resources. Okay, we're going to hit the plus. It's going to tell us what we need, and we're going to go make some. But hey, wait a minute. It's actually already converted some of these. Let's grab some of those out so we don't have to make those anymore, right? And then we're going to go over here. We're going to convert our copper. We're going to go ahead and make some iron rods because now we don't have to do the iron ingots. And then we're going to make some wire. Oh, we need to make more copper ingots. There we go. And then we're going to make some more wire. And there we go. All right, now we'll make our second smelter. And you can probably guess what I'm going to be making in my second smelter, right? I feel like I'm going to throw this smelter down here just for funsies. It doesn't matter where you throw it. We're just going to throw it around for now. And then we're going to need to run... Oh, we need more wire, right? And you're going to constantly be out of something all the time. I'm always out of something, but luckily I made a little bit extra so I can also run another wire. Now, just so you know, this is actually the first time I've ever done this where I haven't actually unlocked the constructor first before building. I typically will run it in there. Now, here's a problem that we have doing this right now is if we go in and look at the stuff that we can build, we can only run one power line from there. So we can't actually make a second one. We can't actually power that second one because we have no way of powering it. Now, I can cut this one off and say, okay, I've made enough of that, right? I made enough of this. We made a lot of that. Let's go over here and let's turn this one to copper. Let's put our copper ingot in there, or copper ore in there, and then have it make our copper ingot, and we can run a separate line over there, and now it's going to do that. Or I could have just taken this out and retooled it and made that into the thing I wanted to do. But now we're going to have it do some copper because we have a bunch of iron. Now, we don't have much copper, raw copper, though, the copper ore. So we need to run back over here. And while we were diligently working over there, as what I like to do, a common theme in my stream, set it and forget it, right? You set up your stuff, you forget it, you come back, you grab your loot right there, and then you'll let it run and do its thing, which I love these type of games. The more efficient I have everything set up, the more efficiently everything's running. Ooh, let's get some more of these leaves. Oh, I'm super excited about gathering leaves. Why? Because it's going to do all the work for me right here. Let's go, 100 in there now. Let's go, baby. Right up here. Let's go ahead and put some more leaves in there. There we go. That's going to let that run, and that's going to keep converting those copper ingot, which I'm going to need next. Now, what's our current milestone? Up there, we can see that we need more plates, we need more rods, and we need more of our wire. So, now that we already have a bunch of iron ingots already done, we can go ahead and make our plates. And right now, we are at 11. There we go. And then iron rods, we'll get to 20. Very nice. And then we need a bunch of wire. Well, we don't have any more copper ingots. Oh, wait, hold on. It's doing the copper ingots for us. So let's just go over here. It's already made 40 of them for me. Now, I don't need to make those anymore in here. It's already done it. That's what you're automating. You're automating the ability to create all these resources. That's why they call it Satisfactory, for the factory part. We're going to go ahead and run the wire, and we've got plenty of wire, and now we're ready to do our next upgrade. So let's go in here. And let's see, what is this upgrade right here? Now, again, we've done the hub one, done all of those. We've got all of our cable and wire and copper ingots, all that unlocked, our ability to scan for it. And now we're in number 3, which is going to be our constructor, our power pole, our concrete, screws, reinforced iron plates, and of course, scanning for limestone, which is the number 1 thing that I like to get going. So let's go ahead and select that milestone and go, oh, wait a minute, hold on. We didn't do enough plates. We only did 11. But you can put the partial amount of plates in there if you want. And then come back and then do the rest of them. Now I can just turn around because there's a thing right here, and I can go ahead and make those other 9 plates that I need to make. It makes them 2 at a time, by the way, so it goes pretty quick when it comes to plates. And then I can just double click. Now we're good. Upgrade number 3.
Congratulations, you have unlocked Scanner Feature Limestone. New buildings and recipes, which can be found in the build menu and craft bench respectively. 8th objective, complete hub upgrade 4. Note, use power poles to expand the power network for optimal results.
All right, we're looking inside our hub here. We got a nice little kitchenette. We got a bathroom. I believe these are the beds. They probably fold down in there. We've got a nice little workbench here to work. Oh, here's the beds over here. Beds in there. We got some lockers. I don't even know what that is. Maybe weapon storage. I don't know. Some shelving and stuff in here. Now, all this stuff in here doesn't do anything yet. I have a feeling they'll add something to it later. I don't know. Maybe all the stuff will be functional. You can go in and use the bathroom if you want. But right now, again, remember this game is early access. You can't sleep in the bed. You can't do anything in here. It used to have a computer in here called the MAM. The MAM is where you upgrade your stuff as you go along. We haven't unlocked that yet, but we're going to get into that. Now, what did we unlock? Let's go look again before we move on. We unlocked a constructor, a power pole, concrete, screws, reinforced iron plates, and, of course, our limestone. Which is great because once we get to that concrete, then we're really going to get into building some stuff. Now, we also have our next milestone, which is going to be our conveyors and more inventory slots. So let's just go ahead and select that for now, and we're going to come back to that later on. Now, since we have our power poles, we can now do this right here where we can go ahead and make a power pole. Now, to make the power pole, though, I need concrete to make the power pole so I could actually run 2 of these things off of that at the same time. So we do iron and copper at the same time. So we're going to go ahead and click that just to unlock it. We're going to look in here. Oh, we got our constructor now. We'll work on that in a bit. But the first thing we want to do is basically go find our other resource, our limestone. Let's hope it's a good one. Oh, 200 that way, 380 that way, and 230 that way. 222 and 230. So there's actually 2 of them fairly close. One that way and one this way. I'm feeling this way since our copper's over there. Let's go look over here. Now, again, before you start on your journey, make sure that you go in and say, uh-oh, I better have some protection, right? Some protection against baddies. Maybe get some of these barrel nuts to heal yourself. Scan that again. Right over that way. Grab these leaves and wood while you're running around. A lot of bees on this this particular playthrough. Come on, little bees. Now, you want to stay moving. This is like PvP in any other game. You got to keep moving. Oh, there he is. Woo, snuck up. See, they always seem to sneak up behind you. The bees love to go around behind you and try to get you. All right. Now, I would not trust it. Oh, here's a little doggo. Hi, little doggo. I've never actually gotten one of those doggos or fed those doggos. I'll get around to it. Again, when a game is in early access, I try not to run through and just do everything in the game because I feel like I want to leave something for later. And that's one of those things I want to leave for later. We'll get around to it eventually. I have played through the game all the way through multiple times here in the stream, just so you guys know. There we go. Have you ever played Factorio? I have not, but I get that question every single time I play Satisfactory almost. I have not seen it, but I love watching people play it. I have it on my eventuality to play list. Now, if you have some games to suggest in the stream, I can go ahead and throw you the Discord right there in the chat. You can go in there, you can read the rules, you can hit that green check mark if you agree to the rules, and then you can go ahead and give me some suggestions. There's an area on my Discord for you to suggest great games like Factorio and other games like that. I do love to watch people play that game. I will eventually get around to it, or not at all. Because that's the way basically my life is, right? I'm a busy guy. I'm doing a lot of things at the same time. I do have a wife and family as well. And I do try to, I play different games. I don't just play one single game, which is great if you want to focus on that game, but also a great way of burning yourself out on a game if you just overdo it a bit too much. So I like to spread it around a bit and whatnot. Wow, look at all these leaves right here. Look at this. Just grab that on the way back. Because you know what's going to happen by the time we get back? It's probably going to run out of fuel. Hey, Fred, what's up? That's my buddy Fred. I'd go around, grab all these leaves, around the area. Also, it starts to make it where I can see if stuff's coming at me, right? I want to watch out for that. How's that doing? That's doing pretty good. It's actually still running. Oh, we still got 35 leaves in there, so it's working good. Working good. So now we're back, and we have gathered a bit of limestone, 99 limestone. Limestone, everything else, we got 99 problems, and limestone is not one of them. All right, so now we have the ability to create concrete in here like this. Okay. So we're going to make a little concrete. Now, why are we going to make concrete? And that's so we can make our power pole. Now we'll put a power pole right here. And then we'll go ahead and run our other line, or take this line out first and run our line to our power pole. And then from our power pole over there. And then we want to run one over here. But we're going to need some more cables. So again, you're going to run back and forth a lot at the very beginning of the game, making stuff. And that's why I put it out here so I don't have to climb in my hub every single time. And so on. And there we go. Now we got them both running. So now both of them are running. Want to make sure that we keep feeding our iron in there. And we're going to need some copper in here. Most likely it's probably out. Yes. Ooh, we got 78 in there. Let's take those out, though. Over here, we've got 8 over there. Very nice. And let's run, and let's go get our copper again. Now, obviously, running back and forth is very inefficient in doing this. Now, that's okay, because we're going to automate all of this as well. So we don't have to run back and forth. That's what our conveyors are for. When we get those unlocked, we can just run the items to us, so we don't have to run to it, right? Oh, I should be grabbing those leaves on the way back. Every time I run back and forth, I grab the leaves early on, so I can use those for fuel. Okay, and we want to go ahead and feed this nice 100 stack of copper ore in there. Let it keep on making us copper ore. Now, another thing we're going to need right over here is another portable extractor, right? So we're going to need more of this and more of that. So we're going to go ahead and make some of those manually for right now. Oh, yeah, iron rods and iron plates. There we go. And we could go into the recipe thing and you know, tell it that that's what we want. But I just, I know kind of roughly how many I need. Now we're going to go ahead and scan again for copper, because it's going to scan for the last thing I just scanned for. We know our copper node is way over here. Much better when they're clustered together, but you do what you got to do, right? Maybe that other one's a better node. Maybe the other one's easier to get to. Maybe it's on a flatter space, something like that. But we're going to be tapping every single one of these nodes around here. Because if you just have normal nodes, later on, you're going to need a lot of different normal nodes for sure. So now what we did is we made ourselves another one of these little extractors and so on. And so we'll get it doing its thing. Because it takes no power. Why not just let it do it so you don't have to be doing it, right? Just takes a minute to make the resources. There we go. It's already off and running. It's made 11 of them already. All right, go for it. All right, back to our hub. Now, we can see our hub up there on our radar. If you notice that I moved all my interface around so that you guys can see all the interface. So I'm in the minimum spot where I'm not blocking the interface. I work very hard on that kind of stuff, overlays and all of that. That stuff takes hundreds of hours of readjusting every time I add a new game and whatnot. All right, I got tons of leaves in here. Again, something I do as I walk back and forth. I'll just kind of sweep that stuff. Just hitting E as I'm running around. Okay, so while that's running, we want to go ahead and use one of our smelters to convert our concrete. Hold on, we're going to go ahead and do it. Now, I'm doing this wrong on purpose, by the way, for all of you more advanced people. It's okay. Just chill out. I'm doing it on purpose. So there you go. So we're going to go ahead and make some iron rods, and we're going to make some iron plates. And then we're going to go ahead and put down a smelter to smelt down our concrete. Oh, wait. Our concrete is not one of those options, right? We can only do iron and copper. So how do we do our... I meant to hit F. How do we do our concrete? Well, our concrete is done using this thing called the constructor. Now, the constructor needs reinforced iron plates and also some cables. So we need to make some of those. So let's go ahead and make some cables. Now, the cool thing about making reinforced iron plates and cables is that it's going to make reinforced and iron cables in the constructor. So you got to kind of make the precursor of that particular thing quite often. And here we need some plates and we need some screws. So we're going to make a bunch of screws over here. Now, one of the things that's going to happen, it's just happened right now, is my inventory is full. I've got too much stuff in my inventory to make anything else. So let's go ahead and make another pit stop to our equipment locker here. We're going to sort this. We're going to go ahead and put that in there. We're going to sort this. Now, we don't need this raw ore anymore on us right now because we are actually making that in the other thing. We'll just take it out and put it in there as we need it and so on. And we don't need any flowers. We don't need the alien stuff. We can go ahead and get a slot back by putting this into our hands. and so on. And we also have some resources, leaves, and all of that that I don't need right at the second. Go ahead and put those in there. And now we've got our basic resources here. And I'm going to keep these stuff on me, but eventually those will get off of me too, because those will be all automated. So let's go ahead again and decide, okay, wait a minute, we want to make one of these, right? So we're going to hit plus, going to tell us over here what we need. We've already got our cables. We need 8 cables, and we need reinforced iron plates. Now, right now it says I can only make one. It'll tell you it's there. Now, it's most likely because I need double of whatever this is, right? So I need 12 to do 1, 24 to do 2, 6 to do 1, 12 to do 2. So I need to make some more iron plates. And if I run out of iron plates, well, guess what do I need? What do I need? I need more iron ingots. So I run over here and I grab my iron ingots, and we're good to go. Uh-oh. See, I got real quiet all of a sudden. I've been wondering why they took the ma'am out of the sleeping area. Yeah, so you can put it anywhere you want. You can put it wherever you want, and you can go ahead and research in that particular area. And I have multiple of them typically in my base. So when it gets real quiet, that means your production has stopped. That should be a red flag. You should be like, uh-oh, wait a minute. Why is my production stopped? Is it stopped because I ran out of resources? Is it stopped because I ran out of power, which is always the most likely of all those scenarios? I like to do the leaves first, by the way. That's just me. I like doing the leaves first and then the wood later. Certain fuel lasts longer, like wood lasts longer than leaves, but I just burn up the leaves so I don't have extra leaves laying around first. There we go. Now we got both of those back up and running. And again, it should never get quiet like that. When it gets quiet, you know something's wrong. You should always be hearing your factory humming away in the background. All right, a few more iron plates here. I mean, a few more iron plates, and then now we can make our 2 reinforced iron plates. Again, notice I make the minimum of whatever it is. It just allows me to progress quicker than sitting there do that. Okay, so now we got our constructor. Now, what do we want our constructor for? Now, we're making a gigantic, what's known as spaghetti mess here, where we're just throwing stuff down on the floor. And we will get into making it look more beautiful later on. For sure. Okay, so what can we make in here? Well, hey, we can make all the stuff we've been making all this time, right? Iron plates, iron rods, screws, wires, cable, and of course, the most important, concrete. Now, I like to get concrete going as early as possible, so that's the first thing that I start going. And I'm going to go ahead and put my limestone in there, and then I'm going to go ahead and tap into this line over here. Oh, we need more wire. Now, here's the thing. In the very beginning, I make very minimum amount of cable. I need to make more. I made a bunch of wire so I can make a bunch of cable. Later on, you're going to have so much cable you won't know what to do with. It'll be coming out your ears. And then now we can go ahead and add another connection. Now notice that this pole right here can do up to 4 connections. Your starter one, your Mark 1, can do up to 4 connections. So you got the first connection is from the power. The second connection is going to be to whatever you do. Third connection, fourth connection, typically, right? Or if you're going from one pole to another, that might be another second connection as well. But as you can see, this is running fine. That's 4 megawatts. Over here, this is 4 megawatts, so that's 8 megawatts running there. And then over here, this is another 4. So 4, 4, and 4 is 12. So we got 12 megawatts running there. How much total megawatts can this use over here? It can use a total, it's producing a total of 20. But here's the thing. As you use more power, it burns more fuel. Great examples like coal power later on. When you're using coal, it'll use up to 10 coal. At the beginning, it won't use that much, but as you burn up and as your power starts to ramp up, it will actually use more and more of that coal. So you got to account for that in your calculations when you're running your coal and running all your stuff. We'll get into all of that later on. We're just starting off with the basics here. All right, so we got our constructor running over here, and our constructor is now making us concrete. So it's making us the 3 basic things that we need, which is iron ingots, copper ingots, and concrete. Because this is actually a basic item, because it's coming from the raw and then going into the most item. Now, this is the thing I make the most of, because I'm going to need a lot of concrete. And so we can actually upgrade our hub right now, or we can choose to automate a little more. Right? And what else can we automate? How much more power do we have left over here? Well, we can roll over it at its maximum is 8. So we basically have about double the amount of power that we're using. This is 8 right here. Now, why is the power gone down? If you notice that the power's gone down here like this, and that's most likely something is stopped. Right? We go over here and we say, oh, there it is. It's stopped. One, the output is full and the input is empty. Over here, input empty. Over here, input almost empty. Right? And that's okay. But here's the thing. when this is over here running, it's still running. It's still burning your fuel. So if you want to, you can turn that off right there when that stuff's all out. Because you don't want to, burn your fuel. You just collected all that stuff. You don't want to waste your time collecting stuff. So let's get some more of this, right? So we got more iron. And we'll go over here and we'll fill this back up with all that iron. And then we'll go ahead and go on a little collecting spree. We run around. Now, you can also start with multiple extractors at the very beginning, which I typically do on iron. I don't do it on the other ones because I know in a minute I'm going to automate all of this here in a minute. So it'll be fine. We'll get that, and then we'll run over here. It's this way, yep. And we'll run over here. Now, again, I've never been in this starter zone before. I'm just running around, and wherever it leads me to, that's where I'm collecting my materials. Now, in the very beginning of the game, when you're first starting off, when you clear the mobs will be gone. But if you leave the game, oop, I picked it up. If you leave the game and come back, sometimes they do respawn. So be careful. Even if you have equipment here, they'll still have a tendency to respawn. All right, so we got all of that, a stack of 100 of each of those. We'll run back this way and get this done. And this is basically how the beginning of this game is. A lot of running around and all of that. And then as you go, it gets more and more fun. Grab those leaves while you're running. Hit that E. Grab that wood. A bunch of wood there. Do a little circle around this rock. Just aiming and hitting E a whole lot. Now, if you're too close to this, by the way, when you're hitting E, it'll think you want to extract some iron from there. Just a heads up. But we got all that automated. In fact, we got so much iron over here. We have 300 iron ready to go right there. But we'll get into that in a minute. Okay, now we want to go ahead and prime all of these. Right, we primed that one. Let's go ahead. Now, by the way, it also puts the relevant items up here at the top for you. Makes it really easy so you don't have to look through your inventory. Right here, relevant items. Put that in there. And right now it's got no power. So let's go back over here. Let's put the rest of this leaves we just picked up and then turn that back on. And see, now it's going to pour all that in there, grind it up. And now you can see the green on these lines right here, which is telling you that it is powered and it's actually running. It'll go yellow if there's something that's stopping it, whether it's backlogged, there's not enough resources or whatnot, it'll go yellow. But if it can't get, if it doesn't have enough power, and we'll turn the power back off again, then you'll see it go red. Red means no power. All right. So good to know those visual clues. Those are giving you. Now, it's also giving you a visual clue over here. The 3 lines mean input, and the green arrow means output. So good to know that as well. And very, very important mechanic in the game is to know those inputs and outputs. Big time, big time. Now, we're going to look in here. We're going to see, oh, wait a minute, really don't have anything else we can do. We've done all the stuff we can do other than make more constructors. So let's go ahead and have some fun. We're going to go ahead and make some more constructors. What do we need? More plates and more screws. Make a bunch of plates. Right there. Oh, we need to make a bunch of screws. What do we need? Oh, we need more rods. Oh, we can't make any rods. Why? Because we don't have enough of this right over here. Now we got a bunch. Now we got a bunch, and now we can make more rods. Exactly. See, so we're automating that beginning part now. We don't have to do a lot of that anymore. It's doing it for us just by using leaves, and those leaves are producing power, which is producing our machinery to do a lot of that. And then we're going to do screws, and that's going to give us 2 reinforced iron plates. Now, here's the cool thing. Here, turn off. Yeah, it gets quiet. You know you're in trouble. Now, what we're going to do is actually put some wood in here. We'll let the wood run. And we can see now that we're at 12 megawatts, right? We're up at 12. We got to watch out. We don't do too many. It'll get it going. So 4, 8, and this is 12. And then we need another constructor. And we need a little bit of wire for that constructor. Get that going. Oh, we need to make, more cable, sorry. I get cable and wire, the names of those two confused. Big time. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take our constructor, and we're going to put it right over here. And again, we're just going to do what we call spaghetti here in the beginning. I'm going to take this power line out, and I'm actually going to act like I'm going to add a power line. But instead of adding a power line, what I can do is add a power pole off of there if I had enough wire. So I'm going to go ahead and make a little bit more wire. There we go. And then I can use, like, I'm going to run a power line and do a power pole instead. That's what I highly recommend. And then I can add both of those back into there. Now, what do I want to make over here? Well, what am I making to make these constructors? That should be your next thought. What am I doing in here to make another constructor? And that's easy. You just click this. You click the plus over here, and it will... come on, plus. Come on, mouse. There we go. We're making reinforced iron plates and cables. Now, cables is pretty easy, so I'm not going to bother to make those. But we're making reinforced iron plates. And so we need screws, and we need iron plates. So I need to make iron plates. I need to make screws. Now, iron plates are really easy to make. We go over here and say iron plates. We put the ignits in there, and now it's going to do that part for us as well. So, yeah, now we're really styling. It's really doing a lot of work for us over here. Look at this. As our stuff goes up, now at 12, something's turned itself off. Oh, all three of those turned itself off, right? Hold on. Let's just go ahead, turn that off for a second, and we're going to reprime all of those again. Now, over here, we've got about 300 iron because I put... Oh, I keep doing that, pressing the wrong button. I'm picking it up instead of just picking up the stuff itself. What we can do is grab all. There we go. Not pick up minor. Up here, grab all. And then we're going to go ahead again, feed this into here. Now, again, we're going to automate all of this in a bit, but you get the idea. Now, we need more copper, and we need more stuff. So I have a tendency to turn it off because it's just wasting my fuel. But as I'm running back and forth, I'm also being very efficient by grabbing leaves and wood and all of that stuff that I'm going to use later on. Now, I could have put a whole bunch of these down instead, and then every time I come over here, I've got 400 copper that I can grab all at the same time. I would say that's probably less efficient because you know you're going to change this quite often. But probably the one that's furthest away, the concrete, this might have been a good idea on the concrete to go over here. Now, if I change my mind and say, you know what, I do want to put an extra one down, I can bring the equipment workshop with me. I can make it because I have the items to make the equipment workshop. And then I can go in here and say, okay, I want to make another portable miner. In fact, let's make 2 portable miners. So every time I come back here and I am looking to get this limestone, put that way in the ground apparently. All right, I don't like that. I don't like it. I'm going to pick it up. I don't like it to be in the ground like that. That's too weird. And we'll do that battle here in just a second. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and put another one down. So I usually put, say 1, 2, or 3, depending on what it is. Typically on limestone. Okay, awkward. Typically on limestone. Not letting me put it down. There we go. It's got to be a certain distance, I think, or it's got to be around the outside. Particularly on limestone, which I make a lot of, that I typically would do 3. Iron, you're going to do a lot of. You want to do 3. But in a minute, you're not going to need any of those at all. And I'll reuse those later on. We repurpose all of that. So there we go. So we made that. Now, do we need that anymore? Nope. Let's take it out, get those resources back, and we'll let those run. So the next time we run over here, we're going to get 300 of that particular resource. And because it's farther away, it will be more efficient when we do it. Now, we can do the same thing over here on the copper. But the copper's relatively close to my base. And I don't really make that much copper stuff. I feel like concrete number 1, iron number 2, copper number 3, in the order in which I do stuff. Okay, so we got our stuff over here. So again, we're going to go ahead and refeed our copper in there. Put the relevant item in the relevant thing. That's already good. Over here, our limestone with a nice 100 limestone there. And then over here, we're going to put any of these in here. There's no relevant items that go with that. And then turn the power back on so we're not wasting. There we go. Maybe put a little bit more wood in there and off it runs. So that's very, very efficient right there. And we're going to look at what power level we're at now. All right, now we're at 12 power again. Well, wait a minute. Why are we at 12 power? Well, something is afoot, and that is that we're copper. We've got too much copper. There we go. So we got to get our iron out. Let's get our concrete out. So we got to empty the output, otherwise it's going to stop all of it. There we go. Now it's all running, and now we should be up at 16. There we are. Now we should be able to make one more to get up there. Now I'm going to show you a little trick way of grabbing this. Instead of going in here and doing it, you hit F like you're going to take it out, middle mouse button, and now you can actually pick up that item. If I go hit F, middle mouse button this, I make craft F, Middle mouse on that. Then I'm making an equipment workbench. So, etc. We want to do another smelter. F, middle mouse button. Works fantastically. Fantastically for that. Now, before we get into the next stuff, we're going to let that run for just a little bit while we go ahead and do this battle. To battle, everybody. Let's go. How many units we got this time? 153. Holy moly. You guys are going to get so much loot today. You guys are going to get so much loot. Let's go. All right, nice. Open the captain's chest. Boom! Rotisserie G, Genghis, P Daddy, Taco, and Kahana all getting the extra love. Congrats. Spaghetti's coming in. Overall MVP. I'm sure I am Spaghetti's, I think that is. I'm butchering your name. With 8 assists, overall MVP. Congrats on earning your MVP slot. And there we go, everybody. Tier 42 done. Now into Tier 43. Way into the bonus ones now. We're trying to get to this loyalty run right here. Now, this is going to be a tough one. This is a 4-skull. We're going to have to step it up, everybody. We're going to pull Norbert out. We're going to pull out the epic Norbert himself to heal all of you. I'm going to put him right in the center. Kind of feel like we want to run up that way. See where they're going to spawn at. Wipe them out. Gather around Norbert there. He's going to send you some epic heals. And don't worry, the mobs will run to us. They'll get to us eventually. And again, you can join us right there by following that link in the chat. And come and join us again. Toll Forge, thank you so much. And the Kinkai coming in with the follows. Thanks so much for dropping that Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet stream. There I am. That's me, the Wasteland Tycoon. Let's get into it. Let's get into it here big time. All right, so those have all been running, and you can see they've all stopped. But our power continues to run until it runs out of fuel, which it has done. Now let's go look at what we got. Oh, more ignits there. Now look at this. We're building up. We're building up. We got 100 there. We've got, oh man, look at this. 14. We got 100 concrete. Nice. And now we've got a lot of iron plates. We don't have to make the iron plates anymore. That's one of the very first things that I will do. Now, the other thing we need to make over here to make another constructor is our wire and our reinforced iron plate. We'll just go ahead and make it in here. Let's just go ahead and make some wire real quick. Like this. Alrighty. Plenty of wire. Like that. And then reinforced iron plates, we need lots and lots of screws. But we already made the plates in the constructor, so we don't have to do that part. We can make the screws. Now, the screws go very, very fast. And the reason why they go so fast is because it's making a bunch of them at the same time. It's making 4 of them at the same time, which you can actually see by this thing right here. Right here in the corner is telling you how many it's going to make per time. And it takes up there at the top, this thing right here, this means that it's going to go 1, 2, 3. It tells you how many of these hammers it's going to take to do that particular item. All right, let's make a bunch of screws. And let's go ahead and do this one more time here. We have just enough connections to do one more constructor. And we're doing, oh, I forgot to actually make the plates. That's going to be way useful to actually make them. There we go. And then we're just making Spaghetti City here. This is rough. This is rough. All you people in the chat getting triggered. Kismet, Spaghetti City, bro. It's okay. It's okay to do spaghetti in the beginning. If you got it in the late game, then that's when people get triggered the most. All right, what else can we make? Now, screws are really easy to make. I would definitely go into iron rods. That's definitely something. Now, you can also right-click, by the way, to split that in half. So you can put half in this one and, say, put the other half in this one over here. Now, we've got all those connected. We've got it set to what we want to do. We currently have the power has run out. We're going to turn it off. We're going to go ahead and look and see if we have any more. We have a little bit of leaves. Any more excess stuff that we could just burn up. Oh, look at all this wood we got. Lots of wood. Let's go ahead and switch the wood in. Take this out. Put the wood in. Now, if you notice, if I try to put the other one in, it doesn't add it. You can only put a maximum of 100 in there. And let's go ahead and see if we got any left. Yes, we've got 70 there. We've got 62 there. That's ready to go. This guy got some limestone. Nice. And this has got our iron ingots in there for our plates and then our rods. So we're ready to go. So let's go ahead and turn the power on and see what happens. We are right on point. 20 megawatts we're using out of 20 megawatts. So we now have a beautifully run factory of our basic elements that we need to make all this work. Now, it would be great if we could go in and run it from that machine into those machines. Wouldn't that be awesome? Well, we haven't unlocked that yet. We got to unlock that next. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. So we're going to work on Tier 4. Now, Tier 4 is going to do that very thing, allow us to add some conveyor belts and give us some more inventory slots. But what do we need? We need more plates, we need more cables, and we got plenty of concrete, which you should always have plenty of that. So let's go ahead while it's making us more plates over here. By the way, you can also build this in order in which you upgrade. I could have done wire instead of poles, but I find that in the end that I'm actually going to need more poles when I get into the next thing here in a minute. So we're going to go ahead and let that run. Now over here, we can put a little bit more of this limestone in there, since we have a bit more of that left over. Iron ore, we can go ahead and feed that in there. Then over here, you see I've already got tons of, look how much copper I've got, right? See, I've got tons of extra copper, which is why I don't have multiple extractors over there, because I have a lot already, and I'm not really making anything with it for right now. So that's why I don't put a lot on copper. Okay, we can make more reinforced iron plates and whatnot, but we do not have enough power. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen, not going to be worth our time. But how much we got here? Concrete here. Over here, we got a lot of iron. How we looking? 63. We need 75. And again, while we're waiting, we can just manually go in and make a bunch of wire. Let's go. We'll hold down our wire here. Now again, we could have done wire instead of that other stuff. It's really up to you. I find that wire and cable are very fast. All right, making a ton of those. Very, very quickly. So it's much easier just to make those. Okay, so we got most of our upgrade ready. We just need our plates from over here. And now we got 8. We're out of the iron ingots, but no worries. We just run over here, grab some iron ingots. We run back over here. We put our iron ingots in there. So we do this basically manually for right now. And we run. I could have done it from up here. We just do it manually for now. We're very close. What are we at? We're at 71, so we need 4 more. And then we can get to our conveyors, which is going to make a lot of that a lot easier. One of my favorite things about the game is the fact that you can tear everything down, you get all the resources back, and then you can redo everything over and over and over again. And in a lot of games, when you put stuff down, that's it. You're going to have to go and recollect all of that stuff again. And that sucks, bro. That sucks to have to recollect all the resources that you just did to build your base or your factory or whatever you're building. And then you got to, oh, well, I got to take all this out. Hold on, I got to go collect some more and come back and do it again. I love the fact that when you take it out, you get the resources back and then you can just redo it in a more efficient way. And as we go through the game, that's what we're going to be doing. More and more efficient as we go down the line. We're going to start very high efficient. As you can see right here, we're running all of these at the same time. Now, if some of these stop, you can also alternate into something else. I can make another constructor that's doing something else. But what we want to do here is we want to get into this tier number 4. And so while we wait, we can also put our other stuff in there. Right? While we're waiting for that the last little bit. Should be done by now. Oh, I actually did 26 of them right there. And now we're ready to upgrade again. All right, we're cranking through these upgrades. Let's go.
Congratulations, you have unlocked building, conveyor belts and poles. Inventory, additional slots. 9th objective, complete hub upgrade 5. Note, portable miners cannot be connected to conveyor belts. Advice, when planning the construction of buildings, note the placement of conveyor belts.
Okay, we got to note the placement of our conveyor belts. And again, I'm just kind of cleaning up the area by going around, grabbing leads, grabbing random stuff. And I'm just kind of listening to the storyline. I like to listen to that every time because it's really, really well done. I really like the beginning. I feel like this game has one of the best introductions in any game ever and one of the best building systems in any game ever. I know. That's a big lofty title, I know. But one of it, the resource tax. Yeah, exactly. All right, so we got that going. So now we have our conveyor belts, right? So, and we can go ahead and get into our miner and our storage, but we'll go ahead and unlock that. Now, I could probably get that right now, by the way. I could probably do that right now and unlock it, but we'll come back to that in just a second. We're going to progress as the game progresses, and we're going to say, okay, wait a minute. We changed our mind. Hold on. Let's turn this off. By the way, notice how much of my wood is used. It hasn't even used it all yet, and we can go ahead and just pull this in here and prime that back up again. Now, what I'm going to do is basically take all this back out again. Now, watch out when you're taking it out. If your inventory is full, it'll start dropping on the ground, or it'll drop wherever that item is, and sometimes it's hard to get your resources back. So we're going to take all this out right over here, and we're going to go ahead and optimize this a little bit, right? In fact, we're really going to go crazy, and we're going to go ahead and grab, oh, wait a minute. Can't grab it all out, right? And I'd love to take the hub out, but notice when I sorted it, it consolidated it. Let's take all that. And what I'm going to do is just take the limestone and throw the limestone away so I have an extra slot. And the reason why I'm going to do that is I'm actually going to take my hub out like that. And notice it's going to drop the resources on the ground because it's got the wood that was in the back of it on there. So it does tell you that it does give you your wood back. I love to know game mechanics like that. I like to know deep game mechanics. Like if I take out my hub, do I get my stuff that was in the biofuel? Yes, you do. But the cool thing is it's not in my inventory right now, so I don't need to grab it. So I'm going to leave it on the ground for a minute. Because what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn the factory around. I'm actually going to turn my my hub around the other way. And it tells you can take all that out with no repercussions right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, you know what? I actually want my hub to go across that way. Now, why am I doing that? Well, that's because this area over here is nice and flat. And I want to go ahead and use the nice flat area for my construction. So the first thing I'm going to do actually is to make a power line, which is actually going to make a power pole. Now, that power pole is going to allow me to connect my stuff. So we're going to start putting stuff in order. So we need 2 smelters, 1 for iron, and we'll put it over here by the iron, which is nice and easy. And then 1 for the copper. Now, normally I like to put all of my stuff by the node itself. And I could take this wire and I could run it all the way over there to the copper and then run it back. But then I would have to go ahead and run all the finished resources back this way to put it in constructor, or I could put a constructor over there and do that. But you'll see in the beginning that I will start to run power lines all out to my separate nodes. But for right now, we're just going to put it here so you can see the factory in action. So we're going to do 2 this way. And that's going to leave us with 1 connection left up here, right? 1 pole connection left. And we're going to go ahead and run that forward. Oh, wait a minute. We're out of wire. So we're going to go ahead and look in our inventory. Yep, we are totally out of wire. Let's go over here to our constructor, or even better, just take this power pole out and use its resources. And go ahead and go back into building mode. There we go. And we're going to run this a little bit forward. Now, these items over here, this one's going to make iron, and this one's going to make copper. Now, from there, they're going to go into these constructors, right? So we're going to go ahead and line them up. Now, these green lines here are going to allow us to line stuff up. We can also just go and bring that little orange arrows and the green arrows together. Now, I like to just go ahead and push it out like this. Now, remember, orange is input, green is output. 3 lines means input, green arrow means output. All right? And we can see the green arrow right there on the side. Now we're going to finally get to use this thing, our conveyor belts, and we're just going to run it straight into there. So now we're automating a bit of the process. So we're going to start here with iron ingots, and of course start with our iron plates running into there. We're just going to use 1 constructor for now because that's as much power as we have the ability to make right now. Now, constructor over here, we're going to go ahead and run that over there, and then run our iron ingots into here. And we're going to say, or our copper ingots, we're going to say copper ingots here. And then over here, we're going to actually start wire. Because I already made a few rods from last time, so I'm fine. So we're going to do wire over there. Now, what we can do is also pre-feed some of this with some of the stuff that we already have. So we can pre-feed that in there. We can pre-feed this because there's no reason for us to hold on to it because you want to burn up those resources for sure. And throw that in there. Now, another thing we can do over this is we can pre-feed the iron over here as well, but we have to actually manually feed the iron in there because there's no other way of doing it. right now. But when we unlock the next tier, we can do it. Now, sometimes in the very beginning of the game, I will straight just unlock all the tiers instead of doing what I'm doing right now. I'll unlock all the tiers until I get to the extractor, and then I will start to build that assembly line. I'll just make all the stuff manually by myself. But in this case, we're going to go ahead and just get this going. And we're going to run over here. I'm wandering this way. Now, again, I've never started in this part before. I have no idea where the nodes are. I've never started in this particular part, so we're just starting from scratch. Look at this. Look at this, Dale. What's up, doggo? Thanks for guarding my thing. Look at this. There's 100. There's 100 more. And there is 100 more. Lots of limestone. We're going to need a lot of that. A lot of that for sure. And then we're going to walk back. Now, eventually, later, we'll get vehicles. We'll get trains. We'll get all sorts of fun stuff. Unlocked again. Now, we just, in our previous playthrough, we got all the way to nuclear power. We got it unlocked. We rocked it. Looked awesome. And then we decided, okay, there's one spot that we haven't done yet. There's one starting zone that we haven't done. And for all the people who missed my starter, one for my last one, and how very efficiently I start in the very beginning to unlock stuff, now you know. Now you know how it's doing. Okay, so we got those going. So now, again, we can do 4 and 4 and 4 and 4, right? So 4 and 4 is 8, 8 and 8 is 16, and so we can have one more of these constructors. But the problem is we don't have enough power lines up here, right? We got or enough power connections here, but we got some power connections back here. We go ahead and connect this, and then this other one, I'm going to go ahead and just run here in the front. It's going to be kind of standalone for right now. And that is our concrete. So these are the 3 that I'm going to start with, right? So I'm going to start now with iron plates. Over here, we're going to start with copper wire. And then we're going to start with concrete. Or, sorry, limestone into concrete. There we go. And we got all the power run except for this last one over here. And now we're at maximum. That's as much as we can possibly do. Make sure that you've set it to whatever you want to do first. And then we're going to go ahead and run our main power line from over here to... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, it's already run. Aha, see, I'm already ahead of the game. And I always run that line first so I don't run out of lines down the road, right? Make sure you got your main power feed line in first. So really, the only thing I need to do is go right up here, put this in here. And there we go, right? We've got it smelting. Our raw materials, those raw materials now being fed through the conveyors. Once this one gets going, oh, it needs to, I got to put the copper ore in there. It helps a lot if I do that. Put the copper ore in there, and then it's going to make the copper ingots. Those copper ingots then are going to go in here and make some wire. And I'm not going to have, they don't run out to anywhere. They actually just build up in the machine for now. We'll have them running out in a bit. And then over here, we have a bunch of limestone running and making tons and tons of concrete. So looking good. And we got a lot of leaves, too, we can grab for later on, because we're going to need a lot of these leaves and a lot of this stuff later on, but there's an easier way to collect that. Now, on the ground back here, we have left a bit of our wood, so let's go ahead and pick that up as well. And then over here, you're going to see these automatically come back to this kind of exclamation point. All you have to do is go into them like that, and then they no longer bother you. And we need some rods. So let's put some rods in there. Let's go ahead and put our concrete. We've got plenty of that. We need tons of cable and tons of rods. Now, what we can do in between this, while this is running into here, if it does have excess iron ingots here, is we can go in, grab the iron ingots out, cut them in half, and put those half of those back in again, and then use those for our construction. Now, I'm going to move this from there, deconstruct that, and just put that right back here. Now again, I like to put the crafting bench where I'm working instead of running into the hub over and over. Now look how convenient it is to my stuff, right? And then we're gonna go ahead and just make some rods, because again, rods also go very, very fast. So we're gonna make a bunch of rods. We have 53 already in there, so we need 22 of, well, we got more than enough. And then we need a bunch of cable. We got tons of wire. Wire we are styling on. So let's go ahead and convert those. Now, we have no other way of making anything else because we don't have the ability to have that much power. So we can't add more stuff to our power line, or we can retool power lines, right? So say we say, wait a minute, okay, it's making wire. How can we make cable? Well, we could take this one out instead of doing concrete and say, you know what? Hold on, I changed my mind. this is done, I want to go ahead and convert this into cable. And then I'm going to go ahead and take a wire, this, and run that into there. So when this is done, it's going to run the wire. So now this is the third item in the row, right? This item. So it makes the ignits, then it makes the wire, and then the wire goes into here, and it makes the cable. So now we have a 3-chain going. And notice that I retooled it. I retooled the same exact thing to do it without any additional power, any additional running. I retooled the factory to do something different than it was doing before. And this is the thing that we need right now. We need 50 of those. So that's the thing that we really want to be working on right now. Now, instead of plates, I also could have done rods, but rods are very easy, and I actually need more plates than rods in the long run. So I definitely want to make sure that I got my plates running because I need it for all of the stuff that I'm making. And let's go over here and grab some of these out of here so they don't fill up. Over here, that doesn't need to be grabbed out of there anymore because it's just going to keep feeding that forward. And then all we need now is 50 of this wire. Oh, already done 23. Now we're at 26. We just let that run. Now, here's a great thing. If you are playing the game and you get to a point where everything's just perpetually running, go get yourself some lunch. Get yourself a sandwich, take yourself a drink, because guess what? You've earned a little bit of a break. Tasty good. Tasty water. Tasty agua. So yeah, now we've completely automated everything that we can at this stage. And there we go. All right. Now we're at 43. We need 7 more. Now while we're waiting, by the way, you can actually stay busy by running around and collecting a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, there's some baddies over there. Collecting some stuff. Always a good thing to do. Explore a little bit. Look around. Ooh, I bet you there's some cool stuff up there. Ooh, we'd build our base up there on the top. Now, it says we're close to the ocean. Now, there is an actual map to the game, but you have to unlock that map. And right now, I don't have it unlocked. Oh, what do we got over here? There's another node here. Now, whenever you see a node, go into node mode. Like that. What kind of node is this? Another a normal iron node. Looks like we got something over there. Maybe limestone over there. That's actually a really good spot for limestone. We can feed all of that into here. Now, I'm already looking and building my entire base right now in my head, right here. I can already see it in my mind. How many levels, how I'm going to build it, where I'm going to have all my storage, how I'm going to run all my lines, where I'm going to put all my trains, where I'm going to put my nuclear power. That's how far ahead I can think, right? And once you've played through the game, you've got a general gist of that. And you can understand where to put stuff. Now, if you haven't played the game before, it's just like do it as you go. And that's perfectly fine to do it that way as well. There's no hard, fast rule that you have to do it a certain way, no matter how much people come in your channel and say, you're doing it with spaghetti. Don't do it that way. You got to do it this way. You got to do it that way. You know what? It's your game. Play it however you want. You want to do Spaghetti City? Hey, you make a whole network full of spaghetti everywhere. With those conveyors, it's up to you, right? Again, remember, it's your game. You play it how you want. Now, I'm going to give you some suggestions along the way, and you can improve upon those suggestions and use them and even iterate on them, meaning improve upon those in your own playthrough as well. Again, I like to stay busy, as you see right there, grabbing that. Now, let's run up here in the front. Whoa, 46 more. All right, yeah, we're really cooking now. Now, every now and again, you want to look back and check out how your stuff's doing. It's only halfway, pretty nice. Let's go ahead and feed that in there, max that out to 100, and let that just keep running all that out. Now, when it stops right there, see how it stopped? We need to go ahead and put some more iron in there. Now, it just happens to be my iron is right here as well. I just go ahead and grab that out of there. Now, I don't need to hold all the iron on me all the time. So you notice I don't grab it all from there. It'll just fill up my inventory. Over here, we've got our copper, but our copper's way over there. But we've got tons of copper. We got tons of copper. So we can actually go part of the process and just feed that into there. When this stops, like it stopped right now, we can actually go and turn this off and then just manually feed what we have, what the leftover we have, into there. And that's exactly what I'm going to do with this copper. Now, there's actually an easier way to do that, which we're going to unlock in the next stage as well. So let's get into that, which is one of my favorite parts of the game, especially early game, which is this part right here. Oh, I got to switch my headphones.
Congratulations, you have unlocked Building Miner Mark 1. Building Storage Container. Hub feature Additional Biomass Burner. 10th
The
objective.
shame box.
Complete Hub Upgrade 6. Note, there are no notes.
I know these ones look just like the other ones. I have two sets. I have two sets of them. Thank you to Insifer yet again for sending me one. He sent me another set because my set constantly dies on me. Constantly dies on me a lot. All right. So we can go ahead and make it do whatever we want to do. You can do it at any stage that you can just go ahead and feed it in there. Like right here, we got our stuff going here. Well, we go over here and do the same thing, right? We want to keep this going. You'll see me do this a lot, by the way. You'll see me go to the end and just feed any excess that I have, like wire in there. Now, I obviously don't want to take all my wire out. Otherwise, I'll have no wire as well. So you want to have a little bit of everything to run all of your stuff. So we've upgraded this. Now, you might notice in the back here, hey, look, we've got another mass burner that we can use. And of course, remember, this is doing 20 power over here. We go to this one. This one's also got that capacity to do 20 power as well. And of course, we're going to need lots of biofuel to keep that running. All right, so we've got our basics going here. Now, what did we unlock? We unlocked our miner, which is awesome. And we've unlocked our conveyor thing, which we've already talked about. But this is my favorite. And that is the storage container. The storage container is going to make this a lot easier. And what I'm going to do is go ahead and first start by going over here, and I'm going to start picking these up like this. If it's going to, oh, it's ran out of resource space. Hold on, we got to run over here. Run on this side, and we're going to go ahead, sort this again. We're going to put away all of these resources that we don't need on us right now. All of that. Let's get these raw ones off of us. There we go. So now we got lots of room. Lots of room to go ahead and pick up all of this stuff over here. Let's do it. Pick all this up. Oh, no, grab the miner. There we go. So we're going to extract them. We're going to take the miner up and the item, because now we can make something new, and that's the extractor that's going to extract items from there. Right, so we've got our miner MK1, which is the first level of extractor. And you can see I can rotate it around. I can put it right on the node. Now I'm going to put it like this for a reason. I'll show you why here in just a second. A lot of you probably already know. But we're going to need more power to run that, because this actually steps up to 5 megawatts. Those are all 4 megawatts. This is 5 megawatts. So we're going to need power for that. Now now I can run separate power, so I could run a power line from that one specifically to this. But I am a fan of central power. And central power works like this, where you actually have all of this connected together first. Your power connected at the beginning, and then that chains wherever it's going to go. Like in this case, I'm going to have it chain down that line to keep my production going, but also to chain down this line so it can actually work my extractor. Let's watch it start up. I always love watching my first one start up. It's the greatest. There we go. Yeah, call me Vid. No backseat gaming, bro. I do know that. No backseat gaming, though, if you don't mind. Stretching. Stretching. All right, I gotta make a note for myself. I just thought of something, too, that I need to do after the stream. Where's it at? Right here. I always have a list, gigantic list of things I need to work on. All right, so there we go. So now it's extracting the ore on its own. Now we don't have to do that part, right? So now that part is running. I'm going to press 3 down here, or I can just hit Q and go into logistics and do my conveyor belt number 1. But I'm going to use my quick keys down here and press 3. And we're going to run that into there. Now we no longer have to extract it. So now we have a full production line that is now coming out of the extractor into the smelter, and it's going to perpetually run. How do I know it's going to perpetually run? Well, we look at how much is coming out, right? Right now we got 60 coming out of there, which is more than the input of this, which is 30, which means we could have 2 of these running now. And then that's going to go ahead and make the ignits at 30 going out, and then this needs to have 30 going in, and then going out into plates over here. Now, one of the things that's going to happen along the way is this is going to happen, where you run out of power, right? So you run out of power. What has happened? Have I run out of power in here? Oh, no, I didn't run out of power there. What I did is I tripped the power circuit right over here. I hit 21 megawatts. I kind of went above the thing because that's a 5 and not a 4. And so it's going to trip that power. And so I can turn items off, which will save me some power, right? Or I can go ahead, like I go over here and say, you know what? I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to turn all of this off right now because I don't need any cable. I'm going to turn all that off. Grab my cable while I'm at it. Actually, even grab some of this wire. And then I'm going to go ahead and turn this back on again and see if it's working now. All right, back on again. Pull the lever. And there we go. Now it's running at 13 megawatts. And that's because it's doing the extractor, it's doing this item, and then the constructor. And again, you need a lot of plates, so get those plates going as early as possible. And again, I still do have a lot of extra iron that I can put in there as well, but I don't really need to do that. I don't really need to manually feed that anymore in there. I'm going to go ahead and just sort that and put that in there. Hey, Tired Mango, what's up? Time to battle, bro. Time to battle. Let's do it. Now, again, this isn't my first playthrough, everybody. I have played through many times, all the way through. We just finished our last playthrough, which is in the 3rd selection over. Now we're doing, I guess we could have done them in order, but I jump around. And now we're doing the 2nd starter spot here in the what I call the Old Desert. Look at this. Holy mackerel. This is a battle right here. 170 units. We're getting back up there, everybody. We had 360 units last night. It was a new record. Let's see if we can get up to it again today. All right. Open the captain's chest, grab some rewards. Rotisserie G, Night Talks, and Zane Paco Taco getting the love. And JD King's coming in MVP with the 6 assists. Nice job. All right, moving in. Gonna get you guys some gold in them there hills. Let's get the pally. The pally's almost done. Where are we going? I feel high left this time. Let's go high left. Oh, or not. Okay, there we go. Misclicked. Look at that. 4 more battles, and that guy's going to be done. We're going to start working on some more. Come and join us, everybody. We got a link in the chat. StreamerRaiders.com, little side game we play while we're playing other things along the way. So come and join us. Come and join us. It's going to be fun. Let's get into it over here. We're going to go ahead and keep this running. Now, we're keeping our plates running right now, right? Now, we also need to say, okay, well, wait a minute. Now that we got more power, we could probably build more things, right? And I'm going to go ahead and start running some lines now. Now, you're going to see I've got a lot of wire, which is why I'm making that wire right now, so I can go ahead and run this. Now, what else do I need? I need cable, I need wire, I need rods, and I need concrete. And that's why I make a bunch of that first. And we're first going to run it to the closest thing, which is way over here. And I'm just going to run this as far as it possibly can go before it says... wire too long. It says it right there at the bottom. Now we can go ahead and just back it up just a little bit until it doesn't say wire too long. Look at that. Look how far we can go in one little thing. Now I'm going to go over here. We're going to pick up this. We got plenty of room in our inventory. Now you also need one of these miners, by the way. You need these actual portable miners to make the big miner, the actual extractor as well. Your miner MK1. And then we're going to go ahead and tell it to run in that direction, like so. How nice. And then we're going to run some power to it. And we're going to watch our first fire up of our copper. Let's go. Really get in there. Let's get in there and watch it. Pick it up. Down in there it goes. All right, so that's now extracting the copper ore for us. And if we're really lazy, you know what we can do? Just do this. Now look, that's the maximum distance I can go. Start turning red. This was called spaghetti, everybody. This triggers everybody in the chat. Right to there. So instead of me running over there and getting it, guess what it's going to do? It's going to run it over here so I can get it over here. And now I don't have to do nothing. I don't have to run over there. I don't have to collect it anymore. It's going to bring it over here, and it's going to run it through our factory we got right now. Now, we've got some items for organization. We do have a storage container. We can go ahead and grab our storage container and try to stop this from accidentally making too much plates at 96 right now. Let's go back over. Where did our thing go? Varnished. I deconstructed it, probably because I was thinking ahead. I did it automatically without even thinking about it. That's pretty scary. I was going to move it over here. Okay, so we need our storage unit over here, organization. We're going to press this. It's going to tell us what we need. We need a bunch of iron rods. We want to make iron rods, but we don't have any iron ingots. Where's our iron ingots at? Where iron ingots are being fed in here. So we've got some extras. We can just snag them out of there. But actually, we're extracting faster than what we're actually using when it comes to our raw ore as well. We'll get into that in just a bit. But let's go ahead and put that right there. Then we're going to go ahead and put our storage container down, and we got to make sure it's going in the right direction. How do we know it's going in the right direction? We got the arrow. Now, here's the weird thing about the storage boxes. They're not green. They're yellow. I don't know why. Maybe it's a mistake. I don't know. Don't blame me. And then, of course, we have the three orange lines in the back. And then out of here into this box. And so now it's just going to make plates all day, every day. Look how slow they're going. Remember our nice level 5 conveyors we were doing earlier? Those were nice. We'll get back to it. Look how slow everything feels like it's going in this mode, right? It really does feel slow. But you got to think that it never stops unless your power runs out over here. Well, speaking of power running out, it's about to run out. Let's go ahead and feed some more into there. Now, notice I'm only using one right now. And that's because it's really not necessary. Now, what I start to do is I'll start to feed one into one and one into the other. So wood into this one and then leaves into this one. So if that one runs out, then that one will just kick in automatically and my production will not stop. We'll just let that keep running. And then we're going to need to go collect a bunch more. Now, one of the things that we need to do is we need to get our next area unlocked, right? Our next thing unlocked, which is our hub upgrade number 6. And that's going to allow us to do space elevator, biomass burners, biomass. But what else do we have over here? Just MK miners and storage, right? What else could we mine and run over here if we so desired, or mine it at the node, right? So let's go ahead and get some more connections going. And we're just going to run over this way. Now, doing this is actually less efficient. Don't do this. Hit right click, get out of there. Here's what you do. You already got a line already out here. Just tap into that line and run that line over here so you don't have to have an extra pole, especially here in the beginning. Now, later on, we're going to fine tune all this, make it look beautiful and all that. Just run it as far as you possibly can right there. Look at that. One less pole, one less bit of resources that we have to make that work. And we're going to run way over here now. Oh, look at that. Plenty of room. We're just going to put that there. Now we're going to go ahead and pick these up. Grab all that. Grab all this. Oh, look at this water. Look at this water, everybody. Oh, get excited. Get excited. We found the water. Oh, yeah. And a whole bunch more wood. Grab it. Grab it. Hit that E. Grab all that. Now, there's an easier way to do this, by the way, everybody. You don't have to spend the entire game running around collecting trees and leaves. Don't worry. We're going to automate all of this power eventually as well. But right now, we did a nice restart, having a good time, starting over from the very beginning. Now, when it comes to concrete, I prefer to do it at the node. Now, what I have been doing there is I've been picking up from the node and I've been running it. Now, the iron node's very close, so we just ran that. The copper node a bit further away, so we're just running the raw ore over to where our base is. But over here, the smarter thing to do, I always find in my playthroughs, and I've tried to do from the base resources and run the base resources, and we are going to do it in this playthrough, but for right now, we're going to do it at the base node, and that is we're going to make a constructor. Uh-oh, hold on, we can't make a constructor, we need a craft bench. Oh, we have just enough rods to make a craft bench out here. We need to make a few more of these. See, this is why it's nice to have a little bit of everything on your character, so that if you don't have that particular thing, you can go ahead and access it. Now, we're going to work on all the numbers and making it all efficient and all that stuff later. But for right now, we just wanted to do the thing, right? And we wanted to go ahead and make concrete. And we want this to go ahead and extract the concrete right here. This one's a normal node, so it's going to come out at 60. And we're just going to go ahead and run it down into there. And then we want to run this out. We got a little tree in the way, but that's okay. We'll get a little clear area here. Now, while you're clearing this stuff, be listening for mobs because they love to sneak up on you while you're doing this. Now, we also want to put a container down, but we need more rods. Now, I find no matter what I'm doing, I always run out of something, and I end up running back to get that particular thing. Like in this case, rods. But first, we'll start up our production, and then we'll run back. So let's go ahead and start up this production. And by the way, note that I do have my copper production off right now. So we got that going. We got this set to go. But there's something going on. Wait a minute. What's going on? Oh, wait a minute. It's red. Ah, we're out of power. So we ran out of power somewhere back here. So we're going to go ahead and run all the way back. And we need to get ourselves some rods anyway. So we'll run back, get ourselves some rods, and then work on our power. Grab some leaves while we're on the way. Back and forth in the beginning. I actually do it throughout the entire game. All right, we run over here. What happened? Oh, our leaves ran out. Oh, okay, fine. We'll just put some more in there. In fact, we'll go ahead and run that, and then we'll look at one of these poles, and we'll see what our power is. Oh my gosh, look at that Kismet just crushing it. Crushing it, riding that line, 18.5. Now, I just happen to know the wattages of all the items, and I know what I can run and what I can't run at the time. So I only really need to run one. This is why it's so efficient. Is because I've turned off my copper production because I don't really need the copper right now. And thus, I don't need to go in and, you know, keep the power from cutting off all the time and collect massive amount of leaves or trees or whatever. Especially here in the desert, where you don't have much. But, you know, there's actually a lot. You can go and collect a crazy ton of it and do it. But why? Why if you don't need to, right? Why not just have it running if you can have it running? And so if it does peak, though, sometimes it will peak, which it just did. It'll peak up past that thing. And then I have no choice but to go ahead and now double up on that. And there we go. And if you're going to double up on it, you might as well turn this production right back on again because you're going to burn that power anyway. Now, this is actually running wire out of the back of here. So we'll also go in and say, okay, want to make another storage. Now, again, you can see that I'm running out of rods a lot. At this point, I have plenty of plates now. So I'm going to say, you know what? Okay, I got plenty of plates. What do I want to make now? I want to make rods. So you can stop this, tell it to make rods, and you're not adding any additional power. It's just switching and making the other thing that you need. And so it's going to take those rods, run them into here, and then we're going to have stacks and stacks of rods in here eventually, so we can add more storage and whatnot to store all this stuff. Now we need to make sure that at the end part here, actually I need to look at my wire, that our wire is not full. There we go. No, it's not full. And again, we'll work on the efficiency of all of that later on. Right now, we just want our stuff to run. All right, and we need a little bit of rods, which we have. Do we have enough, though? Let's go ahead and click this and take a look. Nope, we need 10 rods over here. So we need to make some more. And again, we go in here. Now, the funny irony, here it go off. It went off because we ran out of power again. Funny irony is I need to use some of this stuff that I just picked up to make a bunch of rods. There we go. So we're out of power again. Now what do we do? Well, now is when it starts to scale up and it needs more and more power. Now, just so you know, this will continue to run if it has the ability to run. But the second it taps the top of that power for any reason, it will then kick off, or if it runs out of fuel like this one did, it'll run out. But right now, my stuff is running very efficiently. It's running right at the top at that peak level, but it doesn't have enough resources to do it. And so we'll run around. Again, there's an easier way to do this, which we'll do in a minute, but we're just going to suffer a little bit here in the beginning, as you do at the beginning of more games. It's really not suffering. It's not that hard to run around. Just hit the E button. And as you can see, there's a bunch over here. Now, again, always have your weapon ready, because while you're doing this, you're not paying attention. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, tons of mobs going to be up in your face. Yeah, see, I'm just far enough away. I'm really cleaning it up. Look at that. Cleaned it up nicely. Let's go over here and grab some more. Oh, look out. Jammer coming in with the more love. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can't pick anything else up. Kismet overburdened once again. I'm overburdened like that in most games. Let's show Jammer some love in the chat, everybody. That is 7 months sub love right there. Thank you so much, Jammer. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everybody coming in, showing the love. Thanks to T-Bone and 3 Wide also for the follow. Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the stream. Appreciate it big time. Let's get into it. Let's see. We got all of our stuff going. Now we're getting full of loots. So we need to get all of these loots off of my character. So I'm not running around with all this stuff on me, which is just weighing me down. There we go. Looking pristine, looking clean. Now we're going to go ahead and grab the wood. Now the wood is the thing that's going to run longer than anything else. So first we're going to max this one out. And then we're going to take what's left over and do a little sort so they combine. And then put it in here, restart our power. And we're going to see, oh, look at that. That's as efficient as you can get, everybody. That is right on the edge. 39 megawatts being used out of 40. Now, if you notice in the very beginning, there's going to be a surge. And then it's going to go down. And then it's going to surge back up again. And then it should even out its level eventually. But right now, it used about 39 megawatts with all of this stuff. I just happen to know the math. But as things turn on and off, it'll also use those particular... use that power in those things. We're definitely going to need lots and lots more power, that's for sure. That is for sure. All right, so looking good right there. We've got a bunch of stuff we've collected, and now we're kind of ready to move on to our next stage. Now, sometimes I just run through all the stages at the beginning of the game. That's just me, because it is fairly easy just to make these yourself. You can just go ahead and go right here and just make it all right here if you want to really rush the game. Me, I'm not that type of person. I like to play it through. Play it as it lays, as they say. And let's see, we need some rods and we need some wire. Now, if that's the next thing that I need, then I need to retool my factory to make that thing, right? So I'm going to tell it to actually stop making wire. And I'm going to go over here and see if there's any backlog over here. No backlog. I'm just going to have, making cable. And I'm just going to have it making wire, right? So it's going to backlog that wire. And then over here, we've been very nicely running these rods over here. So now what we can do is we can also create another box on the end here. We need to make sure it's going the right direction. There we go. Like this. And then just fill that in. Then any extra wire. Oh, a little too close. A little too close and offset at the same time. We'll get our foundations. This will be a lot easier. We'll get into that in a bit. All right, there we go. So any excess that's in here now, any excess cable is going to run into there. But we're told it to stop back here so we can build a backlog of wire. We need 100 wire. We need about 100 of those poles. Now, here's the thing. It's actually running slower right now. And this thing right here was making wire. But we can actually double up our factory and go a little bit more. But we're actually at max capacity of our power right now. So again, sometimes the best thing to do is just take a break and let it run. Now I want to go, before you take a break though, always check your power and go in here and say, okay, have I put as much as I possibly can into that one thing to run that power? And I have right now. We might go collect a little bit more. Let's go over here. These are leaves. Grab those while we're at it. but you're really looking for wood. Now, wood is going to be your larger plants like that. Those are also going to be flower panels, but those are really flower petals, flower petals, but your wood is going to be more like that over there. Now, look, there's something over there glowing and some baddies. We don't want to go where we have to fight stuff if we don't have to. We just want to get the loot. Oh, look at this. Another node out here. Another copper node sitting right there. We tap in all that. Now, this is wood right here. This is just straight up wood. Sometimes you get a combination of both. Just grab what we can. There we go. Again, as you can see, I'm kind of circling out from the center, right? I'm exploring a little bit further out and a little bit further out and a little bit further out. And as I get out there, I'm collecting resources as I'm coming and going from that outer edge. Meanwhile, my factory is over here running at efficiency. And so I'm going to go ahead and put as much as I can into that one. But wait a minute. Hold on. Let's just turn this off for a second. Hold on. Let's turn these both off. And let's combine these together. And I'm going to cut these in half. And then I'm going to do what's known as balancing. Right? This is what's called balancing of your resources. Hold on. We got to cut that in half. And then we got to cut the 25 in half. These are balancing your resources. So both of them are the same number. 62 and 63 in this case. So we'll put 62 in there. And 63 in there. And now they're balanced, so they're going to run equally for the same amount of time so that it doesn't lose power. That's vitally important. Oh, I got to turn it on. So it's like, whoa, what happened there? Turn them back on again. There we go. Turn this back on. There we go. Because I only had one on, it tripped the fuse, so I had to redo the fuse. All right, we'll let that run. Now, right over here, if you didn't notice, there's actually like a ladder. You can get up here on the top of your hub, and you can watch your stuff run away. Now, while we're letting that run, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. Go AFK while waiting for this battle as well. Good time. I like to take a break every few hours or so just to stretch my legs. We've been going for about 3 hours now. Always a good idea when you're gaming is to get up, stretch out a little bit, gets your adrenaline going again, and then back to the gaming. So I'll be back in just a moment. Be right back. Told you I'd be right back. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Now, see, the great thing about this game is you let it run. It does its thing. It's making you tons of resources while you're not even around. Set it and forget it, right? That's what I love to do. We'll just set that stuff and forget it. And we're going to do that a lot in this playthrough. That's for sure. Look at that. Bunch of rods already done. Very nice. Over here, look at that. Now, the great thing about wires, it stacks to 500. So you can have a lot of that stacking up. Now, while we were busy walking around, getting stronger, getting our blood pumping, getting it going on, we're going to go ahead and go right here, coughing a little bit, and put that in here now. So now we just let it run. It's got the resources. Upgrade number 6.
Congratulations, you have unlocked Building Space Elevator, Building Biomass Burner, Part Biomass. Motivational message. Congratulations, you succeeded in every provided task. On behalf of Fixit Incorporated, I thank you for your current and future service. Additional knowledge. The hub terminal has been converted to give access to milestones there to ensure you progress along Fixit-approved protocols. Note: future developments should be aimed at constructing the space elevator and, as such, initiating project assembly. Good luck.
Thank you, Ada. Appreciate all your love. I love that, Ada girl. She's always got my back. I appreciate it. All right, so let's get into it now. We're going to go into this and say, okay, we unlocked all of our Tier 0 stuff, including inventory slots, our conveyors, our storage stuff, our extractors. We've now unlocked our space elevator, biomass burner, and biomass itself. Very important, that biomass, because that's going to help us make fuel for our future expansion. Now we've unlocked Tier 1 and Tier 2 of our stuff. Now we've unlocked the ability to unlock the stuff in Tier 1 and Tier 2. Very important to know that. We didn't unlock it all. We just have to go in there and then unlock it as well. All right, take it easy, Dovey. Thanks for the backup, bro. Appreciate you coming in, helping me out in the stream. Show my mod Dovey some love on the way out, everybody. So we have to go through and unlock each of these. Now, the first one over here is base building. So I look at it in terms of how much work I need to do this thing over here, right? How much do I need to do that? Well, really, all of that, we're going to get that done. Probably making some screws and making some wire, all of this. This stuff, easy mode. We can get that unlocked in no time. How about over here? Parts assembly. For when we get into the assembler, obstacle clearing. Oh, wait a minute. We could really use this. This one would be really nice to get fired up. Jump pads, never going to use them. Though they are going to do updates to jump pads. Maybe I'll try them out when they come out with that update. But for right now, no. Awesome Sync, yes. We definitely want our Awesome Sync. And yes, for that, for sure. But for right now, what do we want? What's the most important thing that I want to unlock right now? What do you think in the chat? What do you think is the most important thing that I want to unlock? Well, I'll give you a second to put it in there. What do you think? Is it foundations for making a building? Is it faster and splitters and conveyors? Is it going to be scanners and beacons? Is it going to be part assembly for rotors and assemblers and all that stuff? Though we can't make this yet until we make some of that other stuff. Jump pads? No, that's not going to be useful at all. I can tell you that one. Do we need the Awesome Sync first, or do we need our logistics, our level 2 belts first? What do you guys think? What do you think? Let's see. We'll take a consensus in the chat. Up, Call Me Vid got it right at the very bottom. Call Me Vid. He knows his Satisfactory. That's right. Obstacle clearing is actually the very first thing I need. Now, why do I want to do that? Well, because I take the chainsaw, and the chainsaw will allow me to collect more materials faster than me going around and just picking up a bunch of leaves and me and a bunch of wood. I can actually AoE the entire area and collect a ton of stuff by using the chainsaw. So the chainsaw is usually the next thing that I do. So I skip over this first one, the tier 1. I go straight to tier 2, right to obstacle clearing, and then select that milestone. And I'm going to start feeding that stuff in there straight away. Right now I need screws. I need all of that. And all of that. So it makes it easier for us to collect our materials and to keep our power going. And then we can go ahead and start unlocking all that other stuff. What are you doing, Fred? Get away from that, Fred. He's always tinkering with my stuff. He's like my mechanic. He comes over and he works on my stuff for me. Or he just steps on it, one or the other. I saw a really cool thing, by the way. I was watching the coffee stain little community thing they did, and they had one where they had Fred here sitting on a conveyor, and he was blocking the conveyor, and it was really cool because they took the power line and they took this thing and they bent it down, and they had the power line going around him like he was just sitting on your conveyor. Really fantastic, fantastically done illustration. A lot of great submissions, by the way, for all that merch. For Fix-It, I'm gonna get me another one. I was gonna wear my Fix-It shirt today, but it's in the laundry. So I have to wear it next week, for sure. All right, so yeah, that's the biggest thing, is because we're going to run out of fuel, and the thing we need is the ability to get more fuel, especially early on, where you're going to just be collecting a crazy ton of this fuel. Plus, we can also make solid biofuel, which we want to do, but before we get into that, we definitely want to get into our other stuff here, base building. Now, the only real reason I need this one here is so I can tag my nodes to tell me what nodes I need, my MAM so I can start doing research, my personal storage boxes, which I rarely ever use, inventory slots and hand slots would be nice. All of that stuff would be nice, but again, highest priority, obstacle clearing. Kismet wants ramps. I do, but for right now, we're going to go ahead and start with our obstacle clearing. But I'm going to go ahead and give you 1,000 Kiscaps for getting that right. Call Me Vid just earned all of you 1,000 Kiscaps toward those future contests and giveaways. That's what those Kiscaps are for. Now, while we are thinking about all of this and letting our stuff run, we're going to go ahead and fire up this battle. Wow, did we wipe it out already? Wow, that was fast. That was fast. All right, grab some rewards. Beardo, Insane, Paco Taco, and Foxy Light. Being Foxy and getting some extra loot. Clean Mr. Clean coming in overall MVP with the 7 kills. Fantastic job. Oh, we're almost there. Let's go mystery one. You never know what it's going to be. Oof, I feel like it's going to be a big one. Ah, yeah, when it takes a little extra to load, you know it's going to be a big one. Holy mackerel. Hold on, we're going to have to check out the battlefield on this one. What do we got? What levels we got in here? Oh, man, we're going to have to step it up. We're going to definitely need some epics in this one. Sometimes they're really hard to roll over. Yeah, these are all level 1s. Level 1s, level 1s. All right, not too bad. All right, not too bad. Kind of feeling the top area. We'll get Norbert to help you guys out up here. We'll push in from the top and from the bottom. Usually we push in from different sides. We got some peeps down here, some up here, left, right. We'll push all in and pigeonhole them in the middle. Sounds good. That was a little side game we played called Stream Raiders. Played about every 30 minutes or so. Very, very fun. Come and join us. It's free to play. You can get on mobile or on desktop. Just follow that link in the chat. Find me or Captain Kismet. Join the battle board. Put down your units. Earn some epic loot. All right. Now, while you guys were watching that, I was actually making a bunch of screws over here in our thing because we're going to need a crazy ton of them. And this takes a while, making screws on your own. Just sit here and convert all these rods. Oh, it helps if I turn my sound back on. I turned the sound off during Stream Raiders, so you don't hear me going ding, 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 ding the whole time, while it's also got the other sound. All right, so we used up all of our rods, but no worries. We probably have a few more over here. Yeah, 60 over there. Very nice. Now, as you can see, our thing went off again, and that's going to happen a lot because we don't have enough fuel. But let's go ahead and cut this in half, put half of those in there, half of those in there, pull the lever, and off it goes again. And again, there's no reason to save those leaves early on. You definitely want to burn those suckers up, burn up all the wood, burn up all of that stuff. And we'll get into biofuel here in a bit, or biomass first and then biofuel. But we're just going to go ahead and burn those up for right now. We'll get into all of that. But again, we want to go ahead and just keep working on our screws because the screws are the thing you need the most of in here. Now, I could have it make screws as well. I could have it retool it for screws instead of being wire and all of that if I so desire. But I'm going to need a lot of all of this. So I'm just going to go ahead and do screws manually here in the beginning, and then we're going to automate all of this. All of this, as we go along, will be massively automated. We're going to need a lot of screws. You definitely want to build a lot of screws. That's for sure. For sure. Overall in your production and overall in how many you're making. By the way, it's making 4 screws per round. You can see because it's got a 4 down that bottom right corner of where you see the little screw thingy. All right, so close. 448. Very, very close. Now, what can be happening over here is it can be backlogging these iron ingots, so we can just go ahead and speed it along a little bit. Instead of waiting for it to make the iron rods, we can go ahead, just grab what it's already made, 21, let it continue to make them. Right, now it's going to run this into here if it has enough fuel. Nope, ran out of fuel. And then we'll keep that running. But I'm just going to go ahead and grab it myself. I'm going to make a bunch of iron rods over here and just try to finish up these screws. Because I don't need any of that right now. What I need screws. Go to the next thing. All right, so we're going to go over here, and we're going to go ahead and put in our screws. Right here. There we go. And then we need some concrete. So we're going to run over here to our concrete, and we're going to check some stuff out. Now remember, we ran our wire across here. Get some leaves while I'm at it. We ran our wire from our copper over here as well, and this is running over here, and it's actually working at the node itself. And that's where it's grabbing the limestone and converting it into concrete. Now, concrete, you need a lot of concrete. In this case, I need 100. Well, how convenient. that it just made me 100 over here while I was doing that. Now, did I do that on purpose? Absolutely. That's why I did that. Because I know that I'm going to need 100 concrete in the next upgrade because I've already played through the game many times. And that's what's so great about doing that. But also, it's also fun to not know. It's fun to not know everything about a game. And so you still have things left to discover. You still have a journey to go on to discover those things along the way. And so I try to balance between those two things as I play. But there we go. Now, if you notice, it's like a big red button now. The big red button we're going to press.
Milestone reached. Biofuel will ensure maximum efficiency of biomass burners. To aid in biofuel production, you are now capable of removing foliage that consists primarily of wood. Additionally, R&D inflated your pocket dimension.
All right, now this is your mission. They landed you on this planet to get a bunch of resources and then to send them up to the spaceship, apparently up there in the sky. And I don't see no spaceship from here, but if you see it, congrats. You got good eyes. Now we can go ahead and select our next milestone. Now what happens also is you have a cooldown over here. You got 2 minutes and 15 seconds left until they come back down. Now the first thing I do is the obstacle clearing, and then I just do it in order because it doesn't really matter, but I do love to get my foundation. So I'm going to go ahead and select that one next, but I can't actually put anything in there until that comes back, and I need 200 concrete. So I'm definitely going to need a lot of fuel. So that's why I unlocked my ability to get lots of fuel. So we're going to go in here, and by the way, you've noticed that it's actually added biomass down here. So we can take those leaves and convert them into biomass, but since we've already unlocked the biofuel, we can also just go straight to the biofuel. So why make the biomass at all if you can just make some biofuel? Now I'm going to go ahead and cut that biofuel in half, and I'm going to show you how long just 2 of these biofuels actually run compared to what we were running before. Now this is going to run for 22.5 seconds, so 40 seconds, almost a minute on literally just 2 of those right there. So it's going to run for 1 minute on 2 of them, and both of those are going to be running. Very cool. Very cool when you get into that. So you can just go straight from making your biomass, which normally you make a bunch of that. I've done it before where at the very beginning you make a bunch of that in your constructors, and then you put them in there, and then you're just feeding biomass, which is just a lot less efficient than solid biofuel. Much better way to go about it. Now we're going to set up a whole production for biomass and all of that, but we want to go ahead and make our other thing over here that we took out, which is our equipment workshop. Now in our equipment workshop, we now have this thing, our chainsaw. Now what do we need? Oh, we need 5 reinforced plates, a bunch more screws, like I said. We need all of that. So let's go ahead and start with our plates first. And you're going to see that our plates are actually using up our screws. So now we need to do this. Now, here's the thing. If we want to go ahead and put that on our to-do list, we just hit X, and then we can say chainsaw, or just start typing chainsaw, CH, and then say add to-do list, and then it will tell us what we need over there on the right. And when we have enough of it, it'll check mark it, and the little icon will go away. So right now we're making reinforced iron plates. We need more screws. Let's make more screws. More screws, yeah, make more screws here.
Exchange concluded. Fix-it freighter re-entry complete.
Oh, it came back down. Darn it, I missed it when it came back down. I was busy working. Busy working on some stuff. All right, so we need 5 of these. Now, I just make the minimum of each and everything that I do because that's the most efficient way to move through the tiers instead of making a whole bunch extra and a whole bunch of extra of this and a whole bunch of extra of that, which takes a lot longer to do all of that. So I'm just going to make a bunch of iron rods, and then I'm going to convert them into screws, and then I'm going to make more iron rods, and then I'll make them into screws, and so on and so forth. Back and forth and back and forth. And eventually, this will all be automated, so I no longer have to do this. But if you want to speed this along, you can just manually do it. Sometimes it's faster for you to make it in the thing, if you just need a little bit of it, than it is to actually run it through your construction here. Now, we got a few more rods that were being made over there. Let's go ahead and do that. We're out of solid biofuel now. Stuck. There we go. We're out of solid biofuel, but that's okay. We've got plenty of screws to be made over here. There we go. And iron rods. Since I've grabbed a bunch of the ignits, the iron ignits, I can make a bunch of those. There we go. Easy. That didn't take too long. Just took a minute. And now we get our chainsaw, which really, this is the moment the game really starts taking off. This is, where you've gone where your beginning stage and you're now transitioning into your next stage when you get to your chainsaw. Now, your chainsaw needs some solid biofuel. It pulls the thing out. So cool. So cool. So it's going to need some of that. So to do the chainsaw, we need to make solid biofuel over here. Now, we don't have the ability to make any solid biofuel because we haven't made enough biomass, right? So we still have to do a little bit of manual collection. So let's run around. Now, we're in the desert, so there's not going to be too much. But we can go around and just grab some more of this. Clean this area up a little bit. We're just going to grab a bunch of leaves. You can use leaves or wood. Wood, obviously, more efficient. But we're going to go ahead and do that. Wrong thing over here. And we want to go ahead and make a bunch of biomass leaves. There's leaves, biomass leaves, and biomass woods. They're two separate ones. And then we can make some biofuel. And boom! Our chainsaw starts up. We're ready to rock. Now, the cool thing is once we have the biofuel, we just AoE. Boom! Notice we're getting all of that at the same time. Like that. So these are a bunch of leaves that we're getting. Now I'm a bit of a stickler. I like to collect everything in an area. So this is less efficient when you don't have a lot that you're collecting. But that's just me. I can also just run up here and hit E if I want to really clean that up. Now also, if we look over here, there's some cacti over here that normally we cannot collect. We cannot hit E and collect that. But we get in the middle of this, say this one. Boom! We just got all of that. We see a palm tree out here. Let's hit this palm tree. Boom, we got all that. Notice, by the way, it doesn't pick this up. You have to manually pick that up. But we just got that whole area. Anything left over, just run around and hit that E button. So you don't waste your biofuel that you made on that. And then now, we just see all of the places, right? We see all the places around. Now, we just had a change in view of all the places in which we can collect that wood. So we're going to go ahead and blast it. Notice it got those trees there, right? And then over here, you want to find kind of the optimum in-between spot to get all of it in one shot. Takes less fuel, takes less time. And then also you might discover some other stuff. All these little ones here, these are just easier to pick up by hitting E. And I like to drain all the resources from the planet. That's just me. Drain them all. And it's a pretty big area here. I guess I'll give it a little bit of boom. A little bit of boom. Boom. All right. Now, again, we're looking mainly for trees or cacti over here. Now, also what it does is actually will remove rocks, too. So you have a ton of rocks that are in your way. You can use explosives if there's no trees nearby, but you can also use your chainsaw to remove rocks. So let's run out here and see if we get close to one of these removable rocks. We'll look at these rocks over here. Oh, now those didn't come out, but normally one like that would if I was close enough, or like that one over there. Not close enough. Now also notice that I'm getting Marsilia coming out of there too. Now that's going to be really important later on. Now normally if it's something you can just pick up with E, E is a better option than using your chainsaw, like right here. I was trying to do the note. But if it's a big cluster of stuff, it's actually faster just to AoE it all. Oh, like that. Look at this. And I go until my chainsaw runs out. Like that. And that's it. Chainsaw out. Now, did we gather more resources than we spent? Right? Because we spent a bunch of resources to make the biomass fuel to get the chainsaw to go and collect the loot. If you come back with more resources than you used to get the resources, then you're winning. Then it's all about the win. All right, how much did we do? Oh my goodness, look at that. 560 wood and 205 leaves we can make. And we can sit here and we can do this all day. Now I'm going to do it the first time. And then from then on, I am actually going to have this all automated where it will do it for me. Now, again, I create multiple assembly lines for different reasons, but let's go ahead and create tons of biomass here like this. And you're going to notice something wonderful just happened. Now I can make 380 solid biofuel. Now, that means I can make 380 rounds of it, which means that each one that I do is 380 times 4, because I'm making 4 each and every time. So it's really going to give me a massive jump on my power. And this is why I unlocked this one right away. Now, it does take a while for it to make it, obviously. I got to hold down the button all this time. But I don't get too much of a hurry in this game. I have a lot of fun at the beginning, the middle, and the end, and beyond. Very, very fun. I really wish you could use a chainsaw as a weapon. That would be fun, right? They could always add that down the road, for sure. For sure, for sure. It'd be make a great weapon early on, especially when all the mobs are coming at you all the time. Especially those bees. You just wave it around when the bees are coming at you. Wave it around, keep them out of your way. Now, right now, my chainsaw is running, so I actually want to take my chainsaw out. Swap it out, say with that. Because I don't want it to keep using that biofuel while I'm running. So make sure to take your chainsaw out as well. And we'll let this run. Now, you're going to need enough to keep your base going. Plus, you're going to need enough to keep your chainsaw going too. So when you're making stuff, don't just make it for your biofuel reactors. Make sure to leave a little extra or a bunch extra for your actual production of using your chainsaw to grab stuff. And this is how we'll do it in the early stages. Now, in the later stages, we'll have oil, we'll have coal, then oil, then nuclear power to make this all work. And geothermal, which I've never used. Ever. We'll have to use it maybe in this playthrough. We'll see. Because we've already done all the starting zones now, except for this one. This is the first time we've done this starting zone. This is actually a kind of a starter, a newbie zone for people who are new to the game. But I just skipped right over and went to the hard mode. So we'll come back. We'll play this area as well. And by the way, all the starting zones are all connected around the whole world. It's one gigantic map, but you just start in different areas of that particular map. All right. We're getting there. Now, I want at least 200. There we go. We got 200. I want at least 200 so I can put basically 200 in that one. Or I can say, you know what? Wait, I don't want 200 in that one. I'm going to cut that in half. I'm going to put 100 in this one. Now, you saw that ran for 2 minutes with 2. So this is going to run for 2 minutes times 5, which is 50. That's 50 minutes that's going to run. Go make me some stuff. It's going to go make me some stuff, everybody. Now, I'm going to grab the wire that it has already done out of there real quick, so I have some wire, so I don't have to make the wire. But I'm going to go ahead and turn this production back on again over here. And that's going to start making me more cables, and I probably have a good amount of them in here in a bit. And then over here, back with the rods. And now that's going to run and run and run. Then that's why you do your chainsaw first, because this is going to run for, in theory, 50 minutes. But I find that the more power you're using, look at how perfect our power is. Look how it just barely hits the top part, hits that maximum, and then curves back down. That comes with experience, knowing where that cutoff level is as well. All right, so now there's one other thing we need to build out here. Which is our MAM. But first, I feel like we're going to go ahead and unlock our next thing. Now, because this has a cooldown, you want to keep this going as best you can, right? You want to keep your cement in there. You want to keep your rods in there. And keep your stuff upgrading if you're in a hurry. If you're not in a hurry, then you can just let it sit there and do nothing. It's up to you. But we want to keep that running and keep that feeding in there. Now, one of the things that we're going to need a lot of is our concrete. So we're going to run out here to concrete. Now, there's something else you can do. If you have a lot of plates, which we will eventually, is I can just make a conveyor and get on the conveyor, and the conveyor will whisk me over there wherever I want to go. So I can make a conveyor there, and then I can make a conveyor back, so I don't have to run over here to grab it each and every time as well. And that's what I typically will do with concrete, is I'll make concrete, and then I'll have that concrete run back to my base and be stored up for when I need it. But let's go over and see how much we got. We're about 47 right now, so we got a good ways to go on that. And we're going to make this more efficient when we start putting down all of our platforms or all of our foundations, and then we're going to optimize all of the math that goes along with all of these machines. I don't do all the math optimization in the beginning. The most optimization you should do in the beginning is power optimization, and still do it throughout the rest of the game. But in the beginning, power optimization is king. That's how you can do things more efficiently without having to build more stuff and collect more resources and do all of that stuff. Right now, running as efficiently as I possibly can, time-wise and also materials-wise right now. All right, so we got that going. What else can we make? We can make some plates. We can make some rods. What do we want to speed along a little bit here? I kind of feel like we'll do plates since we're working on rods right now. So let's make the rest of these plates. And I like to, get stuff done in a sequence. So all of this thing or all of that thing or all of this thing, though it's nice to have everything running at the same time. We'll burn up those extra ignits that we have hiding. Now, any other extra stuff laying in here? We've got some copper ignits. We got a ton of limestone in there as well. So let's go ahead and put those plates in. All right, those plates are maxed now. Put what little rods we have in there. Now, we got concrete there. We have a ton of extra limestone over here. And so we're going to go over here and we're going to make our own concrete. Look how fast I can make concrete. Right? So I can make it way faster than that that constructor can make it. But then again, I'm sitting here making concrete instead of building a base or collecting and looking for resources or going out and exploring and doing all those other things that I should be doing while it's over here cranking away, making me tons and tons of loot. But as you can see very quickly, and I need about 200 of this, very quickly I can just make it myself. So it's actually faster to make the concrete yourself at this particular tier. So I'm going to go ahead and let that run by holding down the button until we get to about 200, which is why I saved that extra limestone earlier, so I can just make it myself. Very, very easy. How are we doing on this battle? 7 more minutes. Wow, look at that thing. That thing is filling up with peeps. We got this, everybody. Remember, put down units every 5 minutes in there. I think I can press a button here and give you guys the battle mode. Where is my battle button? It is not in there. It is probably over here. Nope. All right, put that over there. There it is. All right, all right. There is the battle button. You go ahead and click that link right there. Come and join us for some Stream Raiders. It is free to play. Play it on mobile or on desktop. It's up to you. All right, so we're going to keep going on this concrete. We're almost there. And then we're going to get into the really fun stuff where we actually start to work on our base. All right, I feel like that's good enough. And no more of this running stuff on the floor. All right, there we go. Now we just need our rods. Let's go over here and see how many rods it's made. Now, again, I could tier up this production now. I could build more mass burners, and I can do all of that. But right when I get to this stage, I stop building stuff because I know what I'm going to do here in a moment. I'm going to go ahead and unlock my ability to put down foundations. And once you start doing foundations, all this other stuff is going to be irrelevant in the short term. All right, we got any backlog? We do. We got a big backlog in there. We can go ahead and grab and just make the rest of these few little rods ourselves. Again, we can make them way faster than the constructor can make them. Speed ourselves along. All right, and big button again. Go red button.
Milestone reached. You have unlocked several structures aimed to provide the first needed to build basic factory infrastructure and improved overview. Building these will provide a grid for more advanced organizing and sectioning of your factory.
I love watching that every time. It's actually really great animations for that, by the way. Really fantastic animations. All right, so now we're able to go in and build our base. We also got a lookout tower. We got all of our foundations unlocked now. We can do ramps and flat parts. But how are we going to start? Right, starting is the start, if you know what I mean. You've got to figure out where you want to go right here. Now, I need one of our miners to put another miner down right there. And so we're going to go in here. We're going to grab one of these extra miners I made. We're going to reuse all of these miners, by the way. Don't worry. We're going to reuse them all. So now we've got a miner right here. Now, how do we want to put our miner so that we can go ahead and align it for everything else? Now, you can just start with one, but it doesn't matter. All these other ones are not going to line up perfect. I typically sometimes start with one, or I just start randomly and I just put a block down and say that's what I'm going with and whatnot. But to have it truly true north and east and whatnot, you can actually look at the radar up there and say, I want to start, say, north-south, right? I want it to be perfectly north-south. So you can take this out, and then you can go ahead, rotate this so it's aiming to the north. If you are a perfectionist, there you go. So now my thing is aiming to the north. It's just as good as any other choice of starting. Now, what I want to do is actually put down a foundation next to this item, not under the item yet. And you can actually put them under the item, but I'm going to put it next to it here in just a moment. First, I'm going to need more concrete. How am I doing on plates? Definitely going to need a lot more plates. We got to get our plate production back up and running here. Let's go ahead and switch this back to plates now. There we go, because we're going to need that coming up. And we got a nice little bunch of rods there. But let's run back, get some more, or actually let's just make some concrete right over here instead of running back. We'll just make a bunch. Easy peasy. Burn up all the rest of this limestone. There is no reason for me to keep this raw limestone except for the MAM, which we'll build here in a minute. We'll get that stuff unlocked, get it going. I found a heavy object to set on my mouse for manual production like this. Actually, there's a function in my Razer Naga that I have. I got the Razer Naga Chroma Epic with the 12 buttons on the side. I can actually go in and set a macro where, say, I hold down the middle scroll wheel or whatever button I want it to do. It could be any of those buttons. And it will hold down the mouse. And I can set it to that if I want, but I typically don't. I don't because I feel like it's a little cheating. If it's something outside the game, I feel like you're bypassing the game mechanics. But hey, it's your game. You do whatever you want. If a rock serves well, you put a rock on your mouse or something heavy on your mouse, like a heavy weight or whatnot, so it'll do that for you. It's up to you. It's up to you, but I never do. I like this part of the game where you have to manually make it first, and then you have then you automate it. I feel like that's a genius part of the actual playthrough of the game. But if you've already done it a bunch of times before, you already got that feeling, you already got that kind of starter feeling to the game. But I like that. I like that kind of starter zone. All right, let's keep going, and we're going to do that. Foundations is what we're doing. Now, what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to hit Q, and I'm going to go ahead and add these foundations to my bar down here. The way I do that is I press 5 on my mouse. That's pressing these buttons on the side right over here. Or you can press 5 on your keyboard. I don't press 6 on this right here because I know I'm going to need those 2 foundations. Now, when I press 5 on my mouse, it'll pop up just like that instead of me going in and selecting it through that way. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and take this foundation, and I'm going to line it up as best I can visually right there. And then I'm going to look at it and say, nah, I don't like it. I don't like it. Let's go ahead and do it again. Now we're going to try to line it up this way. Right, now we're going to have a little bit of problem there. See with the thing snapping. What I would do is go on the low side of your particular node and try to line it up a bit that way. Right, now this object has already kind of chosen its direction when I first picked it up, right? Like I can go in and I can rotate it and then go back out and then come back in again, and notice it's flipped back to this point. Again, we'll rotate it at an angle, out, come back in. It's going to try to rotate it back, right? See, now it's rotated that way. It actually will remember sometimes where you're at. Right, so halfway, back out, back in. See, it's remembered. How do I get it to go back to default? You go to something else, and then you come back. Sometimes it'll reset. Sometimes you go in here, you choose a different one. It'll reset, but it typically will remember the rotation of whatever you've done. So you want to kind of try to find a rotation that matches what you've already got, right? Like something like this. Now, I like to use the big foundations when I'm starting. I could use some thinner ones, but I'm going to go ahead and go with these foundations right here. And we're going to try to eyeball that and line it up. Now, it'd be awesome if you hold down Shift and line it up and all of that. But I'm going to line it up, and then I'm going to offset it just a little bit. Let's say somewhere right there. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Now I'm going to go ahead and make a bunch of these. Apparently one of them not in the right spot. There we go. Like that. Now I'm going to run out of concrete. But what we want to do is now take this out, and then we can take these back out, and we can pick those resources back up again. So we can go ahead and use that concrete over here instead. Now we've also got our copper in the way, so we're going to pull our copper out now. We'll deal with all of that in a minute. And then we're going to go ahead and put our foundations down. Now the biggest trick to putting your foundations down over your nodes is to look at what level you can see your nodes. Now if you put one foundation down at a certain level, I'm going to go ahead and try to put this one up a bit. Up on this topper edge so we can see. Let's say right there. You're going to see there's a halfway point. See all these little rivets here in the thing? That's a halfway point. That has to be below the ground for you to be able to put your item on top of it. Your extractor on top of it, right? Now, it also shows you when you put it down. Notice it's got a yellow side and a blue side. The blue side is where it has to be into the ground for it typically to work, but not always. Watch this. See, a portion of it did go under. Now, will it work? Maybe. Depends on if the game wants to let you make it work. Now, mine, you can see, are all below the ground. That's why I started on the low side, is so that when I'm doing it, it'll actually already be down, and then the other ones will snap. And so those will snap down into that level, and now they're down at that level. I do not like building stuff at the ground level. In fact, this ground level is actually not going to be the best ground level to start with. And I'll show you why here in just a second as I dig this way. You're going to see that, look, that dirt is showing up on there. So this actually should be up a little bit higher. But now I have a frame of reference that is perfectly aligned to my actual extractor, my miner here, but I can't use it because I need my stuff back. I need my concrete back. There we go. And as you can see, it's perfectly aligned, except for not so perfect, right? It's kind of offset off this way. Even though I aligned it to the front of what I thought was the front, it's not really the front. So there's a lot of things. If you want to make this perfect, you've got to do a lot of fuddling, as we say a lot in this channel. You got to fuddle with it, right? You got to move it forward a little bit. You got to adjust it because it doesn't really tell you exactly where the edge is. It's telling you where the edge of this is, right? Where the edge of that thing, when you go in and you put one in, right? So let's act like we're going to put another foundation in. See, it's telling you, but look, I put it down. It looked like it was right there on the edge, but nope. Nope, it wasn't. It's actually got to be a little bit further forward. So we can go ahead and take this out, take this one out, take that one out. I would leave that one. And then what it does, when I pick it up, it'll still be in the same orientation, but we also need to look at it from the side, right? So we need to look at it from this side, that side, maybe move it a little bit further this way, and then put it down, and then see if it's lined up. And that's pretty lined up. But maybe I want it to be a little bit more forward. Now, here's the thing. This has a snap. So it's going to snap to those guidelines. If I hold down the left control, it's going to snap even more, like when you're snapping items. I don't think there's a way to turn the snap off, by the way. Is there a way to turn the snap off? You can just tell me in the chat. We're going to do a battle. I don't think I've ever found a way to turn the snap off. I don't think it has it in this game. I can't remember. I'm mixing it up with other games. I don't think it does. At least yet. You got to remember, this game is early access. So now we're going to play some Stream Raiders real quick. Let's see how we do. We got almost 200 units on the board right now. Oh, we're looking good. Get those frogs. Norbert coming in, throwing some epic heals on you guys. Go get him, Norbert! Send that healing love. All right, that's another win. Nice. Let's see. We've got, bam, we got Rotisserie G, Subi, Nightox, Jimbo, and Janice all getting some extra love. Whoa, 50 gold each. Wow, congrats to you guys. Right there. And, of course, some epic Centurion scrolls, too. Oh, those are 3 scrolls. That was 3 scrolls right there. Jeff coming in overall MVP with the massive 24 assists. Fantastic job, Jeff. Let's get into it. Now, this is the time you really want to step it up. If you've got some epics, you got some legendaries, now's a good time to do it. I'm going to pull out the Pally. And again, I find we do well if we start down here in the corner. I'm just going to go ahead and start it a little bit offset there. I feel like we always do well if we cluster in that corner for some reason. Boom. Let's go for it. All right, back to this. Now, again, we're a little too far right there. Now, how can I center this? Now that I've done this, right? How can I center this right underneath this? Now, if you notice, I can fill that in like that. And it's fairly good. But now, look. Now it's left to right center problem, right? It's up to you what you want to do, right? How you want to get it to go. Now, another thing you can do, since I already have this placed up above, is we can go ahead, take these 2 out, and we can go ahead and try to center it this way, right? So now we can see where the center is, and we go back and forth. Now, one of the problems is being able to see the high side of it. Here's the thing. Build yourself a ramp or build yourself a foundation and get up a little bit higher so you have a better view of the actual object itself. And then that's going to allow you to go in and say, okay, let's say nice and centered with a little bit extra right there. How's that look? Not bad that way. This way. Not bad, not bad. I'm showing you all my best tricks, everybody. And then right over here, let's check the back. All right, back comes off pretty good. Looking pretty rock solid. Looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and take this out. You always want to take this out and put it back in again. Because what it does, it adjusts the feet at the bottom. So now the feet are aligned to the actual thing. See if I take this out. See, they're actually not running down into the foundation. It doesn't make any difference in the game at all, but it makes a difference to you because you want it to be awesome, right? You want it to be perfect. Now look what happened. It moved it forward again. You're like, Kesmet, what the heck, bro? Why does it keep moving it forward? Right? Why is the foundations now moving? Well, that is going to happen. You're going to have like this thing creeping forward sometimes whenever you do that. Because I obviously left a little bit extra on there. But let's do it again, right? We're going to do it once again. We'll take this out. We'll go ahead and do this. And let's take that one out. I'll grab that one. I just have it there. And again, we'll line it up perfectly. That in part nicely in there. Let's call it that. Now again, let's look. See, bar not hanging over. Put it back in there again. Take this back out again. Yeah, these are the game mechanics that I love to figure out. All right, there we go. Not hanging over the side again. There we go. Now we found that magic spot where it stops moving it forward. It stops offsetting stuff. And we're good. And you're like, well, Kismet, it's going to drill through the foundation. I don't think that's right. That's not proper. Just RP that you cut a hole in there and then it's going to go through there. All right? You know, the developers are working very hard. Give them time. Give them time to finish it. All right, now we're ready for the beginnings of our base. Now, I usually set the beginnings of my base I just choose either one of these or I just choose a location. Now, again, we saw over here that this is going to run into this dirt area over here, but no problem. We can also elevate it up. Now, normally I do not build foundations at the bottom part here. Normally I would just leave them in the dirt for the longest time and then come back and do foundations later because it does burn up my resources, my concrete and whatnot. But I've made a choice in this one that we're going to go for it. We're going to go for it. We're going to use our foundations in the very beginning. Now we got to run way over here. Oh wait, I should bring my plates. We're going to run way over there. We're going to get it done. By the way, still running. Still going over there. My iron at least still going. We're going to rework our copper and all of that in a bit. We're going to rework all of this. But we're going to need some of our plates. Let's just grab it all over here. Let's make the journey way over here to our concrete. You're like, Keswick, getting tired of running back and forth. No worries, no worries. We're going to fix that problem right now. Let's do this. Let's do it. My little doggo over here. I can take this out now. I'm not going to be constructing anything over here. Now it's finished. The concrete is full, so I'm going to grab that concrete out of there. And then what I'm going to do, Spaghetti City. Let's do it. This triggers everybody in the chat. I love it. I don't do this very often, but it is fun to do it every now and again, to just do it on purpose. Because I know how to build it if I want to the other way. But in the beginning, I just get tired of running over there. And so I wanted to bring the concrete to me. Because I want to build a big old base over here. Right? And if I want to build a big old base full of foundations and stuff, you know what I'm going to need a lot of? Concrete. And so we're going to go ahead and just run this right over to here. Put our storage in. And bada bing, bada boom. Oops, close, too close on the storage. Just going to throw it down on the ground here. There we go. Throw it down on the ground here. Try to run that in there. And now it's going to bring the concrete to me. I don't need to go to it. It's coming to me. That's why I needed those plates. So I can make that conveyor and bring it over here. And anytime I need it, I just got to run right to there. Okay, and I grabbed a bunch of concrete while I'm over there. And now we can go ahead and just build this out. Now again, we're going to have a bit of a problem right here. What I can also do is I could have worked up here first and then walked over this way, but I'm still going to have to build it down over here so that the foundations are not too high. If the foundations are too high, it won't let me put the extractor there. All right, so that's what we're going to do there. And then this one here, we're going to go ahead and rise this up just a little bit. So we're going to use our foundations, and we're going to use our little bit of rise right here. We're going to go and put it right there. There we go. Rise that up, or we can do it over here. Maybe over here. Let's try one back. See how we like that. Just so we don't see the dirt and all of that stuff. We just kind of cover that up. Like that. Now, do I really need the foundations underneath there? No. So I can take those out if I so desire. Only I'm going to know that they're not under there. Right? Can't really see that they're not under there unless you're peeking through here. Then you can kind of see it. But no one's going to know other than me. Now, is that high enough up to where I can build out all of this? Again, this is when you start getting your concrete fired up. Right over here. And I fill all this in now. Let's take this out. And I fill all this in now with my foundations. Good time to take this out. And how are we looking? Oh, we're out of concrete. Well, hey, we need some concrete. I know where to go. Right over here. Oh, we only got 5. We only got 5, so it's gotta get cranking over there, and we'll get that geared up here in a minute. But there we go. So we built that over there, and now we can go ahead and do another Mark 1 over here if we want. Now, it might not line up nicely like you see in the other ones. Right? See, it's not going to line up perfectly in the center like the other one, and I could go in and line this one up and then try to match it all together. But I set a precedent of 1, and then that's it. The whole rest of my base everywhere in the world is now set by that. And its angle, its direction, everything that I do is matched off the very first foundations that I do. Just like that. And so we'll start rising the base up. We'll start building the base up really high, by the way. We're going to build our bottom level down here, some of our basic production at this bottom level, and then rise it really, really far up, for sure. All right, my headphones have died again, as they do quite often. Bam. Drop those in there. Get these other ones. Swap them out. All right, they didn't kick on for some reason. Always something with these headphones. There we go. All right. So we got that going. We got our construction going. We've got lots of power going over here. How we looking? Still 59 in there. It's going to be running and running and running. Looking good. Now what we need to do is we need to convert from working on the ground to working up on the foundations. Here comes Fred again. Working on the foundations. So we're going to need a lot of concrete. We're going to build a lot of stuff here, right? And that concrete is going kind of slow right now. It's doing about 5 of them in there so far. How many we got now? Oh, now 38. There we go. Tooled up and ready to go. Fred, get out of here! Go and walk around in someone else's base. Crazy Fred. Notice I used the ramp there so I can adjust it. And now I'll have that like that all the way across. Or I might bring it up on the other side and make it go up or whatnot, and I'll match it all later on. But this is my extractors up here, so I want to go ahead and put my miner back in. Right over here. And this miner I'm going to have going this way. Like that. And then I'm going to take this out and just run that again into there. Run this over here. And off it goes again. Off and run. Again, just RP that you cut a hole in the foundation and went down in the thing. Don't be so critical about it, bro. Don't be so critical about that kind of little stuff. All right, so we got that going. Now we need to tool up. Got 2 Freds. What is this, Fred.com over here? Get out of here. You got the whole world to wander. You got to come in and hang out in my base. Crazy Fred. Crazy Fred. Oh, look at it just running down the line. Sexy. Sexy. Okay, now we're going to run over here and we're going to work on our concrete. Now our concrete right now is being fed in at a maximum of 45 on the input. And you can see that we have almost 100. So it's maxing out. And then over here we can see that it's actually extracting at 60. So it's actually extracting faster than it's actually producing. And what we want to do is we want to go in and we want to split this. Now here's the thing. We go into logistics. No splitter. So I can't split it and make it so it's running into multiple items. By the way, we can also run along this to make it go faster going back and forth, or at least in this direction. It's going to go slower if you're going that direction. So we can use this as a kind of a transport. This is what we did before hypertubes, by the way. We used conveyors. Very, very fun. So what we need to do is we need to get our splitters. So let's get into that next. Whee! Right over here. All right, logistics. All right, splitters. Yay! Let's select that milestone. Let's go ahead and put in there by holding down control. It's going to put in 150, so I don't have to double click it twice. Put in our rods and put in our wire, and that's why I saved that wire for that. And then we need more rods, right? And we really want to make some more rods over here. We wanted to do some rods, but I can make a bunch right over here. Again, in the beginning, I do make a lot of this myself because I find it fun. But later on, of course, we'll automate all of this stuff. All this stuff, easy mode. Especially makes it go faster when you're trying to upgrade all the tiers and unlock all of the stuff to just make it yourself. But it is fun to have it making every single thing for you so you don't have to worry about it later on. Especially when you're making it super efficiently, which I'm about to do here in a moment when I get a lot of concrete. I'm going to be working on the efficiency of all of my production. So it's running the most of everything that it needs to run. And that comes from using your splitters and mergers. And that is what we need right now. So we're going to go ahead and put that in there. Hit the red button.
Milestone reached. Conveyor belts can now merge, split, and lift to increase the complexity and efficiency of your factory. We encourage you to consider more verticality when it comes to factory logistics to streamline short-range transportation. The productivity display will help you measure and improve the productivity of individual buildings to aid with optimization.
All right, thank you so much. Let's see, who is that? That's TC coming in. Hopefully I said your name right. Thank you so much for that Prime sub love. Let's show up some love in the chat, everybody, for showing the stream some love. Appreciate it. Try to get back up there to 200 subs. You know, my subs go up and down. That's how life goes, right? Sometimes I get a bunch of gifted subs that bring me up, and then sometimes the subs come back down. Just try to get by, because we know that every penny does go right back into the stream, everybody. I do appreciate all the love, big time. Okay, so we got 60 coming out of here for that limestone. And we've got it going in at 45. So we want to go ahead and grab one of these. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit F to hit that middle mouse button. And then I'm going to go ahead and do this. But I'm going to need to make some more stuff over here. So we need the craft bench again. And then we're going to go in here and we're going to make some reinforced iron plates. But we need some screws for that. Oh, here comes the biddies! Look out, biddies coming in. Thank you so much, Big Al's Gaming, for the biddy love. Oh, look out! JC Hunter bringing that gifted sub love. Look out, blowing it up. Speaking of one of my favorite things on Twitch, and that is the ability to make somebody's day, to give out little moments of joy here in the stream, and that's what we try to do every single day. And that's what JC Hunter's doing for you guys right now. Fortune Shot, Zarkane, Fox Vera, Mep, and Susumi, Susumu. I butcher everybody's name. All getting a gifted sub. Now, what's so great about getting the gifted sub? Well, first, you get the epic Kismet emotes, right? So you can go ahead and use that squirrel when somebody gets off track, like I do all the time on anybody's stream, as well as you can use the food and water emotes and all those other epic Kismet emotes as well. You also have 3 times the chance of winning the giveaways when we do giveaways, and I have a bunch of them to do. I'm trying to get to them. It's just a lot of work to keep this stuff going, as well as you have 3 times the earning power of Kizcaps in the channel. So I would suggest a lurk all month long, because you get that for free, which means that you'll have a higher chance of winning the giveaways. When you have more Kizcaps you have, the more giveaways you get. Now, just even if you're not subbed, you do earn Kizcaps by chilling out in the channel, but those that are subbed earn them at 3 times the rate for being awesome supporter of the stream. I do appreciate each and every one in the stream, and thank you to JC Hunter for giving out those little moments of joy here in the stream, getting on the Kismet love train. Thank you so much. Look at that in the chat. Lots of people saying thanks. Lots of thanks for the sub, as well as the JC Hunter. And when I see that, I'm going to give you some extra Kizcaps right over there for saying GG and saying thanks in the chat and being an awesome part of my community. I'm going to give you a little extra love for being here at this moment and being awesome in the chat. I love to reward peeps for being kind to other people and saying thanks and things like that. Big time. Big time. All right, let's go ahead and craft up some more reinforced iron plates, because that's what we need. So we're going to make some screws. And again, notice I just make bare minimum of whatever it is I need in the moment. That allows me to kind of go a little bit faster. Okay, so we're not going to use any foundations over here, which is kind of funny, because this is what we use to make foundations, right? That's kind of funny. We're going to take that out. We're going to just put these right next to each other. Like this. Okay. Now we're going to use this thing called the splitter. Now, I like to do centerline splitting, which is like this. Now, I'm going to do one centerline splitting, and then that's all I'm going to do from then on. Now, I'm going to rotate this around so it's facing in the opposite direction, so I can run it from here into there. Then I'm going to tell it to go from this into that one, and then also into this one. Now, this one's going to need some power, so we're going to need to run that from over here. Luckily, we have one more connector line together, and we can run it in there. Now, is that running at 100% efficiency? It absolutely is not. But here's the thing. Right now, this is running and has a bunch of extra limestone, and I have a bunch of extra limestone on me from before. So I can just straight up feed it right in there like this, and it's already at 100% efficiency because right at the very beginning, it has enough. Now, over time, it's going to diminish to where it doesn't have enough to keep it going. But at this point, I just crank it up. I just take all my excess resources and I put it away into here, right? And I put it away into that. I put it in here. Now, also what I can do to make this super efficient is say, hold on, we're going to do something else, right? We're going to take this out. We're going to do something else. Now, it's not going to work if your belts are not fast enough. But we're going to say, hold on a second. We're going to take all this out. We're going to take that belt out and redo the front of that like this. We're going to grab all of that out and we're going to redo this, right? Let's go ahead and do it with a bit more pizzazz on it, where we go ahead and just run this, actually right about there. Just looking at how I'm going to put my box. So we're going to go ahead and put a box out first, right, in front. And we're going to look at where we're going so we have enough room to put those constructors down. Actually, I just think I'll just put them I'll just put it this way. Now, this is way easier on foundations. I'm showing you the difference when you're not using foundations versus when you use foundation. You see this is really kind of awkward to do this, but that's okay. That's okay. And that's going to keep running now. And now it's going to run that limestone into here. And I do a lot of what's known as underclocking or overclocking of my items. Now, right now, I don't have the ability to overclock, which is normally what I'm doing right here is using more resources than I'm actually producing. But we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to sharpen up our center split a little bit here. We'll take our splitter. I'm going to put it right here. Oh, it's too close. Too close. Let's say back a little bit on this. Put our splitter down again. Sometimes you can do your splitter first, or you can do that. Oh, actually, I need to create my other set. Let's create my second set. This is going to be number 1. This is going to be number 2. This is going to be number 3. This will be 4. There we go. So I just created another set down here, another quick key set. So I can just click the button 1, and I can go ahead and control running that out. All right, there we go. We'll do this. Then we'll go number 4 into there, weirdly. And then we'll go ahead and put down our 2 constructors again. And again, this is what I call a center line split, where you're just splitting it down the center. Later on, we will do what's known as an inline split. We'll get into that as well. So in there you go. Actually, I kind of like this more under 3, and this one is 4, because I'm going to press 3 more often. 3 is a much easier key to press. All right, so that's running out of there. Now, here's what we can do instead. We can take all this concrete or this limestone, and we can put it in this box. So we have excess. We can then feed the excess in here so that it keeps both of these running at max efficiency. Even though I'm not producing enough to keep it going at max efficiency, I'm using up my excess resources instead of me doing it myself. And so we're going to go ahead and run that over there, and then our 1 more connector over here. Now, we've got our... Now, this is the first thing I would fix, by the way. The first thing would be this. Now, I'm going to come back and use foundations and all that stuff here in a bit, and we're going to tie it to our base over there. So we're actually going to run the foundations all the way over here, and that foundation is going to set a precedent of what level we want to do over here. And we're going to run that into there. We're going to fire those up by telling them what we want them to do. Make that concrete. Very nice. Now we want to go ahead and have it continue this down the line, and we want to look at what the output rate of this, 15 and 15. So we're starting to work with our math, right? So 15 and 15 is 30. How fast do our conveyors go? Our conveyors go 60. The slowest one goes 60, right? So that's going to help us out a lot. And now we're going to use our merger. So I'll go do it in here for the first time. Merger right here. And then I'm going to use my button from then on. And again, this is a center line merge, so I will go ahead and do this. Now, notice there's a green arrow, and I'm going to turn that green arrow this way. I'm going to move forward just a little bit, and then go ahead and run these out into the sides of this. And then from this, all merged back together, back down our conveyor line. Now it's producing twice as much concrete. Nice, right? Nice, nice. Now, how can I speed that up even more? Well, here's the thing. It's got to transport it from there and into here. And so again, I can go ahead and just grab this. I can take all for right now, and I can just straight up feed it in there so there's no lag time in its startup. And now it's going to burn up all of those resources. Now, I don't want to have to come back and do that every single time. That will suck. But here's the thing. The thing is that this is extracting at 60, right? This is extracting at 60 over here. And so it's going to fill this as 60. And then it's going to run it down here as 60. And then it's going to run 30 and 30 in each side. And what it needs is 45 in the entrance, right, in the start, to keep it going. Now, I can go through, if I had overclocking and underclock this so it's only accepting 30 at a time. Because what happens here is the math doesn't work out. This is the first one you're going to run into where the math doesn't work out real easy in the beginning. When we do plates and we do rods here in a bit, that math, super easy. This math, screwed up, right? So my biggest suggestion, if you do have extra limestone, is just to directly feed it in there and then temporarily throw it in here. But this actually is not going to serve any function it's not going to feed it in here fast enough that he's going to actually start to backfill this over here big time. He's going to start backfilling it big time over there. And it'd be nice if we had faster conveyors, which we'll get into eventually. But right now, we're going to go ahead and just do that. All right, let's do it. Now, this is going to double our production and run us a ton of concrete over here so we can start working heavily on our foundations and our base. All right, very nice. That's going to get that going. Now, over here, we've got a whole bunch more construction going on. And we have another extractor that we need to put over here. Now, we need another miner to get that one going. I highly recommend after you put down your foundation to put down your extractors right away, because sometimes you forget that there's one there, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, what happened to that other node? And it's hiding underneath your foundations. Because I am a very forgetful person, so I'm going to go ahead and put that down right away. There we go. Very nice. We're not even using these nodes right now, and that's okay. That's okay if we're not using them for right now. Now we've also got our hub and all this other stuff, and we really want to get going. We really need a lot of our concrete here. So let's run over here to our little concrete box and see how much we've got now. All right, 193. So yeah, we're really cranking that now. Now, here's the thing. I could just go AFK. I go AFK, go have a sandwich, go do something else, and as long as my biofuel is running, as long as everything's power is still running, it'll keep cranking out that concrete, and I can come back and I'll have 1,000 concrete that I can go and build. But I like to build as I go. So we're going to keep on going. We're going to go ahead and extend this area out. Right over here. All right, and then we'll go ahead and bring our little ramps into play there. There we go. Very nice. Everything looking sexy. Now, why did I build this area over here? This is why. Hasta la later, bro. But if I do that, watch out. When I take this out, boom, it's going to drop into a box. All my power going off. Everything I just did, totally offline. But that's okay, because we're going to move it over here to our foundation. We're going to go ahead and take out all the stuff over there and retool all of that. Now, this was one of the greatest parts of the game, is that you can take all the stuff out, remove it around, put it wherever you want it to go, and not have to worry about any of that stuff. Now, in some playthroughs, I'll put my hub up above right away. Some playthroughs, I'll leave it on the ground level. I don't like being on the ground level because that's how mobs sneak up on you and kill you, especially when you're AFK. But as you can see, I'm going to run around, and I've turned the hub around the other way now, this way, because I'm going to be working out this direction toward my copper over there. And then also over here, we're going to be doing our iron off here to the side. And we got a lot of iron. We got a really good amount of iron there. Again, this is extracting at 60 each. That's as fast as we can go on our conveyor right now. So each of these could be doing its own production. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to optimize the production for each and every one of these to run separate lines of materials that we're going to need in the beginning. But we're going to need a lot of power to do that. So we're going to need to get into that. And I just throw the hub anywhere to start. I just set a precedent of, okay, this is where I'm starting my conveyors, and then I'll throw my hub down. Good enough. Good enough. Now, eventually, once I get this going, I'm not going to be up here too much. I'm going to be working on the far side over here. So that's why I've turned it that way, and then we'll deal with all the rest of it in a bit. Okay, so the first thing we want to do, of course, is connect our power together. So we're going to run our power here. And here, notice it did snap right on the edge of the thing. We can also put the foundation down. And you can see it's right in the apex of where all four of those come together. I usually do that right out the end. Now, notice that my hub is fairly centered. If I didn't like the centering of that, I could just take it right back out again. Say, okay, and I would probably take this out too, just so it's not in the way, just in case. And then put my hub back in and just keep doing it to my heart's content, right? Just until I feel like it's perfectly centered in the way that I want it to center. Let's take a look at that. On that side, looking pretty centered. But here's the thing. Look at these things. This thing's not centered. That's not centered, bro. I want that to be right there. So now I have to look at where I put it before, right? And take that out. and then put the hub in again and say, okay, well, maybe I got to move it over just a little bit, right? I got to move it over just a little teensy-weensy, right? So when I say, okay, that's the center, let's say that's the center. And this is something you just have to work with, right? Look, that's more in a center, right? That's running right down the center now. That's much better centered. Now look at where it is. It's right on the edge of this side, but on this side, not so much, right? So again, remember that not everything is symmetrical. Not everything is exactly the same size. So you got to keep that in mind. Now, why do I want to do that? Well, I want to do that because I want to put the pole in between both of them perfectly like that, because that's just the way I like to roll. There we go. That's just the way I like to do. And we got lots more to do here. I'm going to climb up here on the top. Give us a nice bird's eye view of what we've got started here. And we're really getting a good start in the game. So let's go ahead and do another battle to celebrate our epicness so far. Let's go. 219 units. Holy mackerel. That is one heck of a battle. Let's go. Zoom in on the action. Alrighty, boom, loyalty chest for you guys. Congratulations. Whoa, I got 18 event tokens. I don't even know what those are for. They said they were revamping those too. Let's see, Jimbo. Whoa, look at how many people got rewards. Holy moly, look at this. 3 here, 3 there, and 2 over there. Jimbo, Limoges.net. Limoges.net. All right, whatever. Nightox coming in. Beardo, Rotisserie G, P Daddy again. I've seen all the same names getting some love today. Taco, Subi, all getting it. JD Kings coming in. Overall MVP. 10 assists. Look at you guys just beast moding it today. Now, let's go for that mystery boss. Come on now. We're going to do a mystery one here. And then mystery boss. Holy mackerel. Look at that one. Holy moly, that's going to be some serious amount of stuff. Wow. Okay, there's a level 20 way up there in the corner. Oh, we're going to have to cluster on this one. We're going to have to heavy cluster, everybody. Level 20 there, level 10, level 20. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, we're going to have to create a line of defense right down here. Now, you can spread out a little bit if you want, but I feel like this is our biggest cluster here. We're going to have to push through this. Maybe another group over here on the side. But I think right along here. Now, I'm going to pull out the big guns for this one, even though I'm not going to get a scroll. I'm going to pull out the Wasteland Tycoon right here at the end. Let's do a line of scrimmage right over here where we bring out the big guns right across here, everybody. Let's do it. Use those epics. Use those legendaries. I feel like we're going to need it. We're going to need some heavy support here in the back. Let's get that in there too. All right, we're ready. We got the battle plan. We're ready to go. Now, again, you want to go a little bit more in the middle. Keep them busy while the rest of us are pushing up from the bottom. Go for it. But we're going to need 1 unit every 5 minutes you can put down. We're going to need every unit you can muster to make this happen, because that's going to be an insane battle. I can tell you already. So get into it, everybody. Get your units down. Again, 1 every 5 minutes, up to 6 units over 30 minutes. Now, let's go check the store over here. Now, remember, you can support the stream if you are enjoying these battles. If you enjoy me doing them 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day, make sure that you go in and help support the stream by grabbing those skins and gifting those skins to other peeps. It does help support the stream tremendously. All right, let's keep getting that going in. Let's go ahead and check and see if we've got any scrolls. Has it reset yet? Another 21 minutes before we reset. We'll come back to that. Get some more scrolls for our army. All right, now we're looking good. Again, stack them up, everybody. Stack them up. We got this. We got this. I believe in each and every one of you can make it happen. All right, I like that. Where that's at. I like how that's centered off of that. Let's go with that. Then we got to go over here. Every time we pick this thing up and put it down, we got to go get rid of these exclamation marks. You don't have to, but I got to because I hate seeing those things. I hate seeing those things here going, red alert, Kismet, red alert. All right, that's looking good, and let's go ahead and keep on keeping on building our little factory down here. And we're going to get into some math. Not really tricky math, really easy math. Oh, that's nice on that side. Look, just above the dirt level. Nice. All right, we're going to get into some easy math. Now, the first math we're going to get into is subtraction. We're going to go and grab all of this, and we're going to subtract it from that box. Then we're going to go ahead and take it, and we're going to put some of this away because we are getting overburdened. Oh, wait, no, we're not going to put it in there. We're going to go ahead and use our new power that we have, the power of the storage box. I'm going to just put that storage box right up against our base for right now, and that's going to be our extra storage. We're going to go ahead and store all of our stuff in there, except for stuff that we're not going to touch for a while. What's that going to be? Hold on, let's take all this out. What are stuff that we're not going to touch for quite a while, or we could just really get rid of in here? Well, probably the raw ore. Not going to need that. These probably not right this second. Don't need that. Don't need my chainsaw right this second. How about the biofuel? Don't need that. Don't need it. 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 All right. Boom. Looking good. Oh, look at this. We found some silica somewhere. Look at us going. Look at us go and find some silica. I'm not going to need the silica right now, so I'm going to put that in there. So what do I need? Well, this is going to be all the I'm not going to use it right now stuff. But here's the thing I'm going to need, though. I'm going to need my chainsaw and eventually some of this biofuel again to go get more resources to convert them into biofuel. So I'm going to put that over here in my I might need it later thing. Now, I know I'm going to need more of those, that's for sure. And put those in there. I might need that later. All right, awesome. Now, that's going to clear that off of my inventory. So now I can go over here and literally just take all of this out. Now, you can do something really fun at this point, and that's hold down control and go select all of that, and then you press one button, boom, it's all gone. Just like that. Holding down the control key is the best. Boom, all gone. Now, be careful when you're doing that, though, because you might accidentally hit something that you don't really want to take out. But I did get all of those resources back, as you can see. All of them right there. And then whatever's left in that box, we'll get that back. And it's nice and cleaned up, ready to rock. Now we're going to go ahead and do some inline work. Right here, we've got 60 copper ore, or iron ore coming out of there. And we're going to run that iron ore into our boxes. Now, here's the thing I'm going to do, like you saw me do before, but I'm going to go ahead and put it right here. Now, notice this green line. When you're using your foundations, it's a lot easier to line your stuff up. So I'm going to go ahead and start with a box here, just like this. And because we don't have a pure node, I'm going to show you a little way of getting rid of all this excess resources. So we got iron ore. We're going to put that iron ore in there and say, hold on, wait a minute. Didn't we have some other iron ore over here? Let's go look. Let's go see if we have any extra iron ore. There's some copper ore. Aha, here's some iron ore. Let's take that and let's put that in this box as well. Whoop, wrong way. Put it all in there. And then now what we want to do is we want to get our power squared away over here too. So we're going to start reducing our spaghetti, as I like to say. We're going to try to build a little bit cleaner along the straight lines, along the straight areas, so we can get it going. Now that power is going to get going, but you know what I need over here? I need some fuel. I need some fuel for that because we've burnt up all of our fuel. We've got our biofuel here, so we're going to need our chainsaw as well. Now, before I get back into firing up my factory, I'm going to need more biofuel. So let's go ahead and get some more biofuel going on. Now, when we're running along, I'm going to hit E to grab random leaves way over here and whatnot. And I'm just going to go grab some more loots. Now, look at this. How easy is this? Boom. Later, brah. Now, how useful that is to do that when you can just hit E a whole lot, I don't know. It's really up to you. But me, I just love AoE and everything. Now, sometimes what happens when you're running through the bushes... Oh, look at all this water. We'll get into that later. So much water. Sometimes I find it easier just to run around and hit the E so I'm not burning my biofuel. It's up to you. Really, the thing you want to use it on are trees right here. Now, of course, you hit the E too much, you're going to get yourself some carpal tunnel, so watch out for that. I'm stuck. God, you can get stuck under those things. I get stuck under stuff all the time. Remember, it's an early access game. They're still working on it. Right over here. Again, there could be something hiding in here. Some scary thing hiding in the bushes for all I know. Boom. Now, by the way, if I take this out, see the tree there? If I take this one out, right, say this one, watch the tree. Boom. It takes the tree out, too. It doesn't really matter which one you get, right? As long as it's in the AoE area of that thing, you're good. But wood is going to give you a lot more biofuel than leaves is. But, hey, while you're there, you might as well snatch it up. Now, we're cleaning up our area over here. Another great thing about doing this is that this stuff doesn't end up going through your foundations, which I absolutely hate. I don't like it when stuff comes up through the bottom of the floor. That's not my thing. All right, we're looking good. Turn that down just a little bit. All right. Got that going. Got all this going. Just hitting E, grab all this. What's this stuff here? Look at this, like little clamshells. Now what it'll do is if you can cut it down, like if I try to cut this down, it doesn't work. It'll highlight, see like that, around it to know that you can't cut it down. Like that. So if it doesn't highlight, then it's not something you can cut. Now, sometimes things look like it's not something you can cut, and it actually is. So I would go and experiment with every single thing that you run into, like, you know, rocks, trees, things that look like they're not going to come down, but they do. And just kind of clear the area. Like this. All right, awesome. Awesome, awesome. We're going to spend a good amount of time doing that here in a minute. Running back. Now we can use our conveyor because conveyors do not use power. So our conveyors are always running. They always run. Even if your power goes off, it'll still run it from place to place and end up over here with my nice 98 concrete. Okay, so now one of the things we want to do before we get into iron and all of that stuff is we want to have the ability to make biofuel, right? Now that biofuel is going to allow us to continue to fuel our factory. Now right over here on this side, since this is basically the side we've been collecting stuff from, we're going to go ahead and retool this. We're going to take this back out. We're going to get all this out. Again, you can make it and take it out and put it back in. And this is away from my other production of all of my iron and all of that stuff, which we're going to get into. We're going to go ahead and put a whole bunch of foundations down here. Oh, something in the way. Bird in the way. Get out of there, bird. I'm building here. Fred, get out of here. I'm building. Shoo, shoo. Fred loves to run up here and get in my face. All right, so we're going to go ahead and run, let's say run this direction. We're going to go ahead and make ourselves some constructors. Now, we took all that other stuff out. We're not using that stuff for right now. We're just going to go ahead and use our constructors. Now, if you notice something about constructors, let's go ahead and build this one more wide. So I always like to have at least one row empty around my hub. So I can put down storages or so I can just navigate around it like this without anything being in the way. I call those my roads. And I will paint those actually as roads as we go too. All right, so constructor. Now, if you notice the constructor is exactly one of these wide. Right, it's exactly one wide. But if you notice that it does hang off the side of one of the foundations. So if we go ahead and move it back just a little bit. And we try to line it up off the foundation. It's going to hang a little bit forward and a little bit backwards. But that's probably the perfect spot to line up on your foundations. About right there. Now I can go ahead and put this one up in front of it. But what happens is then it's offset forward as well. So what I do is I always start with one. And then I go ahead and I align all my other ones on that one. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do what I call offline production. Offline production is when you manually feed the resources in here for it to run. Now, as you can see, I've got a lot of resources. I just pulled back all my resources from over there. And I'm going to retool those resources to do something completely different. Right over here. Now, what am I going to be making in here? I'm going to be making biomass. So the right one is going to be leaves, and the left one is going to be wood. And so all I got to do is go in here and remember which one's which, though. That's the most important one. I'm going to say the wood one is the closest one to my hub, so I remember. And I can go ahead and take the wood, control-click it into there, and then all the leaves, control-click it into here, and then it's going to go ahead and make the biomass. But, of course, we need power for that. So we'll go ahead, run our power. Now, I like to run the power from behind. I don't like to run it from in front. So I'm going to go ahead and run it, say, from there. We get up on our boxes here, and then we can go ahead and run our lines nicely. Now, you can also set these up on stuff and all of that, but for right now, we're going to combine those two together. Now, what they're both producing, by the way, they're producing the same thing, biomass. Even though this says wood and that says leaves, it's actually biomass. It's the same thing. So we can go in and we can go ahead and make a merger right here in the center. And this is what, again, what I call a centerline merger. And you put that in there. So easy, like that. Now, why do I want to do that? Well, that's because I want to make something else after that, like this. And we'll take that biomass and we'll run it in here, and we're going to make solid biofuel. Actually, I need to take my chainsaw off so I don't have to listen to it running that whole time and burning up my fuel. So now we want the biomass to be created over here and then run and combined into this over here. Now, how much biomass is it going to produce? 300 parts per minute. 300! And then this over here needs how much? 120. So that means we could make a whole bunch of these processing that. But of course, the more of these we make, the more fuel we need to do to make the fuel, to make the thing, to do the thing, to get it. Oh, God, it's like a circle. Oh, God, oh, God. So it's you need more fuel to make the thing. But it is a great way to get started in here. So let's go ahead and, speaking of getting started, let's go ahead and cut this in half. And we're just going to use one of these right now. And we're going to start them up, and it's going to use about 5.2 megawatts, and it's going to get up to about 9 megawatts after this starts making the biofuel. And then it's going to get up even higher because this is using 4, this is using 4, that's 8. And then up here, another 4, again, back to 12 megawatts, just like at the very beginning of the game. And this is what you should be making, right? You want to be making that. Now, I want to go ahead and also run some more power, so I'm going to run this power forward. Run that in there, and now it's actually off and doing the thing. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn the direction kind of over here a little bit, kind of just nuzzle it over here on the side. Run this a little bit like this, and now there it goes. It's making the biofuel for me. So I don't need no iron plates. I don't need no screws and all of that stuff right now. You know what I need? I need fuel, bro. I need a lot of that. And I need it to run and run and run and make me so much fuel I don't have to worry about it anymore until I get to the oil level. Now, another thing I need to worry about, speaking of oil and progressing, is to figure out what I need to do next, right? What else do I need to make and unlock as I go along? Now, as I am doing stuff here, I definitely want to keep my research constantly going. So next we'll do field research. And we'll go ahead and put all these plates in there that we did. We'll put some wire in there. Now, so now we need wire and we need this. Now, if you do need to take this out, look what happens. Ah, God. You're screwed, right? You can't take it back out. Once you put it in, too bad, too sad. Now, you could, in theory, take your hub out and try it that way. I actually don't know if it gives it back to you or not. I would think so. But I would not do it. I would not put it in there unless you're absolutely sure. All right, so that's going to be cranking those out big time. It's already got 32 done. That's nice. So it's going to go ahead and make all that stuff for me. And we're going to keep our biofuel, our biofuel production in the long run because we're actually going to need it at the end. That's right. We'll need this at the end for when we're making nuclear power. That's right. It actually starts at the beginning and also at the very end of the entire game. So very, very cool. Now, if you do have a comment or question for me, Limo is good. Limo! All right, there we go. Sorry, Limo. I butcher everybody's name. It happens. I really need to turn off people's colors of their names because some people put their name as black. I can't even see it. I can't even see it. How do I turn that off? Chat color. I think that's under better TTV. Hold on. All right, there we go. Now I can see it. Red Alpha. That's your name. There we go. I can see you. 4 battle pass. I don't know what that means. I don't know what 4 battle pass means, but thank you. Baby girl coming in, showing the love. Look at that love in the chat. It's all good. No worries. Again, I'm 50 years old. I have sleep apnea and vertigo, so expect a lot of things to go off the rails in the stream, and that's why a lot of people watch my stream, because they're just waiting for stuff to go off the rails. All right, so now we're cranking out the biofuel. Go, baby, go. Now, we can actually crank this production up a bit because we are producing 300 per minute, and this is just not coming out of there fast enough. So here's what we do. We just grab this out of here. We can walk over here, feed that sucker right in there, and then that's going to make this go way faster. It's actually going to go at 60 per minute by me just grabbing it out of there, because my conveyor cannot just go fast enough. Now, this is going at 60, so that's going fast enough. But then again, if you merge it with this, then it's supposed to go at 120. So again, over here, if it starts to backlog, just grab it out of there and just feed it in here manually so that this part is going faster, because I don't have a 120 belt going on, or in this case 300. I'd need at least a 320 belt running that in there. So just manually grab it. That's what I would do on the wood. Man, look at it, it's already at 180. Just manually grab it, feed it forward this way, and just keep feeding it in there, and it stacks up to 500, and it will make you a crazy ton. Now I could have multiple of those running if I was in that much of a hurry, but I'm really not, because look at it, it's 105 already. That's a lot of biomass fuel right there. It's just gonna crank away on that for a while. So we'll let that run. And I also got some biomass on me. Let's go ahead and take this biomass. Put that in there. Oh, it's already maxed. It's already maxed. All right, I can also take this and put it on there. And I can take this and I can put it in here. Just to get it off of my character and put it over here for now. And when I speed up the belts, it'll grab all that extra stuff. All right, so what are we doing? Screws and wire. So let's get on to our screws. And I feel like we'll go ahead and keep, look at this. This is backlogging in here. Backlogging all of that iron while we're busy working on this other stuff. All right, and this one I'm going to go ahead and build out to the right. Oh, I need more of my concrete. Let's get our concrete going back in the box. Oh, our concrete is stopped. Oh, because we stopped our line anyway, so. We need to go ahead and reconnect our line. Oh. Way over there. Uh-oh. Turned off. Why did it turn off? Because there's no fuel in this one. No problem. How about this one? 37. Take it out. Cut it in half. Hold on. Let's do this. Take it out. Take it out. Sort it. Split it. Put it in. Put it in. Start it up. Now they're balanced. So they'll run for a while. 56 each. How much do I got in here now? Now remember, it's just a few minutes. Boom, another 192 in here. So yeah, so as you can see, I've boosted my production, my ability to make a lot of fuel. We'll cut that in half. Feed that in there. That's going to be a long time. All right, that's going to run for a while we're doing all this other stuff. Now, this is doing this. Now, I wanted to bring my concrete from over there, and it's going to start coming down the line again here in a minute. And I want to start making it where I have a central junction for my resources. Now, I like to put it by my hub, and in this time, I'm going to put it over on this side, and I'm going to set it back just a little bit like this. And this is going to be my central junction. Now, we're going to actually start working with our raw resources eventually to our central junction. But for right now, we're just going to start with concrete. All right. We're going to go ahead and grab that concrete from down there. There we go. And we're going to just spaghetti it up here real quick. And then right into there. And so that's going to bring my concrete down the line. Now that's all started back up. It's going to bring it, put it right in that box. And then I'll be able to access it. And see, the thing is, when you put something in the box, like that concrete, it'll actually pop out the end here as well. Now, I've also put a bunch of my resources down in here that I'm going to need later. But I do need a bunch of concrete. Look at all that in there. That is nice. That is nice. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do our constructor. Now, we used up all of our resources on our biofuel over here. So now we don't have any of those basic resources anymore, right? We don't have the iron and all of that stuff. So we have to go in and maybe take a little extra time. And we can take this back out since there's nothing in it. We can take a little extra time to make our reinforced iron plates here, which we need a bunch of screws. Like that. All right, a couple reinforced iron plates ought to do it for now. Okay, so now we're going to rebuild our production. And the first thing I'm actually going to build, other than plates, is actually rods. So I'm going to work on rods now. Now we're going to work on our mathematical perfection of rods. So right now it's coming out at 60, right? And if we run it through here and we run this out of here into here and sell it to do rods, that's not going to work. You know why? Because it needs iron ingots. So it actually needs, instead of having the constructor, I need to have the smelter first. Now here's the thing. I'm going to need a smelter, but actually I'm going to need 2 smelters. I'm going to need 2 smelters because the smelters go in at 30 and this is coming out at 60. So I can actually put 2 smelters down instead. Now to do those smelters, I'm going to need some wire. And so I can come over here and say, okay, I want to make some wire. Oh, well, I need a bunch of copper ingots. Okay, well, where the heck did my copper ingots go? Oh, wait a minute. Did I put them in here? I did. Man, I'm awesome. And then we'll go ahead and make a bunch of wire as well. All right, now we got enough for our 2 smelters, and let's go ahead and get this going again. All right, smelters. Oh, we got to put our splitter in first, and you're going to see me do this a lot more advanced later on, but for right now, we're just going to do some basics. Now, I highly recommend starting from the widest thing that you're going to do, like the constructor, and then working your way backwards. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and just do it from the front forward, so from this forward. And later on, we're going to do it the other way. Actually, we should get out here where we can kind of see it's offset. Say a little bit that way. There we go. That's what I call a centerline split. Right in there. Right in there. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Ran into a problem, right? Now, I did that on purpose so that you can see what problems you're going to run into. And in this case, the splitter is in the middle, and it's basically the outside of it. It can't go around it because the things are too close, and also the angle of it's too sharp. So what we want to do is we actually want it to come around and be a nice 90 degrees right there and run out there. Oh, and I need some concrete as well to match up in there. Now, I can actually see that it's not going to go in there. It says conveyor belt invalid shape right there. So we definitely want to take this out and move this over just a little bit. Now, I'm going to leave that one for reference. And then I'm going to look at the white lines here. I'm looking at all these little white lines. And I'm going to push it out just by one. I'll take this one out. Do the same thing. Now you can also look at the center of your foundations if you have it centered. You can also just offset it so they look identical when they're sitting on the foundation, right? So they're centered in the thing. Then we'll try it again. Oh, now look at that. Look at that beautiful 90. We love 90s up in here. Those are 90-degree angles. So they're perfectly running into the item. And then, see, not only building it to make it functional, but also making it look beautiful while you're doing so. Okay, more power. More power. So again, we're going to run these over here. And we're going to rerun all of our power. Now look, that one's run out of power, but this one has it. And so we can use that. Now, I highly recommend making another one and not just using that last one because you're definitely going to run out. All right, let's take all that concrete that's been running over there. Let's go ahead and, not merger. There we go. And run this behind. Now, you can do this, where you can put it up on the top of this if you do it just right. Now, how can I do that? Now, the funny irony is you can't put a pole on there, right? If I go take a pole and I want to put the pole down. Notice that the pole, I don't know why it just doesn't snap. They should add a function where it just snaps on the top of that. But you can see you can't put the pole there. But if you actually run the line, then the pole will go there. So that's a really cool little trick. I'm putting those right behind your thing. And look at that, nicely lined up. I'm putting that right up in there. And then we can start those melting away. All right, so again, remember, this is coming out at 30. Running in here, and then the math of this is all ready to rock and roll. Let's see, we got that going. That's firing up. We got to tell it what we want it to be. Let's say iron, and this over here, iron. There we go. And that's now going to run out. There it goes. All right, it's all off and running. Now, what we want this to do is actually go into iron rods. Now, iron rods are going to produce at a certain rate as well. I'm actually going to turn this and run it this way. And so we need more and more and more foundations and more and more and more concrete and so on and so forth. Now remember, you don't have to actually have everything jammed together. I see a lot of builds that are just jammed together. I did the same thing in the very beginning. You don't have to jam all the stuff together. It's okay. Now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to build a bit interesting. I'm going to actually build it reverse like this. I'm going to actually build it in the opposite direction like that. I'm going to put it right over here if it's going to let me. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and set it back just a little bit like that. Okay, so what we're going to do, actually no, we'll bring it forward a little bit. Bring it forward a little bit. Just a touch. There we go. And we'll leave a little bit of room too so we can run in between there as I like to do. Now, we're going to go ahead and make some iron rods. Now, how many can I make, or how many do I have to, how many ignits do I got to put into this to keep it running properly, right? You forget how slow they are, right? Yeah, it does. It does. I just had 5s earlier today. We were just working on it this morning. We ran around, and I was showing everybody the nuclear power and aluminum and all of that big giant base that I had made, and then we started all over again. Very fun. All right, right here we got 15 per minute. And how much this is outputting? This is outputting at 30. Hold on. This is outputting at 30? Yeah. So we could actually go in and do a whole thing. Now, if I was on a whole nother level, and I am, just so you know, I could go in and show you exactly what I'm about to do. Right? Now, I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I've worked for some of the top companies in the world. In fact, the top companies in the world. I've been very lucky. Not flexing, just say it. As well. Hold on, I gotta continue on here. There we go. And I've been lucky enough to work on a ton of different stuff as well. I'm just gonna. What is going on there? Hold on. I have to press some buttons and flip some switches. So I've been very lucky in that way, but or game capture. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do some flipping over to here. We're going to do this epic battle while I set something up and show you something cool here in just a second. I had to log in again. All right, open the captain's chest. Get you guys some rewards. Wow, look at that. Holy moly, look how many rewards everybody's getting. Limo, the Rubber Hand, Big House. Look, I remembered your name, Limo. Jimbo, JD Kings. Consider yourself amazed because I sometimes forget. Because there's about 20% chance I'm going to remember. Because I have low space for memory. K Hana in my brain. Taco, Subi, Beardo, all getting some extra love. Holy mackerel, that's a lot of rewards. The Random Tickler, I think that is, coming in with 10 kills and 11 assists. Overall MVP of that round. Nice job. Now it's time for the mystery boss. Right over here, and I'm about to blow your guys' mind. Let's do it. All right, we got to defend our dragons. I'm going to get Norbert up here to help out. Now, here's what we need, everybody. Here's what we need. We need the beefies over here protected. All right, we need these guys up here on point. And then we need... Oh, actually, we could have been up there. We could have been up there. My bad. My bad. Yeah, actually, let's clear that. Let's clear that out. Let's put the beefies way up here. I started my guy way too far back. All right, up here and up here. Then we're going to put our support right in there. There we go. Now, we need some other peeps to hang out back here, some melees, whatnot to fend off a little bit of this, maybe a little bit of support. Now, I'm obviously not going to put him in each individual unit to put in each individual spot. You guys know what to do. You don't need me telling you every single little step to take. But make sure to defend our dragon eggs while we're up here doing this. Now, sometimes this guy is really tough and wipes out our entire thing. So make sure you put down as many units as you can. I think we'll bring in the win. Let's go, everybody. Come on. Let's bring in another W. Now, this is gonna be a tough boss. You can use your epics and legendaries. Now, look at this. If somebody was crazy enough to go in and actually make a diagram in this program Illustrator, wouldn't that be amazing? If they went in, if they happen to have some illustration talent, and they made all this stuff from scratch and showed you how to split and merge and how to combine stuff together to make plates and make iron rods, and then run that out. Wouldn't that be worth hitting the follow button right up there? I think it would be. And that's exactly what I did. As a graphic designer, I love doing this kind of stuff. So what I did is I went in and I made all of the constructors and the all of this stuff. Thank you for updating. As well as our assemblers, constructors, smelters, all of that. I went in and did mergers and all of that. And even this is your space elevator over here. Very fun. And I went in and I made a bunch of diagrams as when we played through before on cable, on wire, on how to do water into coal and copper sheets, and so on and so forth and so on. Until you get to the really more expansive stuff here, like reinforced iron plates where you're bringing in your iron ore here, you're bringing in your screws from over here, and you're running them into different spots. And so on. Now, we're not going to diagram out this time. There's a follow from JD Kings. We're not going to diagram it all out again, but you get the general idea of what we're going to do. Right here, we can do plates and rods. We'll zoom in on that a bit. And so we're going to extract it from the original. We're going to run it into a box. We're going to split it. In this case, we're just going to do iron rods. And then from those iron rods, we're actually going to do screws after that as well. Now, I can go ahead and run both of them at the same time, by the way, because I'm just on that level where we can actually see the game and also see that diagram over there on the side, if I so choose to show it to you. Right over there, or over here, rods. We want to see that. Right, but we're going to just go ahead and get into it and get into some building here. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use what's known as an inline running, right? Where you're running stuff all inline. And so I'm going to be switching back and forth as we go outward in this direction as we're making stuff. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and make iron rods. Now, for iron rods, we need 15. Now, this is 30, and that's 30. So 15 divided by 60 is 4, right? So we're going to need 4 of these constructors to make an obscene amount of iron rods. We're going to make a crazy ton of them over here. But we're going to need a lot of power to do so. But let's just take a little peek over here and see how much power we got queued up. Boom! 290 already ready to go. So very nice, very nice. All that stuff has now been processed. Looking good. Run through there. No more stuff we need to do. Now, once I process that through, I could tear this down and use that on the other side, but I don't really want to do that because I'm going to need that later on. All I need to do is go in here and make some screws. Make myself some reinforced iron plates. And then I can make myself another constructor. But how many constructors I need? I need 2 more. So we're going to click that twice and say, oh, wait a minute. Hold on. We got plenty of cable, but we definitely need 2 more reinforced iron screws. So we're going to make a bunch, or iron plates. Bunch more screws. Now, reinforced iron plates is the very first thing that you'll see me do a lot of manual creation as well as overclocking. And we'll get into all of that later on. But for right now, we need 3 of these babies all lined up. There we go. Nicely lined up. Now, when this is coming out of here, it's going to make a bunch of these iron ingots. These iron ingots need to run across and run into these so it can make all of these. Or actually, oh, I need 4. I need 1 more. And it just dawned on me. 1 more. 1 more. 1 more. All right, there we go. Now, instead of running back every single time, we can go ahead and throw a craft bench down here. What I find is I make a craft bench in the beginning, and then I will move that craft bench around a lot as I'm working. Right? So if I got any extra craft benches, the first thing I do is I look for any existing craft benches that I might have thrown down. If I've got some way off in the distance, I'll go and grab those. But if I don't have them, then I'll just go over here and I'll just make one. No big deal. And again, I can go in here and say, okay, what do I need? Boom, click this. Okay, I need some more iron rods. All right, let's make those. Okay, and now we need a craft bench. We're going this way. Over here where we're crafting stuff, right? Instead of running back to the hub every single time, which gets old very, very quickly, we're going to go over here. Now, by the way, I could just do that next milestone if I wanted to, but at some point you need to stop and work on your overall base structure, right? Running your base structure and all of that. That's exactly what I need. I'm a visual person, so that would be amazing. In each map, are all the same materials in the same place in this game? No. It has one gigantic area and different starter points. So you have, the whole thing is all one world, right? So you have the same world, but all the different areas are different start areas. So you can actually go back and find the area, if you want to explore enough, where you started in another one. So you might find the forest that you started in the forest, or the desert you started in, or that other one that we just started in, right? The one with all the pier nodes right at the very beginning. We could go back there and do that if we want. And we could tap the entire world. And now that I've played every single map, I probably will end up doing that now. Tapping the entire world until they bring something new in. And then when they bring something new, guess what we're going to do? We're going to start a whole new playthrough again. Because that's how we do. We might start with those pure nodes again. I don't know. We'll see. Kind of liking this desert one, though. Nice. Lots of empty space. I like lots of empty space. This allows me to build more stuff. All right. Back to it before we get too distracted. More screws. More iron rods. All right. Oh, 1 more. Okay. So we're going to be pumping out some iron rods like nobody's business over here. Big time. Now, why did I line them up in this direction and not in the other direction, or run into a box, or all of that stuff? And that's because I'm going to be doing an inline. Now, normally I do what's known as a a center split or a center merge, which would be something like this, right? And then I would go ahead and have it running out straight like this. And then I would run it from here into here and there into there, and then run it out of here into wherever I wanted it to go. But in this case, we're going to do a bit more advanced. Now, an inline thing is much better space-wise and efficiency-wise, but it does cost a little bit of your uptime at the very beginning when it's trying to fire everything up, right? I'll fire one of them up and then fill that one up, and then go to the next one and fire that one up, and so on and so forth. But over time, it actually is more efficient over the long run. So we're going to go ahead and do a merger, and we're going to put a merger not there. We're going to put a merger over here. We're going to bring it out enough so that it can run down the line. Because if you notice that the edge of this is different, if I push that back, it'll be a bit back. But that's okay. I like to push it out just a little bit so I can actually see stuff running on the lines. I find that's when I find the most mistakes, when I'm running it on the line. Actually, I have to have that going the other way. Like that. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and run it out. And then we're going to 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 run so I can see it on the line. I find most mistakes from that. Now, this one, you don't need to do it. You can just run it right into here. But you know what? Let's make it beautiful. You ready? We'll bring it out. We'll line it up. We'll move it one. Oh, we'll move it one and then two over right there, following that green line. And then rotate it with your mouse scroll wheel. And then what do we got? Beautiful. 90 degree. Look at that. See, it's not only just making it, but also making it look beautiful. That is the true genius of this game. That is the awesomeness that makes it run. So there we go. So we got a lot of those coming out. Now, the only problem with our production like this is that it's going to come out of this one, right, at 30 and 30 over here. Now, if I added another extractor and put a whole bunch more smelters and I tried to merge all of those together, the belt would not go fast enough. So this is just about perfect because when these merge back together, they're going to be at 60, and that's the fastest my belt can go right now. All right, now when we're going this way, we actually want these now to merge over here into one line, and that one line then run this way, and then we're going to split it right behind here. Now, the first one you want to split. The second one you want to split. The third one you want to line up and split. And the fourth one, don't need to do it. Now, you can also do it the other way, by the way. You can run it out like this. Look for that green line where it's lined up. Turn it like this and move it forward by 2 and get that perfect 90 that way too. Really, it's up to you, however you would like to do it. It's your jam. But we have a little bit of a problem over here when we're trying to run it, right? We need concrete and we need more rods, which is why I'm always working on my concrete. Concrete always first. Look at this. Boom. Boom. Concrete first. Concrete is what I use the most for everything. Let's go ahead and run this to here. Let's run that into there. Let's run this into here. That one into there. Notice again, by the way, on the top, there is the input, which is the orange, and then the steel. Notice the difference here on the other one. This is a merger. Merger's got 3 inputs and then 1 output. Notice the steel is the output. The orange is the input. See the difference? That one and that one. Look at the visual difference. You can also look at the lines. The 3 lines mean input. Green arrow means output. We got it. We got it down, Kismet. We got this, bro. Let's do it. Let's do it. Now, why would I need rod there? Huh. Huh. Need some rods, apparently. Oh, because it's gonna put the base down. That's why it needs rods. When it puts the base down like that, it needs rods. When you do this, it doesn't need rods. A good thing to know. All right, let's do it the reverse way. We're going to bring it out 1, 2, and we'll make this the curve. And then we'll make this the straight line. Right? See the difference? We got a curve there. And it's good because it mirrors itself. Because you got the curve on this side, and then on the other side, the curve is reversed. And then you got a straight line, a straight line. It's really up to you how you like to design your stuff. Now, it'd be even cooler to put this underground where you never even see all this stuff and it just feeds up into your thing. We can do that later, too. Now, we need to tell it what we want it to be because it's doing a whole lot of nothing right now. Make sure we tell it what we want it to be before we get too far. I also find before you work on the front of it to run in the front. It's a very easy way to do it. Come in and say, okay, we want these all to be rods. All right, looking good. Right there. Now, these are going to make a bunch of rods. Now, each one is going to produce 15 rods per. Now, I'm going to need more of these constructors out here, so I'm going to need more reinforced iron plates as well. So again, in the beginning, you're going to be making a lot of screws and reinforced iron plates and all of that, and then we'll automate all of that down the road. Let's see. This is exactly what I need. In each map, the same materials, the same place in the game. Game only has 1 map. Yeah, what Crawley said. Okay, not so randomly generated, so you always find the same things in the same spot. Yes, for now. Now, remember, this game is in early access, so all of that may be up in the air. It may change. You might have different planets you can go to. The expandability of this game is insane, if you think about it. The genius of the foundation of what they have already is already set into place. And so you can just expand and expand and expand. You could even eventually, if you really wanted to be hardcore, you could have planets that have certain type of resources that you would have to take the resource from this planet and then combine it with that planet's resource in some sort of space station. I mean, really, if you think about it, you could really use your imagination and go wild if you want to on what you could do and where it could go and how many things you could add to the game and all of that. But for right now, they don't have any of that. So don't quote me on that that's coming down the line, because that's definitely not. Definitely not in the moment. All right, what do we need? More constructors. Let's go. All right, another constructor. Now I'm just going to throw it here randomly. And what are we going to make next? We're going to make rods and we're going to make screws. Now, for the input of screws, you actually only need 10. So it's actually less. So how can we make the math of our iron rods work out so that we could put the input at 10? Because it's coming out at 15. So if we just run it into it, it's not going to work, right? But if both of them are coming out at 15, right? This one's coming out at 15, and this one's coming out at 15. We combine that together, merge, that'd be 30. And then what happens if we split 30 into 3? We get 10, 10, and 10. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and take this out, and we're going to use half of these as our actual rods, and half of these are going to be for screws. So this half over here, I'm going to go ahead and use a merger to merge those, but I need actual rods, which is funny, to make that happen. But let's go ahead and just actually fire one of these up, so it'll be making us some rods while we're at it. Or actually, hold on, we gotta take this power along the back of it. Let's run it out here. And I like to run it to the back. I like to set it up here on the top. Oh, I need rods to make the rods. That's funny. That's funny. All right, I always find that incredibly funny that I need the thing to make the thing that I'm making the thing with, right? All right, make me a rod. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and take this out and run it to right here. There we go. I love stacking them up here. I feel like they should just snap to the top of this. I don't know why they didn't think of that, but I love running those right there, especially early game. Later on, I'll use the other wall mount things. But for right now, we'll go ahead and do that. All right, we'll go ahead and run this line back over here, and we'll make some more rods. There we go. And then that one. And then this one should be another one that you're running over to here, so you can put these ones in. Otherwise, it'll run out of options. And we got plenty of copper, which is why I'm not doing my copper. I find that I always have a massive abundance of copper out of everything in the very beginning of the game. So I just make a bunch of copper ingots, and then I just make the stuff that I need along the way, because I would rather get the stuff that I really need, like copper rods and all of that stuff. That does take a little bit longer in the beginning. So we're going to run this over here, and we're going to run that into there. Now, good news that later on you can attach 8 to these, and also there'll be ones you can put in walls that'll have 4 on each side, or 8 on each side, or 10 on each side, which is pretty epic for sure. All right, so those are all powered as well. And let's see if we can get all of these going. We got all that going. We got all this going. Now let's see if we've tripped our power over here. Ah, and there it is, everybody. The bane of everything that we do. We trip the power. Now I'm going to show you a little trick. See all this production over here that I'm not using? I can cut that whole production off by taking that wire out. Right? I love doing that because what it does... Oh, much more concrete in there. Because what it does is if I cut that power off there, it just takes out this part of my production. I wish there was on-off switches right here. And you could tell it which direction that you wanted to go. Maybe it would be on all 4 sides for the different sides that you can turn off or whatever. That you could go in and you could flip the switch, right? And then it would just cut everything from that part down. And you could tell it in what direction the power's flowing or whatever you wanted to do. But basically to turn that off without having to take the wire out. I really don't like to have to take the wire out. But if I have to take it out, I take it out. All right, and we got that running over there. Let's go look at our power consumption over here again. Let's run it again. Now, this is going to happen to you a lot. It just cut off again. We're like, wait a minute, I just turned all that off. Why does it not work? Well, that was already off. It was already not using it. So cutting that out doesn't do us any good, right? Because it's actually not doing anything. It's not drawing any power from our stuff. So it doesn't really help us in the long run. What does help us is getting more power. And how can we make more power? Well, we can make one of these things right here, our biomass burners. And of course, what do we need? We need rods. And that's why you see me go straight to rods on this. Oh, yeah, we need a little bit of rods there. And soon we'll have so many rods and so much screws that will be pretty styling. But I try to build in order in which I typically will need something next. in that direction. And sometimes when you first start off, you won't know what that is because you're still learning, the game and all of that. But over here, I'm going to go ahead and put this behind my extractor. Now, why am I going to put that behind my extractor? Well, one, it's got a nice spot. It's off to the side. It's not blocking my main area here and whatnot. And all of this, by the way, will be torn down again and redone later on. Because I'll be doubling up my factory and so on and so forth and running higher up, and we start working vertically and all that kind of fun stuff. Then I'm also going to be moving my hub into a different spot where I can bring all of my resources next to my hub so I can utilize that as well. Okay, now let's go ahead and work with our burner over here. Now this is another burner that we can do. Now here's the main thing about learning about these burners is that your original burners over here are going to be producing a certain amount of power. Right now, 20 megawatts. I'm actually going to turn this back off. And then I'm going to go ahead and pull out all of the fuel of those, right? And I'm actually going to turn these completely off. And I'm going to have that for backup. That's just in case I need it later. Actually, hold on. I'm going to run this one over here just a little bit more. You'll see why here in a second. I'm going to go ahead and cut our main lines. See, that's going that way, but this actually is my main line that goes to everything else. So I'm going to go ahead and cut that. I'm going to turn this on for no reason other than to let it run down this right here. But it's not running to anything, right? If it's not running to anything, it's not going to run down. So let's go ahead and reconnect this one back into there, and then everything's going to fire back up again if it can. If it can't fire back up again, then I'm going to have that problem. So then I got to go, okay, well, hold on. Let me take this out of the line, and maybe that stuff will fire up. Let's try that. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. It's going over here. It's running over there. Why is it not working? Why is this not connected? Well, the reason why is because I turned it off down here. I need to turn it back on. So it's cutting that out again. So why is that cutting out? Even though I cut all that production down there and I cut all this over here, this is still too much production for it to go. So again, it'd be nice if you had an on-off button, but our on-off button right now is cutting the power lines. There we go. So now we got just a little bit of that running. And I'm going to let it run. Oh, there we go. Now it's done. Stop. And notice the gray line. Then over here, this one's off. Notice the gray line. That means it's got extra fuel in there, even though I don't have fuel in the thing. It's got that much fuel. And I call that my backup fuel. I'm no longer going to use the back of this thing. And you're like, oh, Kismet, you got all your stuff all set up nicely back there. True, but bye-bye. That's it. Not going to use it. Now, the reason why is because this produces 20 power. Now, if I go over here and I do my biomass burners, and I go ahead and put this in here and then fire it up, it's actually going to produce 30 megawatts. So it's actually 10 more megawatts. And it's a lot less work for me to go and just run to these and keep these going than to run to the back of that every single time I want to go ahead and feed that. And I'll have those all together so I can feed them all together. Now, if you're really super smart, you'll go ahead and say, you know what, that's not a good spot for that. You know a best place for that? Right where the fuel's running out. Right where you're actually producing the fuel and the fuel is being done over here. This is actually the better spot. So let's take this out. Let's go ahead and grab this, retool all of this area here. Right over here. Again, love having lots of concrete. And let's go ahead and make a little power spot over here. Actually, let's make it go this way a little bit. We'll have our power right out here. Again, we'll redo all of this stuff later on. But we're just doing this early game. All right, biomass burner, literally right by where we're making this stuff, right? And we can turn this around so we can have it really kind of line up on the foundations. And same thing this way, you can have it going the other way or whatever, you know, whatever floats your boat on those. I need a little bit more wire. So I'm going to be working on this side. So I'm going to run back over here and zap it from way over here. Take my bench, move it over here. So I don't have to run all the way back again and again and again. And I'll probably set it off here, off the thingy. Again, normally I don't like to be at the ground level, but I feel like in this playthrough we're going to get it going on. Let's go ahead and say biomass burner. How much more do we need? We need a little bit more wire. Again, we'll get our copper production going eventually. All right, now we'll get a little bit more of that. Now I'm going to need 2 of these because I was using 40 power before. And so we know we need at least 2 of these to get it going. Now I'm going to actually just turn it like this. Have them all go in the same direction. And then we're going to go ahead and now redo all of our power. Now look at that. I got 200 in that one. 200 in this one. But make sure to turn them off. Turn them off right away. You don't got your power run. Don't be burning up your resources right away. Though they won't run without being connected to an actual power pole. Now I can't put it there because it's in the way. But I can go in and tap into one that I've already got. But I always make a central pole. Right like that. And then I run them separate into that central pole, and then anything after that I can then cut out if I so desire. Now I'm going to actually skip that one and not go to that one. I'm going to run this back to the back here, and then we're going to have different power lines. That's going to be one power line, that's going to be its own line, and that over there is going to be its own line. So now if I want to cut that part of the factory off, I cut that out. I want to take out the biofuel over there. I cut this one over here. I want to take off the concrete and the copper. I can do that. And of course, I can split it too. I can do this instead. I can say, oh, you know what? Hold on. Let's make another one here. And then I can have a separate line going to my, my concrete back there. And I can turn that off separate from my copper. It's really up to me. And that's how I control the different parts of my factory by using the power lines. Incredibly useful. Very, yeah, it's not randomly generated. It is a pre-done map. But I find that there's a lot of areas. That's why I don't go explore the whole entire thing. And I start in different areas so I can explore those little areas as I go along. But I've not seen everything in the game because I don't do that. I don't burn out the game, especially in early access. I don't burn out my fun of the game. So again, 2020, that's 40 over there. Or we can go over here. And this is going to be 30 and 30, which is going to be 60. A lot more power because right now we're hitting that 40 limit, right? We're hitting that 40 cap when we're doing all that other stuff on the other side. So let's go ahead and turn this back on. And we'll start to see some of our stuff start to go. We'll take this out right now. And then we'll go ahead and add our box back in. Oh, we need more rods. We'll come back to that. And now we also need to add the rest of our kind of thing we cut off over here, which is the rest of our thing right here, the rest of our constructors, and away they go. We're going to make a lot of iron rods and eventually screws. All right, make them rods. Now give them to me. Yeah, look at that. We got 3 in there, 12 in there. It's going to be cranking those rods out like nobody's business. Now remember, all 4 of these are making rods, so I can go down and I can grab rods for days. You're going to need a lot of rods at this particular stage for running and making tons of stuff. Okay, so that's all looking good. One of those things we still need to make before I forget, and that is... where do I want to put that? I want to put it over here, but it's not really a good place to put it on that arc. And it's going to be too close that way. So I guess we'll just live with it this way for now. Okay, now we're going to run out of biofuel. That is a given. That we're absolutely going to run out of that. But right now, our entire factory can run off those 2 biofuels. And so we can see that we're now topping out about 42, which is a bit above 40. So our 2 originals can't handle it anymore. And it's much more efficient to have those 2 running than using these. I stopped using them from now on. They're just less efficient than having 2 ones that produce 20 more power. And of course, it allows me to balance all of my stuff I'm working on right now. So we're going to go ahead and keep that going. And we're going to make tons and tons of rods, which is going to allow us to make tons and tons of constructors along the way. There we go. 21. 21. Oh, this is when the game starts taking off. This is when you grow your wings and you fly, everybody. All right, now we're going to combine these 2 together, and this is going to be our, we're going to do a merger. We're going to do a nice center line. And we're going to go ahead and turn it like this. And this is just going to be our rods. This is just going to collect all the stuff from in there, and it's going to run it temporarily into this box. Now we're going to revamp all of this, obviously. But right now, we'll have it run in there. Now on this other side over here, we're actually going to do the same exact thing, except for we're going to do something different. We're going to do the same thing, but different. And nice centerline merge there. And then another box. Turn this way. And run that in there. Now, if I happen to end up with a lot of extra rods, they'll backlog into this box, and I'll be just fine. Now, up here at the top, we want to go ahead and do some more constructors. So we'll go ahead and say, well, we'll start with 2. And then we'll go ahead and put those down. And then we'll look at the numbers. Now, I like to put it down. I call it the play yard, where you put it down, you figure out all the numbers. Very fun. So here we go. Screws. So what is our screw input? It is 10 per minute, right? So it's 10 per minute, and again, we're producing 15 and 15. We're combining it into 30, and then we're going to split it into 3 of these, right? So that's why we've got it in this box. In this box, we've got it merged and put in here, and it's going to start to backlog a few of those in there as well, so we can use those later on. But we want to actually have 3 constructors over here. So we're going to go ahead and say, okay, add 1 more. So we're going to need a couple more. We're going to need more of our thingies, our reinforced iron plates. And so we'll take this out again. Now again, eventually I'll leave these crafting benches all over the place, and I could just run to my my main thing over there, but I like to have it out here where I'm working. We'll go ahead and make some screws. All right, perfect. There we go. So the first thing we want to do, we're going to do that battle here in a second, is figure out, I got to take a break too, is figure out where we want our things to be, right? We can line them up nice and straight off of this if we so desire. It really doesn't matter in the real in game, but we can go ahead and just set them right there, and right there, and right there. And then we're going to do another center split, like this. We're going to line it up to our box, and super easy. Split that out of there, run that into there. So it's going to come out of here at 30. It's going to go into here, 10, 10, and 10, and run perfectly into all of those. Now we want to keep this line going so it's all part of the same line. So we're going to run this forward. We're going to put that right there if we had enough wire, which we don't. Again, I'm going to finish this, and then we're going to do that battle. Let's do it. Get a little bit more wire. I'm always out of something. Always. Especially early game. You're out of stuff. But it doesn't matter. All the way through the entire game, you're working on whatever you're working on. You're usually running out of that particular thing. Now, I can spend a lot of time going and collecting stuff and doing all of this. But I find I just kind of do it as I progress through the different tiers. That's when I'll do the thing, whatever it is I need. All right, now this is going to produce a massive tons of screws. It's going to be 40 screws there. And over here, 40 screws more. And then over here, 40 screws. So how many is that? 40, 80, 120? Well, guess what? We can't even merge those together. We got so many being produced. So here's what you do. Instead of merging them, you go ahead. That's all gonna be fixed. You go ahead and run them individually into their own separate boxes, and you are going to have a crazy ton of screws. Now, one of the problems with using the dirt here is it's hard to snap that into place, but we can go ahead and use this top one, and let's say something like that. We put that one in first, away from the dirt, and then we can use it to kind of line up this one, so we get the green line, and we kind of get the green line over here, but you know, it's really awkward when it's on dirt, because you're not getting that alignment that you usually get when you do it on a foundation, right? It has nothing to snap to, so that's why I need to fix that later, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to go ahead and run it like that for now, and we're going to redo all this anyway later on. There we go. And line that up, and then you're going to see the cross line. There it is, this one here. And that's telling me those are all lined up. Just because I feel like lining them up doesn't really matter. But that's exactly what I'm going to do. Run a crazy ton of screws in their own stuff. So tons of rods, tons of screws. All right, awesome. That's stuff we don't have to make anymore. Now, let's go and look at our power consumption. I always like to have an extra power pole kind of laying around, even if I start using the wall connectors, so I can just run up to it and check my overall power consumption. Look at that. Oof, we're peaking around 54. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, we probably have a ton of rods in here. Yep, a ton of those in there. And we're going to have boxes and boxes of all that stuff eventually. Okay, looking good. So while we're waiting for our power to run out over there, which is definitely going to, we'll get up here. We'll let that run a little bit, and we'll do a battle. All right, I got an AFK for a second while you guys are doing this battle. I'll be right back. Told you I'd be right back. How we doing? Let's do it. Oh, we're on the boss. Oh no, save our dragon egg. No, they're hitting our dragon. No, they ran away. They're still attacking him over there. Defend the dragon. Oh, he's out. Oh, we saved one of them at least. See, the dragon's on our side. Save that dragon. Few more spiders to get down here at the bottom, and then it's all hands on deck on that boss. And we got at least one dragon to help us. The dragon does a lot of damage to the boss, so we got to save them dragons. Let's do it. All right, there we go. Go get him, dragon. We did it. Wow. We got down to 30 peeps left. See, every unit makes a difference. See, that was one of those battles where every unit made a difference there. Even if we have 300 people, sometimes it does get down to just a couple people at the very end. So make sure to put down as many units as you can. Because if we lose and you only put one unit down, everybody's going to be triggered in the chat. Let's do it. Limo coming in. Taco again. Kahana and Beardo all getting some extra scrolls. Go 24 character. Go 24 character. I know I've said that right before, but apparently I'm butchering it today. 22 kills for you. Congrats. Back to the map. Boss defeated. Another map down. We're going to loop this whole thing. Oh! Ooh, blue chest. Blue chest. How do we get to it? God, I can't even see the lines. They're so hard to say. Mystery one that way. 4 skull, 3 skull mystery. I can't see the lines. Why do you put dark lines on a background? As a graphic designer, that's a red flag. It should be like yellow or orange or something so I can see the lines. I'm old. All right, I got to plan out our plan of attack here. We want to get this blue one, so we know we're going there. I don't know if we'll do the mystery, but we'll have to do a 4 and a 4. I think we can do it. I think we could get through there to get to this. And then bada bing, bada boom, bada bing. Get that boss. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to do some bada bing, bada boom, bada bing. That's it. That's it. No other order other than that right there. All right, let's go ahead and get the paladin out. How are we doing on our paladin here? Are we headed? Oh my gosh, 2 more. 2 more to go on the paladin. Let's go ahead and check the store for some more scrolls here. How we looking? Oh yeah, archer, duelist paladin. We'll take it. Grand healer, yes. Warrior, yes. No tank. No tank. Boom and boom. Why no tank? Because I have a crazy ton of tank scrolls, so I usually use my tank the most. But I'm now starting to work on my other ones. I had like 26,000 gold. And I'm like, why do I have so much gold? What a waste. Now, also over here, you can purchase some Kismet skins. Do know that it does help the stream tremendously when you do purchase those skins or gift those skins to other peeps. And those are awesome. Rock these little guys here. Rock the healer. Rock the tank. Rock that yellow fedora. That's how we do. All right, Paladin upgrade. Boom. Paladin is max level. Very nice. Oh, wait. Next milestone 30. Special unit that deals extra 30% damage. All right, he's max level. All right, awesome. Because we got another Paladin scroll when we were in there buying, so we got it. We got it unlocked. Additional units. Paladin locked. So we could actually get another Paladin if we want down there. But we're going to leave that locked for now. Let's see. Oh, apparently you can only have 2. Actually, why don't I have another tank down there? I guess you can't have 3 tanks. I guess you can only have 2 because I have 2 unlocked. And it won't let me, it doesn't show me additional units down here. Ah, I just learned something. Look at me go. So you can only have 2 of each type of unit. So, well, then we need to get 2 of every single type of unit, including all the legendaries. Let's go. Let's see. We got all those unlocked or upgraded. Back to the battlefield. Let's see how we're doing. All right, everybody. Yeah, there we go. We got peeps going like crazy over there. Look at that list of peeps. We had up to 360 units in a battle yesterday. It was massively epic. I was like, whoa. I saw the 345 one. I sent that out. And then the very next one was like 350 and then 360. We were just rolling in the wins yesterday. It's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible stuff. But again, if you do want to help support the stream, you want me to keep doing those battles and keep doing those bonus battles, do me a huge favor. Try to support the stream if you can. Now, I know it's tough times right now. You are not required to do so, but it does help the stream, and it does get us one step closer to getting that Norbert or getting the Sparkle Dog skin as well. We want to unlock that next full skin. It'd be pretty awesome. Pretty awesome sauce. Okay, so that is working beautifully over here. Look at these rods build and backlog. Now, again, I just leave now. I just go AFK and come back. But what we really want to do, because we know what's going to happen next, is we're going to run out of biofuel. That is definitely what's going to happen. And in the beginning, you're going to be collecting a good amount of biofuel and running back and forth and doing all of that and trying to maximize your production, right? Trying to maximize that production. Highest priority production, concrete. Get that concrete going. Why is it not? Oh, wrong box. That's the other box. You want to get your concrete going. Look at that. Now we're getting our concrete fired up. Look at us. We're starting to get full of resources. I love it when I get full of resources. This is my favorite. That's my favorite as well. And we got our copper over there that we're running right here. I kind of feel like we'll also raise up just a little bit right here. Actually, we'll raise up a good amount. We got some rocks and things we're coming up on. Let's go for a full raise up over here. Like this. Yes, nice. Like it. Now, let's go to town. On some serious production area. I think that's going to be perfect. Just a little too low on that one. Well, I could fix it, but we'll be fine. We'll be fine. All right, right over here. We're going to run it over here. We're going to take out our copper. Now, our copper's not really doing anything right now anyway, so we're going to take that out and run it over there. And we're going to go ahead and run our foundation down, and we're going to see where we're at. Right now, if I put a foundation off that, it's going to be too low. I don't like it to be that low. I actually like it to be above it, as high up as I can, but not to a point in which it doesn't let me put my thing down. So we're going to try the minimum amount, like that. And then we're going to put a bunch of foundations down, or at least we're going to try anyway. Apparently, I'm going to fat finger that one. And I need to get back to my other thing, so I can just pull it up. There we go. We're going to go ahead and run these around like this. We're going to make sure we get our resources if we can. Nope, can't get it. Can't get it yet. We'll come back for it. All right. Now, I got one problem. I can't get up there because I don't have my skates. So, and notice how I was jumping like I have my skates. It's a hard habit to break. And now we're going to go ahead and put down our MK1. Oh, wait a minute. Notice it won't let us put it down. It's not just because we're missing our thing there. It's because that it's up too high. And we're going to go in here. We're going to go ahead and just sort that. put some of this away, put some of that away. You only really need a single stack of a lot of stuff most of the time, except for concrete. Concrete, you definitely want to have a lot of extra. Now, I see a whole bunch of extra stuff in here that I don't need right now, that I can go ahead and just slim down my inventory. Same thing over here. I can put this in my hand. There we go. So it gives me that back, and now I should be able to do this a little bit easier. There we go. All right, and we got all of our resources down here that we need to get. All right, nice. Nice. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and run all of these foundations across here. Now, normally I don't like clipping. This is the only type of clipping that I say, okay. I went in there and I cut that out perfectly. Again, the thing, I just RP in the fact that I actually did that correctly. That's what I do, because, hey, you know, they only got so many minutes. They could be fixing that, or they could be making new features. I'd rather do new features. Wow, look out! Cows flying with a 4-month sub love coming in. Boom, knocking those biddies out of there, making the dragon dance. I love to dance around with Norbert. You guys dance at home with Norbert. There you go. And I got an emote. Oh, well, thank you, Cowsfly. I got an emote. What did I get? What did I get? I got a cool little emote. Hold on, I want to try my emote. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. KPO bits reward for celebrate K-pop. Hey, I got a K-pop. I got a K-pop love emote from that. Well, thank you. Well, hey, I love it when you sub, but I also love it when I get free emotes. I love emotes. So thanks very much. Let's show them some love in the chat, everybody. Thank you, Cowslide, for, again, the massive support. Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it big time. Okay, so we got this up too high. Not going to work, right? We can see that it doesn't snap in there. We know it's right about here. So we're going to have to rework all of this. Bye-bye. Zhoosh. I love taking all that out in a big thing like that. It's always fun every time. Every single time. So let's take that out. Now, hold on. We already had a bit of a ramp there. Let's go ahead and try to line this up so it's under the ramp. And you got to kind of work it a little bit, but it's so awesome how you can fine-tune that. And then let's try it again. Right over here. Let's put this angle. I don't know why I keep doing that when I have it on my bar over there. And then we'll go ahead and just run this around at that lower level. And that's what I suggest you do in game, is that you just test these mechanics, right? I'm at a lower level now. And then go in, try to put your miner in, rotate it around. This is how I suggest in every game, even Fallout, when you're trying to place something, is to rotate it to see if it turns green. If it turns green, then you know at some point in that rotation, there's a spot in which you can put it down. That's how I get so many purified waterers down. I have 17 of them down in my primary base in Fallout 76. Pretty awesome. Actually, I have hundreds of them in my playthrough of Fallout 4 because that's how I make my money. That's why they call me the Wasteland Tycoon. That's why I rock the yellow fedora right there. All right, so that doesn't work either. So we got to go ahead and take that out again. All right, we'll take that out. That's okay. We'll keep reworking this. We'll take this out and that out. There we go. And so this one isn't steep enough. So we'll go ahead and use our other foundation here, our medium level ramp. And we'll put that one in. And then we got to get the foundation to fit underneath there like that. Now notice that the foundation now, the rivets are right here. See where the rivets are? They're right at that level there. So we're going to go ahead and try it again. Rivets are just above the ground level. And this is something I was talking about earlier, but we're just going to keep doing it just to test it, just to show you guys on stream that this is the way I solve problems. I just keep testing it and testing it. There it is. Now, sometimes, if you do it just right, or there's one of the foundations around that have gone down underneath that halfway level, right? So you want it to be about halfway level, right there. There's where it's at, by the way, right in that corner. If it goes down below that halfway level, it will allow you to put that in there. There it is right there as well. Or actually, no, it was just that one corner. So if any part of the corner goes down to the halfway level, just about halfway, it doesn't have to be exactly halfway, but then that's going to allow us to put that on there. So as you can see, as we brought it down, we can now put that in there, and we can go ahead and just fine tune all of this to be at that level. And if you're a stickler, you can put all your foundations underneath. It's up to you. Now, I'm going to leave this right here for now, but I know I'm going to be fixing that later on, for sure. We got a whole bunch of loot in there, and now we got our thing down. We actually got it. I want to put it the other way, like this. Oh, what happened? Uh-oh, foundation's in the way. That's okay, because you know what you can do now that you have it down, you know what you need. We can go ahead and just say, okay, you know what? We're going to back it up by 1. And then we go ahead and put our middle level ones. And by the way, once you put one of these in, you aim toward the side, I find right here, when you're running this way, and it will actually orient it in the direction that you want to go. Sometimes it spins it around the wrong way. But I find if I'm running along, doing those in a long sequence, I aim toward this metal part right here, all the way around the outer edge, is the kind of hot spot of which direction that's going to go. All right, so there we go. Let's try that again. MK1 over here in the house. Boom. All right, nice. A little inconvenient that my thing is right there, but that's okay. We know we're not going to put anything over here for a minute, so let's put that over there. Let's go ahead and put that in there. Let's go ahead and just take this straight out, and that'll drop all the resources onto my character. Let's store all of that in there. Let's just take out what we actually need. In this case, all of this stuff right here, and those plates. There we go. All right, now we got what we need. We're going to go ahead and work a bit on this. Now, I would go down here and grab this first. Now, you can jump about half a foundation, as you saw there. A little bit more than half. You can see that this is a little. These rivets are the halfway point, so a little bit more than half to jump up. Once you get your skates, you can jump even higher. I love the skates. One of the things I try to unlock very quickly. All right, so this is our copper production. We need a bunch of wire right now. We need to get that fired up in a big, big way. Now, of course, we're going to run it out of here. Now, what kind of node is this? You always want to start at the node. What is the node that is running out? What is the speed at which it's running out? How many is it making per minute? That is always your beginning, your middle, and your end of everything that you're doing. So right now, it's at 60 per minute. And we're going to run that up, and we're going to run it up into a box over here just so we can control it and build a bit of a backlog. And you'll see why here in just a moment. Or maybe not today, maybe it'll be next time. We'll see. We'll see. How are we looking on time? Oh, we got plenty of time. Okay, so that's going to run up. Now we're going to clean up our power a bit. We're going to go ahead and take this out, and we're going to bring our power up to this upper level. And you can see we're starting to cover up the ground level of all of this stuff. And actually, I think I'll put it right... Can't put it there because of the dirt. Let's put it right here. And we'll run it back there, and we'll fire that up. Now, what that's going to do is it's going to start to backlog a bunch of copper into here. And that's one of the things you can do at the very beginning of the game is to backlog the copper. Now, another thing you can do is utilize all this extra copper that you had collected while you were running around firing that up the first place over here. And so we can just go ahead and say, okay, we got some extra copper in here. All right, bam, we're going to pull that out, just like we were doing with our limestone earlier. And we're going to go back and do it some more here in a minute. But for right now, we can do that. Let's take that out too. And so we're just going to run it right here, and that'll be our central spot. Now, out of there, we're going to go ahead again and run a splitter. So we're going to go into our splitter mode down here. See, I'm switching my thing. And we're going to run a splitter right out of here. Like that. And then once again, we're going to go ahead and do our smelters. Now again, the beginning of the game, the math is very easy. So if it's coming out at 60, we know that the smelters go in at 30 so that we can use 2 smelters now for our production. And so we're going to move that smelter just a bit over like that. Now here's what you do. You line up this box right here from your splitter. And you basically take the other line and you try to line it up along that. Now, you can actually nudge it in just a little bit. And I just happen to be able to visualize these lines. This line right here that's next to me goes to the actual smelter. The other line that's right by where my tool is over there. Actually, I get my, hold on. Let me get my arrow. I'll really go next level on you guys. Boom, arrow time. Look at this, even transparent, everybody. Isn't that at next level? This line right here is the line that is part of the smelter. This line right here is actually part of the splitter. So I'm looking at these lines. So this line's coming across and it's coming up, and that's part of this. So I'm moving this over just enough so that when I run this splitter out, it'll go around and end up in there. You can also look at the visual clue right here. If we put it down the center of these, you're going to see this kind of metal area. You can run along and visually see that as well.
Hello, this is Saltbot.
Hey, Saltbot, get out of here trying to take over my stream. Get out of there. Saltbot popping in. Say hello for a second. So we're going to go ahead and move that over, and we're going to take a look at it and see if we can just turn that corner with a beautiful 90. Yeah, look at that. Nice. Okay, now obviously we're going to mirror it on the other side over there if we had the materials, but the funny irony is we need to make some more things so we can make some more things, right? We got to make some more things to make the more things, right? Now, the cool thing is we can make a lot of crafting benches now because we have a lot of rods, but we need to make some more wire so we can tell this to make some more wire, which is what we're going to do. Now, again, this is all basic stuff. This is just getting started. Later on, we'll really get into some big factories. Again, just like we did in our last playthrough. But we're just going to go ahead and feed that right in there nicely. We're going to say copper ignite. Copper ignite. We're going to grab our power from back here with number 5. There we go. We're going to put it right up here on the top. Make it look nice. Oof, beautiful. And stab it, I guess. And then run that down there and run that down there. There we go. Now, smelting is afoot. Now, we got 30 coming out of there, and we want to go ahead and do some constructors. Now, the annoying thing about your constructors is the fact that you constantly are going to be out of your reinforced iron plates. That's annoying early game. This is the most annoying thing early game, and it needs plates and it needs screws. Now, we're going to solve this problem soon, but for right now, we have to constantly keep making screws. But do we? Do we need to make any more screws? I don't think so. I don't think we got to make a dang thing. We don't have to make no more rods. We don't have to make no more screws. You know why? Because right over here, there's 3 boxes full of it. Right over here. Look at that. 500, 940 in the one box, by the way. And then look, boom, more over there and more over here. So you set it and forget it, as I like to do. Now I'm going to take all of this and take it with me because I'm going to need these screws way over on this side. So I'm just going to grab as many as I can, run them over here, and that's it. Set it, forget it over there. I'm going to make a bunch of rods. It's making a bunch of screws. Nothing we need to worry about over here. It's now backlogging a bunch of these copper ignites out of here as well. Now, we could create another one of these forges so that we can run our excess amount of copper, or what we can do is just say, you know what? Let's just pop that right in there before it gets full. Let's just pop this in there before it gets full, maybe a little extra in the actual thing itself. And then what will happen is back here, it'll start backlogging a little bit into the box, and you'll have some excess back here, or we just throw it in the box and then eventually get rid of any excess into the awesome sink, or we could just create another one and have it burn up all the excess and then turn that extra one off at the end. Now, I kind of feel like I might want to do that in this particular playthrough, that we will create an excess runner, and I'll show you how to do that as well. So we're going to take all of this back out again. I'm going to drop some loot on the ground, most likely. Yeah, there we go. What do we got back there? Tons of stuff back there. We don't need that back there anymore. We need that up here. Let's go ahead and create. You see me create a lot of these storage containers and just drop stuff in it like that. I do that a lot. And this way I can take that one out and move my stuff forward. Now I've got it on me. And I can go ahead and pick up all this other stuff over here. So we're going to create what we call the excess run, right? Just like we're doing with our constructor over here. Actually, let's run out here and force feed some of these constructors. It's actually off right now. I see you off right there. Let's run a separate line. Oh, I didn't bring my wire. I got to bring my wire. Not going to do any good if I don't. What? Let's get on the conveyor. Whee! Whew! Oh, I tried, everybody. Tried to get the conveyor boost up over the side. Yeah, sometimes it happens. All right, we need some wire. Wow, we got stacks and stacks of wire now. Ready to go. We're going to have even more. We're going to have so many stacks of wire and everything else we won't know what to do with. We'll have so much extra. All right, power line. Way from over there. Oh, what do we need? We need concrete and wire. Up we go. Concrete and wire, because we need to actually make a power pole. Concrete. We got wire. What was the other thing? I forgot. I forgot. All right, let's just run one like wire. Wire was the other thing. Wire. There we go. I love how far away you can run that. Look at that. Look how far away you can run your power lines. And I'm going to run it right here to the corner. And then if we fool around with this power later, got anywhere we can connect that? Right there in the center. Now it's going to be its own separate line, right? So it'll be its own separate line, but actually it's connected into my iron over there right now. But it's its own separate line, so if I do anything with the copper or if I take the power out or whatever, it will stop cutting the line out there. And my concrete, I never want it to stop. I always want that to be my primary thing that is running and running. Now, by the way, while we're doing all of this, it's burning through all of my biofuel. So eventually it's going to stop. All of it's going to stop. And then I'll have to stop what I'm doing and go collect more biofuel. All right. So backlogged over here is a little bit of limestone. So again, we'll take our extra limestone. We'll cut it in half again. We'll go ahead and, wait a minute, hold on. Let's merge all of that. Cut that in half. Cut this in half. There we go. So 40 and 39. Oh, wait, nope, screwed that up. Try it again. Half. There we go. 50 and 40 and 50. See, it moved it. 50 and 39. There we go. And then we're going to feed those into there. And feed that in there. So what we're trying to do is get rid of the extra limestone. I don't need it. I don't need to keep limestone on me. So we're trying to just force feed some of that extra limestone in there and let that run. Now, eventually, we're going to retool that so that it runs at a more power efficient rate. But right now, I just want it to make as much possible concrete as it can, as fast as it possibly can. And so we're going to let that run. How are we looking over here on concrete? Yeah, we're looking okay. Looking okay. Let's grab some more. All right, because as you can see, I'm making a lot of foundations. So these foundations add up quickly when it comes to that. Okay, so we got that running. We got our screws going. We need some constructors over here. Or forges, actually, what we need first. And let's go ahead and sort some of this stuff. Now, let's go ahead and make a trip over here. Right to here. Now, what I'm going to put right here is my junk. Normally, I keep it in this thing, but I'm going to go ahead and take out what I can. I'm going to put it all over here. Now, my junk is flower petals, any kind of nodes, any raw ore, just random stuff that I run across as I go along. And so we're going to go ahead and take all that and just put it in here. Now, fuel, that actually we could go ahead and say, you know what? Hold on. We got a bunch of biofuel. We can go ahead and run it over here, biomass, and just put that in there. All right, just fire that up. Now, we might run out of power, which we did. Look, oh my gosh, look at that perfect peak power right there. We were literally running at 59.3 watts the whole entire time. Wow, that's awesome. That was awesomely close. Now, of course, the second I started up my biofuel, that's when it kicked off. But that's okay, because guess what? Let's add another one. Oh, if we have enough space and enough wire. Oh, we got to get our wire going. We got to get the wire going on. Oh, I just put my thing away. Hold on. Keep at least one stack of this on me. What can we put in there for right now? Alien stuff. There we go. Keep a stack of that in case I need some wire temporarily. There we go. All right. And there's our wire. And again, one more biomass burner. And which way we want it to go? We want it to go this way. Perfect. Nope. Changed my mind. Don't like it. Really? Really? Because I have it turned like that, it won't let me put it there. It's trolling me hard. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. Really? Come on. Yep. It won't let me do it if I have it turned that way. Because the back of it's hitting that thing. Whatever. Loves to troll me, everybody. Loves to troll me. All right, to the central hub. There we go. And put some more biofuel in there. Let's just put, let's go ahead and half it. Oh, we can't half it. We got too much stuff on us. What else we got back here? Let's go ahead and put this into here. There we go. That'll give us basically more room in our inventory to split it. Now, you always want to keep some for your chainsaw. Now, it's going to start up all 3 of them now, by the way. Now I've got 90 megawatts of power because this is just breaching my 60 now, 63.2. So as you can see, we keep scaling up and scaling up our power over here, right? More and more biofuel going on. Right there. Very nice. Okay, that is squared away. There's one more thing that we need to square away, and then we can get into our next stuff as well. Right over here. So we're going to go up here. We're going to say, okay, we need 3 of our smelters for right now. Or actually, no, let's just do 2. We'll just go back to 2. We're going to have to make a bunch of wire. And later on, by the way, we're going to actually go in and tap in more copper nodes as well. And we'll run it all to a central junction once we get our faster belts. But for right now, we'll just go back to 2. You already see me do this earlier, so I'm going to obviously put that in the wrong direction first. And then spin it around the correct direction. There we go. Forward just a little bit. There we go. Why is that not? Oh, because it's forward a little bit itself. There we go. I love putting them on the top of this thing. I think it looks great. All right, there we go. Now back to some copper ingots. Okay, so we're producing 60 copper ingots, 30 in each. And now we need a constructor. I don't know what I did with my iron plates. Probably in here. Nope. Not in there. I probably put them somewhere. How we doing? Nope. Not in there. I used them up. Put all this other stuff away. Put that in there. This, Marsilia, all this stuff that we don't have to touch for a really long time until we get into. There's a lot of silica there too. For this part of the game, until later on. Okay, and then we got our box over here, which is making some more fuel of what we have. And let's go do our biofuel first. Now, see, this is one of the drawbacks of dropping your stuff in all these different boxes, is that you forget where you put your stuff sometimes. I have that problem from time to time. But we do what we gotta do. Alright, any biofuel, we can put that biomass in there, it'll do that. This one over here is wood, we can just put that straight in. And this one over here, a little bit extra leaves. There we go. Burn all those up. Make some more fuel. And that's running. All of this now is up in that next level of power. Looking good. Looking good. 20% production management, 80% making sure everything's aligned straight and corners 9 degrees, just how it should be. Exactly, Crawley. Exactly. You got to have the 90s. You got to have the beautiful 90s. And then you got to have the reflective 90 on the other end. That's what you got to have. Look, right over here. Look. Reflective 90 on the other side. You got it. You got to have it going the other way. You got 90 this way, 90 that way, right? That's what you got to do. You got to make it look beautiful. Now, of course, all of this is going to be on its own separate level, and I'll be lifting this up into my higher level base. I prefer to build bases up in the air, but actually each one of these areas are going to be their own separate factory around my central junction, which will have my trains coming in and out of there, and all of that. This whole entire thing is already built right here, right there, because I've played through this game many a time before. Let's go start the battle. And we decided to start over, by the way, if you guys are wondering what happened to my previous playthrough. We just finished that. We did nuclear power. We did all the stuff that we could do except for turbo motors. And then we said, okay, let's go try the one place we haven't started before, which is the second selection, which I call the Old Desert, which is where we started over here, and we're having a good time. Good time getting it going. Now I remember what I was doing before. I was going to get screws. Wow, look at this. Holy moly, look at you guys getting crazy loot. Limo again, Taco, Nikki, Jimbo, Big Al coming in, Damien, Subi, Rotisserie G. Look at all of those bonuses. See, the more we work together, the more everybody benefits. Awesome. And Rotisserie G coming in MVP. You know how it is, Rotisserie G. Always rocking it. 7 assists, right up there, blazing it. Come on, let's get that loyalty chest for you guys. I feel like we want to go for the gold, though. We want to go up for the gold. God, I got to pull this over here again. I got to make sure I don't misclick the wrong one. Maybe we'll go mystery just so we can get you guys some extra gold. We got to hit this one anyway. Yeah, we'll go mystery. Screw it. We'll get you guys some extra gold. Let's go that way. Let's go that way. Let's get Norbert in here. Right over here. He's going to show you guys lots and lots of healing love. He's a level 29 healer right there. He's almost max level. He's blazing those heavy heals out to each. Fred! Fred, get out of here, Fred! Oh, God, every time I do anything, it's Fred walking by and he's getting a big old butt in my face all the time. I'm working here! Get out of here, Fred! Yeesh. That's Fred. That's my buddy Fred. All right, so one of those things we were doing before is we were getting a bunch of screws so we can make a bunch of plates. But look, we have a bunch of screws now so we can make plates for days. Except for the only problem is now we need some production of our iron plates. And don't worry, we'll get into all of that as well. But right now, the most important thing that we need is some more constructors over here. Let's fire up those constructors. Let's go to wire. Okay, wire comes in at 15. What? Do you mean we could do the same thing we did over here? And run these out and run these along there so we could have 4 of those running at the same time this early in the game? Yep. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Let's go. Let's hope we clear this rock. Oh, bye-bye, rock. Bye-bye, plant. Who wants beautiful, good-looking plants? We don't need any of that. Stomp it all. Stomp it all into the ground. What we need is production and pollution. We need a lot of that. Let's get it going. We don't need that. I'm just kidding. Not in real life, but in this game, we're just RPing that we got to stomp all the trees. Stomp all those trees. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put that in there. We're going to do the same thing. Make a nice inline run over here. Make it look very, very nice. Maximize our production space in the opposite direction. Now, you notice that I'm not building toward my base. Do not build toward your hub. That is a terrible idea. As you start to build toward your hub, you'll continuously run out of room and you'll be doing stuff, and it takes 10 times longer to do that. Build away from your hub when you're building stuff. You can also build in a circle like I did. It's coming out, it's going this way, and it's going back, and it's nicely contained in that one little area right over there to the left of my left, this current left, but right, I guess, if I'm standing over there, but left of the hub. And then we're doing the same thing over here. We're building away. We're going to have it all nicely condensed into here. Okay, so again, we're going to need that merger. So here we go with the merger. Oh, no, we need some iron plates. Always something, everybody. Always something. Can we make iron plates? No, we can't make iron plates. We don't even have iron plates running. What the heck are we doing? We're working on other stuff. That's what we're doing. Let's run over here because we do have some extra running around. And we'll use it up right over here. Again, use up all that extra resources. You don't want that stuff laying around costing you tons and tons of mental space up here where you're micromanaging all that stuff all the time. Let's get those screws out of there as well. We can run some of that other stuff back to our base here in a bit. But I've got a bunch of extras, so let's go ahead and make a bunch of plates. Right over there. All right, merger again. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and do an inline merge. Go ahead and make sure you got the green aiming out that way. And I like to move it out just a little bit so I can see the conveyor. Now this side, again, we got to make ourselves a nice, beautiful 90. So we come out, we go 1, 2, we turn it. Oh, so beautiful. Ah, make a grown man cry. All right. Maybe this grown man, you never know. You never know. All right, let's go into it. Let's get into it. So again, we can do 4 of these. Now notice how similar that the, I'm going to make a little bit of offset. Notice how similar that the iron and the copper is from each other. Now, as we're running this down, we're going to go ahead and just run these in sequence. And I ran these a little bit closer. We need, this is a merger, and this needs to be a splitter. Because we're going to split it this way. We need our, where's our orange? There's our orange right there. Running right there. All right, nice. And then we're going to go ahead and just, oh, we got these. That one's going the right direction. This one switched back to default. Watch out for that when it switches like that. It switches back to the default direction. All right, we need 2 more plates. Again, that's why I have it over here. I don't run all the way back to my base every time. The screws? Wait, it's not screws that we need. It's plates that we need. Oh, boy. Now, what are we going to do? We don't have any plate production. Now, the thing is I could go and make the plate production right now, but it's really not necessary because what's going to happen over here is because I've been doing so much of this early on, is you're going to have a little bit of a backlog in here. It's just the way it's going to be because I have so much of this stuff backlogged in here. And eventually I will overclock these so they burn up that extra resource, and then I will turn them back down again just to burn up all of this extra stuff when we have conveyors that can handle that. But you're going to have a bunch of extra, so you might as well just go grab that extra and use it up when you need it. Right over here, making whatever you need that you don't have production for yet. So we're going to go ahead and get this going. Again, this is why also, you notice I'm not spending a lot of time collecting leaves and wood and all that stuff because the solid biofuel is so rock solid, it lasts for quite a long time. It allows me to do a lot of this while it's making stuff as well. That's the most efficient way of doing it. All right, and then this, oh, actually, let's move this around here because this way we don't have to run back there every time. Let's go ahead and move this actually to right here. Good spot for that. There we go. What are we doing? We are doing reinforced iron plates. We need, how many more? 2 more. Again, I just make the minimum amount of resources for that moment. Then later on, we'll come back and we'll really gear it up. All right, then some simple inline merging. Right over here, same thing. Make sure that your input is on this side. There we go. And when those combine, by the way, they should act as a lighter yellow. Now here at the end, don't need it, but watch this. 1, 2, beautiful, 90, bam. That is a thing of beauty. Now make sure you remember to put all these in. Otherwise, ain't nothing gonna work. All right, and there comes those ignits already. Now we're gonna need to tell it what this is gonna be. This is gonna be wire. And we're gonna have so much obscene amount of wire over here, we won't know what to do with in no time at all. Now we're also gonna be burning a lot of power, so that's gonna be a problem. We'll get into that as well. But let's go ahead and draw some power from over here. And what do I need? No, I got what I need. Sometimes, you know, you're running and you're like, I'm out of something. Get your booty up there. There we go. And we're going to run our power pole right off the center. Again, I think that should snap. I love how that sits up there. I think it's the greatest thing ever. And we'll attach these first 2. I'm going to run this one all the way to the end. And you can, you know, make it symmetrical and all of that. I'm not too hung up on symmetry. While symmetry is cool, it also is boring. So if you do too much symmetry, you're going to bore yourself to death. So sometimes I will offset stuff just so it's not perfectly symmetrical, or embellish things in such a way that it doesn't follow too much symmetry. Okay. Now, coming out of here is going to be 30 wires. So it's coming in 15 and going out 30. So holy mackerel, that's a lot of wire. Now, notice, by the way, my power didn't go off. So we do have enough power to make this run. But how are we looking? Let's go over here. Ooh, we're pushing that power now, aren't we? We're pushing it. Now, I need a lot of wire for right now. So I'm going to go ahead and divert a bit of this all the way down to a box. And that box actually is going to end up on the other side over here so I can grab it. So I can just come straight down here and grab that wire right over here. Now, if Fred would stay out of my base, I could go ahead and get this going on. I had to sneeze there. Okay. And so we're just going to turn it like, oh, we need some more plates. More plates. Actually, we're going to need a lot of plates. How many plates we make? 6. We're going to need a lot more than 6, that's for sure. A lot more than 6 plates, but that's okay. We'll come over here and kick out that backlog. And over here, same thing. Oh, not too much left in there. Got that. Oh, eyes twitching. My eyes twitching now. All right, bunch of plates. Now, again, I could go and set up my plate production, and I could go set up all of this other stuff. But the reason why I'm not doing my plates right now is because it would cost me more power, and I would have to go and make more power and collect more power and collect more stuff. So I find it's more efficient not to do plates right now. And the more efficient thing is screws. And screws I need for making constructors. And constructors I need for making wire. And wire I need to open up that next one that's right up there in that upper right-hand corner. Which is what I'm working on right now, if you didn't notice. I'm sure some of you did. All right, merger time. Now we're going to merge in this direction. We got to make sure that our green arrow is going out that way. We're going to bump out just a little bit. Just to the like of that. Very nice. You notice I didn't put one on the first one. You'll see why here in just a second. Like that. Okay, now the reason why we don't put one on the first one is because you don't need one on the first one. Just bring it out, bump it forward by 2, put in your nice 90, and you off, and you run it. Whoa, hey, okay. Well, or you can just do whatever you feel like, Gabe. If you want to run it that way, go for it. I can just get my guy to get up on top there. There we go. Sometimes he's got a mind of his own. All right, there we go. Into there, out of there, out of there, into here. There we go. That's easier at the ground level like this. All right, now we're merging all of those together. Now, here's the thing. These are coming out at 30. Just so you know, this is not going to work. You know why? Because this is way too much for this. This is way too much. If you do an inline for this, this ain't going to work. You don't have the ability to do that. Right? So what you want to do is you actually want to set up separate mergers for these. So we're going to take these out like this. And we're going to say, okay, this is coming out at 30. That one's coming out at 30. Let's go ahead and do a different type. Let's go ahead and do the center merge. And that's how I like to typically do most of mine. I think it looks good. And it's super easy. So there's 30 and 30, and that equals 60, right? And so that 60 we're going to take, and we're going to run it like this. Let's say right to there. And then we're going to run it nicely like this. And then right, let's say to that. And then we're going to build some storage containers. Let's say right there. Come back to that one. And then that into there. So our first round of 60 is going because our belts only go so fast. Now we can't upgrade our belt. I know, Fred, right? Fred's always up in my zone. So our first one, we're going to do that. Now we can get a bit more tricky if we want to. And that's what we do want to do. We're going to go to our logistics and we're going to do this a whole different way. We're going to use our conveyor lifts to go up. And conveyor lifts to go up. Oh, not enough. Not enough plates. More plates. Doesn't matter what I don't have. It's the other thing that I don't have. Right? And no matter how much of this that you have, you're going to end up not having something to work with. Now, I have a bunch of extra iron ore over here too, so I could go ahead and grab a bunch of that and utilize a bit of that. Also, I could speed this up a bit by putting the iron ore in there, but it's already maxed. Both of those are already completely maxed, so it can't go any faster there. But I can speed this along by making my own iron ingots. And you do a lot of this in the beginning, but later on, this will all be automated. And you'll be making this stuff at such an insane level. It'll be crazy. Crazy. Okay, so we're going to do something different. We're going to go in here. We're going to use our lifters. And we're going to put this way up. Now, we can look at the lines on the side here. We can say this is 1, 2, and that's 3. So 1, 2, and 3. There we go. Now they're in sync. Now, can we run it from that side over here? Now, one thing I don't think I've unlocked yet, I don't see it, is my thing that allows me to run that across, right? There is your stackers or your stackables, so you can stack that across. But you can just grab it and try to run it across like this. But you got to have a lot more plates than what I've got to run that across. Now, it's also going to tell you whether you can do it or not. Can't afford encroaching another's clearance, and floor is too steep. So it's telling you a couple things that are going on there. Now, normally what I would do is I would put some stackers on this side and I would run those to those stackers. But to unlock those stackers, we need to unlock that in the hub. So the easier of the two things is to do the same thing we're doing over here, which is a merger. Less resources, easier to do. And then we can have a little fun and run it Spaghetti City. Right on top of that thing. Uh-oh. You don't want to hear that noise. And then we can run it down over here if we want. Oh, I'm out of plates again. But you can see that everything's still running, right? Everything's still running even though the power's off, which is awesome. I love it when it still runs. Look at that, 171 of those already done. Now, this is the moment in which you go, okay, now I've got to stop. Now, had I been doing plates and doing all that other stuff, this would have ran out faster. So it's less work for me to go and collect all that stuff. Now, here's what it does. When it runs out, one of these is run out. And most likely, the other ones have not. And so what I can do is go in and cut that in half again, and put 50 in this one, and 50 in that one. And then go here and cut this in half. Now, make sure to save some for your chainsaw, and then start it back up again. Now, look at that. Look how close we're cutting that, right? I love just riding the edge of that power as I progress through the game. Just try to keep as maximum efficiency as I go. The most important thing right now, iron rods and doing screws, right? Our iron rods are backlogging. Screws like crazy. We're going to need a ton of those for our constructors, right? Run those babies. What do we not need a lot of? Well, we don't need that many plates, though we do need some for running our things. And we're going to get that going actually in just a minute. But right now, we're going to go ahead and just make some manually. Over here. Now, I actually find that iron ingots actually, in the long run, are better to run in the forges because you're going to have a lot more forges eventually, right? And I can do some what I call offline production right now of another forge, just making me a bunch of iron ingots because I have a bunch of backlog of items. And we'll do some offline production, all that stuff in a bit. But for right now, we want to get all of this in here. Now, we also want to get one of these up on top. And we're going to go ahead and just put, let's say, a splitter there and a splitter there. Now, why did I put that splitter there? For only to bring this up. Now, if you don't have the ability, or actually it should be a merger. If you don't have the ability to use your stackers to bring stuff up, you can also use your mergers to bring stuff up like that. Out of plates again. Always out of plates, everybody. Always just need two more of whatever it is. Two more of whatever it is that I need. All right, more plates. Now, we're going to solve this plate problem in a second. It's okay if you have to suffer a little bit in the beginning. I feel like this is one of my favorite parts of the game, mechanics of the game, is that you're doing this stuff here in the very beginning. It's very fun. All right, we'll get this turned around. We'll get it over here. We'll get it going. All right, I'm going to turn it around. We're going to put it in this side. Now, the reason why I'm going to put it in that side so that it can come out of there and run itself from there all the way up into there. But I need 12 plates. I have 2. So we're going to need to make 12 more plates. And then this side of the factory will be done. Now, meanwhile, while I'm doing all of this, it's making a ton of other stuff. And again, plates I find is the easiest thing in the game to make. So doing the easiest thing in your constructors is not always the smartest choice. It's actually doing the harder stuff, the stuff that takes a while, the stuff that you could probably make faster in your constructors, doing that in your constructors first, and then doing all the easier stuff in there, in the actual, in the workbench. Okay, so there we go. So now we have those coming out at 60 and 60. into here. We're going to have a crazy ton of wire. And when later on, we're going to turn that wire into cable. But for right now, we're good. Now, we want to go ahead and say, okay, we're done suffering with our plates. And so we're going to go over here. And we're going to work a bit over here. Bird. Get out of there, Polly. That's what I call the bird, Polly. You're blocking my progress. Get out of there. And this is why I have lots and lots of concrete backlog. Lots and lots. And, hey, Polly! You're in the way again. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Off you go. If it isn't Fred, it's Polly coming in and being all up in my business. There we go. Fox Vera wants to be a streamer pal. I'm going to set you up with that after the stream. I'm going to go ahead and add your name to streamer pal to the Discord. You can go in there and make sure you've already read the rules, which I probably already have. And then you go in and you read the rules for shouting yourself out. So whenever you are live, you're welcome to go and shout yourself out on my Discord. You never know. Some new people might discover your awesome channel as well. So I don't mind that at all. So all you got to do is just chill out in the channel for a while. And when I feel like you've chilled out long enough, you're going to have the ability to unlock that through your points. This way, we just don't have 50,000 people coming in and doing that all day because I only have a limited amount of time. So I want people who feel like it's a worthy thing in their day. All right, so here we go over here. Now, we've got another one over here. We're going to go ahead and take this out. We're going to go ahead and now rotate this one this way. Like that. Okay. Now this one is another 60 nodes. So we're going to come out of there and we're going to need to make some stuff. Now we got our screws just sitting over there looking sexy. And that's okay. We like it looking sexy over there by itself. We're going to need some more constructors. Oh my gosh. What are we going to need? Some more reinforced iron plates. That's right. We're going to need some more. Now we're fairly close to our hub over here. So we're going to run to our hub. How much time we got left? We got 20 minutes. Oh, we got to get busy. Oh, I love a new playthrough. I love a new playthrough. So let's get over here. Iron ingots. Let's go. Get this fired up. All right, iron plates. Or iron ingots. All right, what are we waiting on? On plates more, we need 12. Oh, so close. So close. There we go. Ah. And that's when I click it and it scrolls. All right, let's make 2 of those. Plenty of screws, that's for sure. And then boom, we're ready to rock. Now, we're going to go ahead and make a constructor, though it's not going to be the right thing. We'll go ahead and do our constructor over here, and we're going to do it. We're going to say, okay, now we want to go ahead and make iron plates. Oh, wait. We got, hold on. Hold on, we gotta make the ignits first, right? So now we need more thing. Now, your biggest problem is power. Your power is always going to be your issue, and if I build the rest of this, it's definitely going to go off. It's going to be way too much for it to handle. And I'm going to have to build more biofuel, collect more biofuel, and do all that. But that's okay. We're down for it. Let's do it. Let's go ahead and split this first, but we're going to need some more plates. Now, we should take a moment and make some more plates so we can make another constructor so we don't have to run back and forth every single time. We'll go ahead and make it just a couple plates over here. Now, something I strongly suggest is when you're doing your plates over here is to make enough so you can make the plates and then go and start making all the rest of the stuff. Right? So what we're going to do is we're going to start in that way. We're going to go ahead and say, okay, this time we're going to go ahead and line this up. We're going to run it into there. And now that's good to go. So we're going to run some power so we can start queuing this up. Now we could run this into a box and backlog it, but I don't really want to backlog it anymore. I was just showing you the backlog. We need to grab some power from over here. That's running up to there. That's running up there. Let's just run. Got enough to run another line? We don't. Look at that. Over here we can. Now, again, you're going to have to revamp your power systems later on when you unlock much nicer stuff. But for right now, we're going to run this right up. And let's say right there. And we'll start that fired up. Firing up. Okay, and we need 2 smelters, just like we did before. Again, notice how these are very similar to each other. Oh, wrong way. Very similar that you need 2 of each thing. That's because all the math works out that way. If you're extracting 60, then you're going to need 2 of these. More plates. I didn't get my workbench. Move it over here. Workbench. Right there. All right, there we go. All right. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and run that into there. We're going to run it into this. Whoop, did I not make plates? Apparently not. Apparently I didn't make them. All right. I just made the ignits. Throw me off there. All right. Throw that in there. Let's get this started. Iron ignits, because that's going to start coming out. And then again, this is going to come out at 30. And what do we need for our constructor? To go in at iron plates. We say iron plates. Oh, it's coming in at 30. So if this is coming out at 30 and this is coming out at 30, that means we're only going to be using 2 of these. But let's go ahead and get it a little bit more lined up. Right here. We're going to be real close, but that's okay. We'll do the best we can do. Get it lined up. There we go. And run it out. Now, I like to leave a gap so I can see this stuff running. Now, once I get this going, it's going to need some power. It's going to be rocking. So we're going to take this, and we're going to put it right up here. Like that. Run it to that one. Run it to this one. There goes my power. I knew it was going to happen. Now, what do I not need right now? What do I not need out of all the stuff that I'm producing? Right? That I could turn off temporarily so I'm not tripping my power. Now, as you can see, it's still running out this this wire over here. And what we're trying to do is get this milestone done before the end of the stream. And we are very close to that. So now we've got tons of wire. So really wire, we don't really need to make too much more wire. We just needed to upgrade the thing. We need some screws, right? That's what we're looking for to upgrade, right? That's what we're looking for in the upper right-hand corner there. Well, we might have just a teeny bit of screws over here, just a teensy bit. Oh my God, tons of it over here. And plus we have tons of it on my character as well. Hold on, let's put some back. Just have a stack of 500 for right now. We've also got a whole bunch of extra of this. Let's put that back in there. And then we could have upgraded this a while ago, by the way. We could have definitely upgraded it a while ago. But you want to keep this going, so we'll go ahead and put this in here. We'll press our button. And we're off and running. Now, what we're doing right now is we're building momentum. So
The molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, will allow R&D to provide new technologies, items, and buildings based on samples collected in the field. To ensure a greater chance of success during exploration, an upgraded tool belt has been provided, as well as an object scanner and beacons. Note: the object scanner requires calibration via the MAM to enable detection of specific objects.
Okay. So you got to use the MAM to use your scanner to find some stuff, which I never use the scanner. So what we did is we updated our Tier 1. Our Tier 1's done. We got our base building. We got our logistics. So we got our lifters and our mergers and productivity display. So you can see the efficiency of all the buildings. We got our field research, which is our beacons, our personal box, our inventory slots, hand slots, all that stuff unlocked. And now that one's done. We also did obstacle clearing first before we even started on Tier 1. And now we're on parts assembly, jump pads, which I'm probably not going to unlock in a while. Resource sink, which is awesome. I definitely want to unlock that as quickly as possible. And then the logistics. Now, as you might notice, as we're going through, the things that I'm creating are the things that are from that upgrade tier. Did you notice how I created the wire and I created the screws while I was working on that tier? As I go through the upgrades, that's when I add the machinery for those upgrades. Like right now, I need 300 plates. Now, I don't want to sit here and do 300 plates because there's no reason for me to do 300 plates because I'm going to make it do the 300 plates right over here. Now, right now, I don't really need that much more screws. I don't need that much more wire, but I do need some cable. And so I can go ahead and just take the screws straight away and just say, okay, that's one thing I don't need to produce right now is screws to go to my next upgrade. So let's go ahead and put it in here. Oh, wait, we got to wait another minute for it to come back from way up there in outer space. I hear it. We're just going to wait for it. We're going to wait for it. Big time. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, feel free to go check out the Discord. If you do need any of my social media at any time, whether I'm streaming or not, you can go exclamation Discord in the chat or exclamation Twitter, exclamation YouTube, exclamation Steam. So just use your exclamation mark and then one of those social medias. Here it comes. Oh, look at that thing up there on the top. Didn't even see it till just now. Now, it doesn't really matter where you start and build your base because really the point of what you're doing is getting through all of these various different tiers of your milestones to unlock all of the different resources. And so whatever they start me on, that's what I go to town on. I just go to town on those resources, start pulling them in because they're close to where I started, and then I start expanding further and further out in that. Now, right now, we're working very horizontally. Eventually, we will be building vertically. I'll be showing you a whole lot of that fun stuff as well. But right now, we go ahead and put this in here. We got plenty of wire. Very nice. We've got our rods because I went and did a bunch of those. So the only thing that's really holding us back right now is our plates. So here's what we can do. We can say, yo, okay, where's this power running? That power's running that way. You know what? Cut this power off. You know what? Cut that power off. Now, sometimes it will automatically turn itself back on again, like right there. See, it turned itself back on. So this is running to here. This is running this way. And now it's running over here to my actual iron production. So that's all that's on right now. Just this. And, of course, my biofuel as well, if I had some in there. But you can see that it's just running this one thing over here. And that's all that it really needs to be doing right now anyway, because I need those plates to go to the next level. Now, I'm going to go ahead. Oh, actually, I want to do it up here. I'm going to go ahead and pull this forward. And I'm going to put it right here so I can go ahead and run that. And now we're going to start making some plates so we can make some plates so we can make some plates to make some plates. You know what I mean? All right. So again, you only need 2 of these for plates. This is super easy, but I typically don't build it early game anymore because it's really not necessary. As you saw, I could build a few of them along the way. I didn't run out too bad where I could just go ahead and keep making those items. Now, the other thing I need is some reinforced iron plates. I need plates for reinforced iron plates over here. And it's going to start making them. And it makes them pretty fast. So we can go ahead and make one there. So now we have 11. We need actually one more so we can make 2. Let's grab those extras. There we go. It's making them 2 at a time in there as well. And now we can make those reinforced iron plates. Now, while I'm making these plates and waiting for this to run, let's do another battle. Then we're going to finish up our iron production, and then we're going to call this way ahead of us where we thought we were going to be for the day. So going to be good. And then we're going to head out. I'm going to go into battle mode where I'm going to continue these battles all day long while you guys earn all the epic loot, and I go and work on projects behind the scenes and work help out the family as well. All right, open the captain's chest. Grant some rewards. Boom! Rotisserie G, Raz, we got Beardo, we got Taco, we got Nikki coming in. All getting the extra love. Congrats, Nikki, 15 gold. Nice. I'm the MVP. Look at that. We don't count me. We count you guys. Rotisserie G, MVP again with a 12 assists. Fantastic. Let's do it. That was a big battle. All right, now some gold time, everybody. Get in here and get this gold. Get in here and get it. Now, I think my Centurion is the next thing that I need to do. I think I finished my Paladin. I did. So I think I'm going to pull out the Centurion for this one, and we're going to run him right in on that boss. That's what we're going to do. We're going to run him in. He's got a lot of scrolls left. Now let's go ahead and go back. Let's see if we've unlocked anything yet. Oh my gosh, we're getting into that tier 43. This one, it really starts to scale up when you get in that tier 43. All right, how much longer on the scrolls? 4 more hours before we get more scrolls. No problem. Again, try to help to support the stream. Lock in some of those skins. Gift them away some people who you think are being awesome in the battle. It does help the stream tremendously. We get to 100, we get to unlock the sparkle one. Gonna be awesome. I feel like I'm gonna put sparkles like the barbarian or something. Or I'll let you guys probably vote on that one. I'll let you vote on what you think sparkle should be. All right, let's go. Let's get this going over here. Let's go ahead and take that out there. Now, while you guys were watching that, I put in another constructor. I put in the power, and I ran a line to it over here. Now, on this side over here, we got to connect it this way so we can get that going in there, and then this one now going to fire up with some iron ingots. And then over here, we're going to take the iron ingots, convert them into plates, and then on this side, we're going to go ahead and just do that center line merging. If you saw me doing all this earlier, then you know what I'm doing. I've already explained it once before, so now I don't need to explain it anymore. There's 50 in that one, and that one's starting up. All right, nice. Now we're starting to build these up faster than I can even make them myself, or they're more convenient to make them this way. And then the last thing we need to do, of course, is to get our organization. There we go. We need to run this out. Now I'm just going to run it to the side here. Now all of this stuff is going to be rerun to my central base later on, where I go ahead and create a central base where my hub is, and all of these resources will feed into that central area. And we're going to be doing a run the raw resource to the central base. We're going to be doing that. That'll be kind of fun. We'll get that going on later on, but right now, look at these plates firing out of there. There we go. Now we need 300 plates. Right now, we're at 43. How much time we got left? We got 5 minutes. Maybe, might be able to do it. It's cranking them out as fast as it can. It's coming out at 20 per minute. That's 40 per minute going on right now, and that's all we need. So turn off parts of your base when you don't need them, right? You can turn them off by the fact that you fill up a box and now it no longer needs that thing, or you can turn them off based on what you do or don't need in the moment. Now, while we're waiting for that to finish, really good idea, run around, zap some stuff. Now, which way haven't we been? Well, we got a little bit here. We get some leaves here. Got a little bit of loot there. Let's run up here and see if we can find some more trees. Now, the further you go, we're going to start running into some other stuff, some baddies and whatnot. Now, I find in this one and the forest one, you don't run into too many baddies in the very beginning. But as you get further and further away, you're going to run into some stuff. Oh, there's some stuff over there we can try to tap into. Well, let's get in here, get this tree. Boom, we're going to get all of this. How's our inventory? Nice and empty. Oh, get that. All right, we're getting a little closer. Get this one. Boom, get all of that. All right, a little bit closer. Pushing our luck. Boom, get that. We're good. We're out. That's an iron node there. Don't really need it right now. But we're going to tap all the nodes. Boom. Aha. Now, this will actually regrow over here, by the way. Some of those things will regrow, especially your things on the ground. Look at this. Another limestone over here. Be a pure node. Be a pure node. Be a pure node. I was trying to will it. It's a normal node. But hey, I'll take a normal node. We don't need lots of concrete. Now, whoa, see that boulder disappeared? Sometimes the boulders do disappear. And so let's get to work collecting some materials while we're waiting. Look at this. Giant palm tree forest. I'm just going straight for the trees. Now you can try to get in the center like this. Try to get this one. Or one of these other bushes. Boom, and try to get all the trees in a circle like that. That works pretty awesome too. What do we got over here, everybody? Oh, lots of water. Oh, we're going to have some fun with that. Now, also, if you're unsure whether you can grab it or not, just hit E a whole bunch, and it will let you know whether you can or not. See, a lot of times I'll just hit E, clear some of this out, and AoE the rest. Look at this. Target-rich environment over here, everybody. Now, at this point, here's what you want to do. You usually want to stop what you're doing. You want to stop making anything and doing all of that, and you just want to get it to a point where you're just like, okay, I just want a bunch of resources. Excuse me, Fred. Let me help you out there, Fred. He was stuck on that thing. What's up, doggo? Surprised I haven't run into any baddies yet. So you just want to go to town on this now. You want to go to town on it so you can just have this making tons of this. Because you're going to have to scale up your base now. You're going to have to scale it up so you can get to the oil stage. And when you get to the oil stage, then you're going to have perpetual power. As long as you can keep finding more and more oil nodes, you can go ahead and keep making more and more power pretty easily. And so I'll spend a good amount of time doing this at this stage. Oh. Now, if you start to see it not AoE anymore, all of a sudden, if what are the big elephant drop? That's Fred. That's Fred. That's my buddy Fred. He runs around. Sometimes he gets in the way. He's kind of like that friend who's both a buddy of yours, but also really annoying sometimes. Yeah, he's that guy. That's how he is. He comes in, he gets up in my stuff. All right, I feel like that might be good. How much do we get? Let's go ahead and sort. Oh my gosh, 300 wood, 380 wood right there. Now, up in the radar up there, you can see it has a little house symbol. That means that's the direction of my home, and while I'm running that direction, I will go ahead and get it. Now, later on, you get vehicles. You go around and explore and do all of that. But I like to clear the area as I'm walking from one place to another. Why does that do that? Because it shows me all of these things. It shows me all of these things. Now, we didn't get to the MAM. We're going to do the MAM next time. But one of the cool things is right over here by my base is a whole lot of these suckers here. Look at this. Ooh, mama. Take this one out as well. Oh. See, a whole lot of these barrels. And we're going to need the barrels. This is also giving us mycelia and also silica, as you can see. Right over here on these things here. We're going to need all of that later, too, so that's good. Watch out for that guy. Come on. All right, so while we were over there busy doing our thing, we probably want to put our... Oh, wait, we can have two things in our hands now. All right, awesome. Put both those in there. While we were doing that, boom, there we go. We got a whole bunch. Do we have enough? We have 196. Oh, we got 296. We need 4 more. There it is, 300. Let's unlock our next level of production right over here. I got Birdie coming through. Kismet coming through with resources. Okay, so what are we going to unlock next? And we're going to unlock this, the parts assembly, which is our assembler, our copper sheets, rotors, modular frames. Now, this stuff is a bit tougher. This stuff is going to definitely need combined of multiple objects like rotors, modular frames. You're going to need multiple objects to run in there as well. Really want to do the resource sync too. I wonder if I have enough. What if I could just switch my milestone to that, which you actually can. Like that, before you put your stuff in there. Don't put your stuff in there until you choose what you want. But it actually, I think it gives it back to you anyway. Now, I can also do conveyors. Don't need that right now. I really want to do the Awesome Sync before the parts assembly, and that's because I want to unlock some things in the Awesome Sync. So we're going to select that one, and instead of doing the other one, we're going to do this one. We're going to go ahead and put all the resources we can. Now, man, I sure wish we had a bunch of rods just laying around somewhere, huh? A bunch of rods where you could just walk around, maybe go to a box, and there'd be a bunch of rods in there. Wouldn't that be awesome? What if we just grab all those rods out of there and just go over here and feed them right in here? Wouldn't that be nice? Man, that's called advanced thinking right there. Now, know what else would be awesome? If we could just run over here and it ran all of the concrete over where we are. So we could just grab a bunch of concrete, and then take that concrete and run it back over here. And it'd be even easier if my bag wasn't full. So let's go ahead and get rid of some of this full stuff out of my bag, and we'll feed that over there in a second. But we'll go over here and we'll grab some concrete. Now, wouldn't it be nice if we had pre-thought that out to make a bunch of concrete, so in the moment in which we needed the concrete, we could go ahead and just press the magic button. There we go. All right, now next time when we come in, we will get into more of all of this fun stuff. But right now we want to go ahead and make sure that we're feeding our stuff. This one is wood.
Following parts into the awesome resource sink, depending on their amount and complexity, will grant you coupons in the awesome store, which can be exchanged for bonus rewards.
All right.
Examples of bonus content are parts, walls, factory attachments, and cosmetics. Fixit is working hard to develop additional options, which will be added to the awesome store in the future. Go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
Go awesome. Okay, so we're going to replay that again when we come back in next time. Hopefully I remember for the awesome shop. And we're going to get into the awesome shop. We're going to get into all of that as well. But what we did right here is we set up a whole bunch more fuel going. So the next time when we come in, we'll actually have some solid biofuel over here so that when our factory turns off, and it inevitably will turn off by the time we come in next time. But look at this. We're actually producing way more power than we need to. We only need about 33 power. So one of the smart things also to do is to go over here and actually turn one of these off. Actually, that was about to go off. Turn one of those off. That's got 2. That's got that. Okay, that's got about 1. Is to turn that off, because then it will go down to 60. But you have plenty. But if I turn another one off, it's going to go down below that. Now, if I really am tricky, I could get it just below that 30. And then it would only be burning 1 biofuel, right? So let's be tricky. Let's just get the end one here. Let's put all that biofuel in there. Actually, hold on. Let's take half that biofuel and put it in there. There we go. And then we'll go ahead, take this out, turn that off. Got that off. And then over here, it's running at 29.1. But inevitably, it's going to spike and go above that 30, as I knew it would. And so we'll go ahead and put the rest of this in here. Both of these should be on. Oh, I got to turn the switch on down here. That's going to be making it a lot easier. There we go. Make sure this is on. Yeah. Got it. See, that's the thing that I screw up every time, is that switch down there. There we go. All right. Now they're both on. And that'll continue to make crazy, crazy tons of plates. And this will turn back on again when I connect it again. Or that we'll use next time. And this will all turn back on. And now let's go look and see how many plates we got over here. Because this is the moment in which I do plates, when I actually need them, not when I only need a few. When I need 300, that's when I make plates. There we go. So we got actually a lot of plates on us now. We can run a lot of conveyors and all of that. Well, let's get back over here to the hub. Let's decide what we're going to be doing next time. And then we're going to go into battle mode. Let's do it. Okay, so what are we working on? Parts assembly. We're going to start getting this going on, which is nice. We can go ahead and get this going. But what do we need to do over here? We need to complete the space elevator. Well, how much does it take to do the space elevator? Well, let's go in and remind ourselves for next time that we want to make a space elevator. So we're going to do concrete, iron plates, iron rods, and wire. And it'd sure be nice if we were making all of those right now. Oh, wait. We are. Right? We are making wire. We are making iron rods. We are making iron plates. And we are making concrete. So all of that stuff we've already got. So we're going to go ahead and save. And we're going to say Space Ellie for next time to hopefully remind me what the heck I was doing. Because that's the next thing we're going to work on. Actually, the space elevator versus working on any more of our milestones. But we'll go ahead and actually set our milestones to be the parts assembly right here. Just for next time. But we're also going to leave our space elevator over there. So let's go ahead and save it one more time. Space elevator. Right there. Confirm. Confirmed. All right. That was about 5 hours of work. Let's go ahead and inspect all of our hard work over here. I think we absolutely crushed it. Absolutely destroyed it. That's 5 hours worth of work. and we've got all of our basics covered. We got our biofuel going, we got our concrete, we got our copper, we've got a bunch of iron going, iron plates, iron rods, screws. We got all of that going over there. The only thing we need that would be really nice is reinforced iron plates, and that is what that other one is going to be for next time. All right, and we're going to use a little bit of this for it as well. All right, so that's going to be it. Let's go ahead and go to my office. Up we go. All right, now my headphones died, so I'm going to go ahead and switch to my wired headphones for just a moment here at the end of the stream, because I also use these and run them to a speaker so I can hear when you guys are doing battles. All right. Let's go ahead and test it. Make sure I can hear the sound. That's how I like to test it.
Wizard needs food badly.
If you ever hear me do that, that's my sound test. That's my sound test that my sound is working. All right, stream is switching over to Stream Raiders. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go into battle mode. Now, this is a bonus stream. Normally, I stop about now, about 4 o'clock during the day, and then that's it for the day. But when it comes to events, since we only have a couple more days left of this event, we're going to do a couple more days of extended battles. Now, last night we got up to like 360 plus units. I want you guys to keep on crushing it, and I'll keep the battles running as best I can. Now, if I go over 30 minutes, don't get entitled. I've been doing 10, 12 hours worth of battles every day, so don't worry. I will come back as quickly as possible, try to take care of the IRL, maybe something with the kids, maybe something with the wife, or maybe it's some sort of emergency I got to take care of. But I will definitely come back as often as I can within that 30 minutes and keep that going. All right, we're going to do that all day long. Now, I'm going to give you guys some love right now by showing you the schedule right there in the chat. We're also going to give you that social media. So you go over there, check out the website, kismet.gg. You can check out the Discord, discord.gg/kismet. You can find the link right there in the chat. Just click on it. It's super easy. You can also click on the Twitter, hit the follow, click on the YouTube, hit the subscribe, and you're off and running. I got tons of unboxings up there, tons of stuff on the website and on the YouTube, tons of guides, as well as all of my past streams. I mean, every single one of them, right? Thousands of streams up there. You can go back and look back at previous playthroughs, at previous things that I did in other games as well. Feel free to check that out. Hit the subscribe. I work very, very hard behind the scenes. I'm actually going to go work on videos right after this while I'm running those battles at the same time. All right? If you'd like to support that, feel free to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button. It does help the stream tremendously. I do appreciate each and every one of you. All right, everybody, here we go. Battle mode. Thank you for being here. I'll see you guys in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody. Hey, everybody. Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also, check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.